I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Near the 100-peak Immortal River, Long Hao knelt on the mountaintop and kept kowtowing. One by one, the disciples of the hidden sect rushed over. Because they were separated by the array formation, they could only look at Long Hao from afar. Tu Linger was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect Long Hao to still be alive. After all, she had watched him grow up and had always treated him as a junior. The other disciples were also very happy. After all, they were old friends. Zhou Fan curled his lips. I didn't expect the high-spirited Dragon Emperor to kowtow and apologize. Clearly, he had met Long Hao in the calamity. The black hell chicken smiled. He's your senior brother. Zhou Fan was silent. Zhao Shenyuan sighed. I didn't expect Long Hao to survive. In that case, the hidden sect is the greatest winner of the calamity. The others also discussed. Only Su Qi, Fang Liang, and Yang Tiandong had yet to return. At the mention of Yang Tiandong, the chaotic heavenly dog couldn't help but ask, "Do you think Yang Tiandong is still alive?" After all, it had gone through thick and thin with him. In the calamity, the cycle of reincarnation collapsed. Senior brother Yang has fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. He's probably doomed. Sun Chang'an frowned. Yang Tiandong was a great pity for the hidden sect. Most importantly, Yang Tiandong's death was a warning. He had taken the initiative to challenge others and was killed. Dao Comprehension Sword smiled and said, "Don't worry. Master definitely has a way. We can cultivate well and listen to him." Yang Tiandong and Long Hao didn't listen to Master and ended up like this. The others nodded. Although life in the hidden sect was boring, it was safe. Long Hao had to kowtow for 1,000 years, so even if they asked, they wouldn't receive a reply. Year after year, the disciples stopped visiting him. They believed that after he finished kowtowing, Hanju would naturally let him in. 1,000 years was a long time before the calamity, but after it, it was very fast. 1,000 years soon passed. Long Hao was already in a daze. He felt that his knees had taken root. When his vision blurred, he suddenly woke up and discovered that he was kneeling in a Taoist temple. The figure sitting in front of him was Hanju. Under the light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection, Hanju looked so unfathomable. Long Hao was filled with reverence. He kowtowed while trembling and shouted, Master! He had never expected an apology to be so painful. This was even more terrifying than being in the endless purgatory. As he kowtowed and apologized, the past kept appearing in his mind. All sorts of emotions and experiences turned into one word: regret. Hanju said, "Hao Tian, come out." He could feel a powerful soul hidden in Long Hao's body, but it seemed to be severely injured and was not a threat at all. Hearing this, a soul body rose above Long Hao's head. It was Hao Tian. Hao Tian looked at Hanju and smiled. The younger generation is truly impressive. He was secretly nervous. He couldn't see through Hanju at all. Felt like he was facing a sage. Hanju said, "You and Hauer have already become one. I don't object. However, if you want to enter my hidden sect, you have to forget about the past. From now on, you will focus on pursuing eternal life. Without my permission, you are not allowed to go out." Hao Tian nodded. He was already mentally prepared before coming. Hanju directly opened the authority to the simulation trial to them. He believed that, after they tried for a period of time, they would return. Hanju waved his hand and gestured for them to leave. Soon, the other disciples rushed over. They surrounded Long Hao and asked him all at once. Looking at the current hidden sect, Long Hao felt both unfamiliar and relaxed. This was his true home. After understanding it, Long Hao and Hao Tian were shocked. The hidden sect actually had more than 200 immortal emperors. A total of 10,000 experts. This number... How terrifying. Even the heavenly court at its peak did not have so many immortal emperors. How did Hanju do it? Come. Let's enter the simulation trial and play. You'll definitely be even more shocked," the black hell chicken said with ill intentions. The others also revealed strange smiles. They had all experienced the simulation trial, so they looked forward to Long Hao's reaction. Indeed, in less than a day, Long Hao was immersed and could not extricate himself. It was as if he and Hao Tian had opened a brand new world. He didn't expect the hidden sect to hide so deeply. Han Ju had fought with so many experts. Hao Tian did not have to use Long Hao's body in the simulation trial, allowing him to enjoy the battle that he had not experienced for a long time. Not long after, Hao Tian discovered someone. Ancestor Shitian. Impossible. Han Ju had even fought with Ancestor Shitian? Hao Tian tried but was blown to death by Ancestor Shitian. How terrifying. Han Ju was definitely not a junior. He must be an ancient mighty figure who had always kept a low profile. For a time, Hao Tian's mentality began to change. Hao Tian has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability. 5 stars. Han Ju looked at the favorability notification and didn't care. Now, he no longer cared about Hao Tian. If he decided to follow the hidden sect in the future, Han Ju would not mind. Having one more person cultivate the great Tao of extreme origin was also a good thing for him. He continued to cultivate. At this moment, a vast heavenly might descended. I'm ancient fiendish Een. Today I will use connate lifeforms to create the ancient race. I'm willing to lead the ancient race to civilization and prosperity. I will expel the ferocious beasts of the heavenly Tao and return the heavenly Tao to prosperity. The voice resounded through the sky. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Who was this fellow? Why had he never heard of it before? He really knew how to gamble. He directly established his race with the first batch of connate lifeforms. How daring! They were probably cannon fodder. Han Ju couldn't even be bothered to derive ancient fiendish Yin's identity. The heavenly Tao race had already decided whether the ancient races would either live or die. Although Han Ju didn't care, the forces remaining in the immortal world were shocked. Under the Fusang tree, Long Hao opened his eyes, and Hao Tian appeared. He sighed. Ancient fiendish Een, this person is an immeasurable emperor. He has experienced the immeasurable calamity several times. I didn't expect that he would dare to be the first. Looks like he's full of confidence. The black hell chicken asked curiously, is this person very strong? Hao Tian nodded. Absolutely. Pseudosage. The black hell chicken was speechless. A pseudosage was too far away from it. On the endless wasteland, a lone peak stood. A figure stood at the top of the mountain. Majestic, he wore green leather armor. His black hair was wild, and he held a huge spear in his hand. He was ancient fiendish Een. He looked down at the densely packed connate lifeforms in the wasteland. His eyes filled with joy. A talent visible to the naked eye. This is my right to break through to the sage realm. Ancient fiendish Een smiled. He had already formed a plan in his mind. First, he had to enlighten these connate lifeforms and help them transform. At this moment, a connate lifeform that looked like a huge turtle said, "What right do you have to be our leader?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of many connate lifeforms flickered. Some of the connate lifeforms present had already developed their own intelligence. Ancient fiendish Een looked at the connate lifeforms who had ill intentions and frowned. Strange. How did their intelligence grow so quickly? Most importantly, they were ambitious. While ancient fiendish Een was still in deep thought, the connate lifeforms below became more and more restless. The living beings who could speak in human language began to communicate and motivate each other. They were all leaders who did not submit to the ancient fiendish Een. Seeing that the situation was unstable, ancient fiendish Een snorted. This cold snort was like a hammer striking the hearts of all the connate lifeforms. Ancient fiendish Yin's figure suddenly distorted and quickly rose like a huge mountain. It rose higher and higher, quickly covering the sky. The connate lifeforms in the wasteland seemed tiny in front of ancient fiendish Een. The huge turtle that had been shouting shut up and shivered. Ancient fiendish Een looked up, and his gaze passed through the 33rd heaven. No matter who it is, no one can stop me from attaining the Tao. Ancient fiendish Een muttered with a firm tone. Before the calamity arrived, sages could not enter the immortal world. He was an invincible existence among all living beings. 50 years later, Empress Hutu sent a dream to Hanju. He entered the dream. It was still the yellow spring. Empress Hutu went straight to the point and revealed her intentions. The order of reincarnation had just been restored. Because of the Tao destruction mystical power, the netherworld was almost wiped out. Empress Hutu wanted to recruit ghost soldiers and ghost deities for the netherworld. She didn't trust the other factions and hoped that Hanju would help. Hanju was secretly vigilant. He pretended to be troubled. That's not good. Our hidden sect only wants to cultivate in a low-profile manner and not enter the calamity. The nether race established it previously to not enter the calamity. After so many years, even if I let them out, they might not want to. Empress Hutu said, "Try. I'm not asking them to enter the calamity. I'm only here to control the order of the netherworld." Hanju said, "Why don't you cooperate with the heavenly court, Empress? My grand disciple is the heavenly emperor. The heavenly court is weak and needs allies." "It's not impossible," Empress Hutu said in a low voice, making Hanju heave a sigh of relief. He had finally dealt with it. Afraid that Empress Hutu would go back on her word, Hanju quickly changed the topic. "What do you think of the ancient race, Empress? Ancient fiendish Een has great ambitions, but whether he can succeed depends on how he leads the ancient race. The various factions will not sit and wait for death. War will break out in the immortal world soon. If there are wars, there will be ghosts. This is also the reason why I need your help." Hearing Empress Hutu's words, Hanju was speechless. Why did she come back to this again? Empress Hutu began to pour out her grievances, saying how important reincarnation was and how much she lacked manpower. Hanju also complained about how tough life was. He said that it was not easy to cultivate diligently and that one had to endure loneliness. Once he came out of seclusion, he would be affected by his desire for power and would rebound. It was very difficult for him to return to his cultivation state. After a long time, the two of them finished chatting and the dream ended. In the Taoist temple, Hanju took out the heavenly Tao token and started to contact Feng Liang. When Feng Liang heard that he wanted to cooperate with Empress Hutu, he immediately agreed. The heavenly court needed a reliable ally. The structure of the heavenly race was too complicated. Even Xianxia couldn't completely control it. The heavenly court still needed other forces to support it. Empress Hutu was not a heavenly Tao sage, but she was equivalent to one. She was suitable for the heavenly court. Feng Liang was very grateful to Hanju and thought that he was helping him pave the way. Hanju couldn't be bothered to explain the situation. Putting down the heavenly Tao token, he frowned. No. The next time he preached the Tao, he had to instill in everyone in the hidden sect his philosophy not to be attracted by the mortal world. 200 years later, Hanju began to preach. This was also the first time Long Hao and Hao Tian heard him preach the Tao. They were looking forward to it. In less than a few days, Hao Tian was shocked. Hanju was actually preaching the great Tao. Only sages could talk about the great Tao. I knew it. He was definitely an ancient cultivator comparable to ancestor Shitian. Excited, Hao Tian began to listen carefully. He had also heard sages preach the great Tao and had also cultivated the great Tao, but he had failed. Before he died, his cultivation level had stagnated and his progress in Tao comprehension had not been high. As he listened, Hao Tian was pleasantly surprised to find that Hanju's great Tao was easier to understand than the great Tao taught by the sages. Not only was it easier to understand, but it was also more unfathomable. This feeling of conflict appeared. Hanju was definitely an existence that surpassed the heavenly Tao sage. He had to stay in the hidden sect in the future. Hao Tian silently made up his mind. The current him no longer had any desire for power. He only wanted to attain the Tao. He could do anything as long as he was given hope. This lecture lasted for 100 years. After the lecture, everyone was still entranced and could not recover from their shock. Being immersed in the vast great Tao was too comfortable. It was more comfortable than any experience in the world. If possible, they even wanted to be immersed in it forever. Hanju suddenly shouted like a thunderclap, waking everyone up. A terrifying aura erupted from his body and shook the Tao field. 9 fiend celestial Dharma idols condensed above his head and covered the sky, looking mighty and domineering. Everyone looked at the fiend celestial Dharma idols in a daze. They all knew that Hanju had this mystical power. It was their nightmare in the simulation trial. No one could withstand a single blow from the fiend celestial Dharma idol. However, this was the first time they had seen 9 fiend celestial Dharma idols condense at the same time. Hao Tian stared at the 9 fiend celestials and suddenly thought of the 12 ancestral magi from a long time ago. This was the spirit of the 12 ancestral magi. Hanju said, "The heavenly Tao has been restarted for thousands of years. Recently, the ancient race has appeared. Many people are frustrated and want to go out and adventure. Today I will set a rule. Unless you reach the pseudo-sage realm, you are not allowed to leave the 100-peak Immortal River unless you have my permission." Everyone was stunned. Pseudo-sage. Hao Tian was shocked. So many disciples had to reach the pseudo-sage realm? Impossible. Wait. It was not impossible. The hidden sect already had 10,000 immortal emperors. In addition to Hanju's terrifying cultivation, Hao Tian quickened his pace. What kind of inheritance had he joined? He noticed that although the hidden sect disciples were stunned, everyone's eyes were filled with confidence. Ever since Hanju created the great Tao of extreme origin, everyone in the hidden sect could constantly break through by listening to him preach the Tao, including Fairy Shixian and Chongyue, who had ordinary potential. As time passed, the disciples almost forgot that cultivation had shackles. They felt that cultivating with Hanju would allow them to constantly climb to the peak of cultivation. I will definitely be the first existence among the hidden sect disciples to reach the pseudo-sage realm. Master, don't worry. If anyone wants to go out, I will help you teach them a lesson, Tao Sovereign said proudly. The black hell chicken mocked. You sound like the eldest senior brother. Aren't you just a few years older than us? In terms of potential, you might not be the strongest. The others replied one after another, most of them joking to ease the atmosphere. Hanju disappeared and returned to the Taoist temple to cultivate. Ever since Hanju set the rule that only pseudo-sages were allowed to leave the mountain, a cultivation trend stirred in the hidden sect. More and more living beings moved around the 100-peak Immortal River. There were even cases of ferocious beasts wanting to barge into the 100-peak Immortal River, but they were stopped by the array formation. In the blink of an eye, 80 years passed. On this day, a figure arrived in front of the 100-peak Immortal River. He looked at the vast mountains ahead and frowned. This person was Zhang Dugu. I really can't see through him, Zhang Dugu muttered to himself. He inexplicably thought of the mysterious Tao field he had encountered in the 9 nether purgatory in the last immeasurable calamity. Boom! A deafening, terrifying collision suddenly sounded from the 100-peak Immortal River. Hanju, who was cultivating, immediately saw that Zhang Dugu wanted to barge into the Tao field. He's asking to get killed. Hanju cursed silently. He checked Zhang Dugu's cultivation. Mid-stage pseudo-sage realm. How dare he try to barge into his Tao field? Hanju sighed. No matter how Zhang Dugu tried to break into the Tao field, it was impossible. However, this commotion was too great. The hidden sect disciples spread their divine sense and caught sight of Zhang Dugu. It's him. Zhou Fan's expression changed slightly as he looked furious. Long Hao was the same. At this moment, the guard Sima Yi suddenly rushed out of the Tao field. Boom! 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 Explosions sounded outside the Tao field. The mountains and rivers shook, and violent winds stirred the sea of clouds. Everyone from the hidden sect went to the edge of the Tao field to watch. Sima Yi was a clone of Shi Dudao. Fighting Zhang Dugu was definitely a world-shattering battle. Zhang Dugu was completely suppressed. Sima Yi had his left hand behind his waist. His right hand condensed into a pagoda with his dermic powers. Driven by his fingers, the pagoda suppressed Zhang Dugu at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that Zhang Dugu couldn't even react. The pagoda wasn't huge, but every time it landed, the ground would collapse. Space could be seen with the naked eye, like twisting black centipedes, looking sinister and terrifying. Shi Dudao, how is that possible? Zhang Dugu's eyes widened in disbelief. Sima Yi shook his arms. Terrifying dermic powers erupted like a wave, quickly covering the sky and bringing darkness to the world. Zhang Dugu's expression changed drastically as he immediately fled. Sima Yi did not pursue. He stopped and returned to the Dao field. Zhou Fan, Long Hao, and Hao Tian were dumbfounded. They knew that the Dao field's guard was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. Zhang Dugu had yet to use his supreme treasure and was already frightened away. At least he let Zhang Dugu go. Han Ju wanted to intimidate the Providence sect and not find trouble with him if there was nothing. As for being discovered by the sages, Han Ju didn't care. So what if they knew? Could they enter the immortal world and beat him up? Han Ju smiled and continued cultivating. It had been more than 2,000 years since his last breakthrough. With Han Ju's cultivation speed, it was not difficult for him to break through again in 5,000 years. Outside the 33rd heaven, Zhang Dugu knelt in front of Li Muyi, whose body shone like a god that had opened the sky. Really? Li Muyi asked in a low voice. Zhang Dugu's expression was ugly. That's right, it's indeed Shi Dudao. Li Muyi said. Shi Dudao is cultivating in South Extreme Heavenly Venerates Dao Field. It can't be him. He pinched his fingers to deduce and discovered that he could not deduce that Dao field. Something was wrong. Zhang Dugu said in a low voice, most importantly, that Dao field. I tried my best but still couldn't break through it. I feel like I'm trying to charge into a sage Dao field. Impossible, Li Muyi said firmly. Zhang Dugu was silent. Li Muyi also fell silent. Several breaths later, he said, I'll go personally take a look. Zhang Dugu's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded. Sages couldn't enter the immortal world personally, but it was not difficult to send a clone or Dharma idol. 50 years later, Han Ju was cultivating in the Taoist temple when he suddenly heard someone preaching. The Tao voice sounded like an illusion and came from afar. He opened his eyes and immediately checked the surrounding enemies. Li Muyi, perfected pseudo-sage realm, one of the 3 corpses of a sage. Oh! He was finally here. Han Ju had already expected to attract the attention of the sages, so he was not flustered or surprised. He closed his eyes again and started the simulation trial with Li Muyi. He fought with all his might. Too close. Fortunately, he could kill the guy instantly. Even if it was a sage's clone, his cultivation was only at the pseudo-sage realm. How could he defeat Han Ju? Completely relieved, Han Ju's focus returned to cultivation. With the array formation around, even if the disciples were bewitched, they could not break out. The hidden sect disciples quickly heard Li Muyi's lecture and rushed in that direction to the edge of the Dao field. Li Muyi was preaching halfway up a mountain. He shook his head and wore ordinary clothes. He was like a farmer in the mountains, but at this period there were no farmers. Connate life forms ran towards him from all directions. It was a spectacular sight. Who is that fellow? Zhang Yi asked unhappily. They were used to Han Ju's lecture and didn't like Li Muyi's. Dao Sovereign's eyes flickered. Should we deal with him? This was the hidden sect's territory. Murong Qi said, Don't be anxious. Let's wait and see. It might be a trap. Don't forget Zhang Dugu. Our hidden sect might have been exposed. The other disciples had solemn expressions. They scanned Li Muyi with their divine sense and were shocked to find that they could not see through him. This time they did not dare to think about leaving. Hao Tian's figure appeared above Long Hao's head. He said in a low voice, A sage's avatar. Everyone was shocked. Li Muyi seemed to have heard Hao Tian's voice and couldn't help but glance at him. Hao Tian was so frightened that he immediately shrank back into Long Hao's body. So what if he's a sage? He doesn't even dare to enter, the black hell chicken said disdainfully. It believed that if there was really danger, Hanju would definitely escape. What did it mean that he did not run away now? It meant safety. Hearing its words, the other's eyes lit up. Liao said, "The senior guards didn't come. It seems that sect master is confident. The reason why the other party is preaching the Tao is to trick us out." Zhao Shenyuan sighed. Master is remarkable. The Tao field can actually stop a sage. The others also sighed. As they spoke, Li Mui's mouth twitched. Pretending not to hear them, he continued speaking. Soon, the disciples returned to cultivate. Year after year passed. More and more connate lifeforms appeared outside the 100-peak Immortal River. At a glance, the entire mountain was filled with all sorts of birds and beasts. 100 years later, the number of connate lifeforms here had already exceeded 100,000. They were still steadily increasing. From the looks of it, Li Mui planned to set up a Tao field here? Hanju couldn't help but send a voice transmission to him. "Senior, what do you mean by this?" Li Mui replied with a smile. "Young friend, you're really impressive. Why don't you invite me into the Tao field? I'm afraid of death. You should have already guessed my identity. I won't attack you. In the past, I've sent you a dream, but you were in the dark forbidden zone and didn't receive it. Then what's the matter? Do you want the sage position? Wow. Were sages only capable of promising this?" Hanju said, "Sage Qiu Shilai has already promised to give me a sage position. Could it be that there are 2 sage positions available?" Li Mui was moved. "He doesn't have a sage position. Don't be fooled." "Really? Then I have to ask him," Hanju replied doubtfully. "Humph." A cold snort sounded. It was Qiu Shilai. This old bald donkey was actually spying on them. Li Mui seemed to have heard something. He slowly stood up and transformed into a beam of light that shot into the sky. Hanju didn't mind. He let Qiu Shilai and Li Mui restrain each other so that they wouldn't disturb him. After Li Mui left, Hanju thought that Qiu Shilai would look for him, but he didn't. Hanju could feel that his relationship with Qiu Shilai had become quite peculiar. If Qiu Shilai no longer asked his disciples to join the Buddhist sect, it meant that their relationship had been ruined. He had to be careful of Qiu Shilai's schemes. There were thousands of sages. Although he had the protection of the Tao field, Hanju still had to be careful. Although Li Mui had left, the connate lifeforms outside the 100-peak Immortal River did not leave. They seemed to recognize this place. Not only that, but the number of connate lifeforms was also increasing. 80 years later, Zhou Mingyue came to visit Hanju, followed by Han Zuetian. This was also Han Zuetian's first time coming to Hanju's Taoist temple. The master and disciple knelt in front of him, looking very nervous. Hanju remained silent and waited for them to speak. Zhou Mingyue asked carefully, "Grandmaster, what should we do with the connate lifeforms outside?" Hanju asked, "You want to take them in?" Han Zuetian looked up and said, "The 100-peak Immortal River is so big. Since those connate lifeforms are unwilling to leave, why don't you accept them? I heard from the other elders that as long as connate lifeforms survive, they will be mighty figures of the world in the future." Hanju stared at him, scaring him so much that he hurriedly lowered his head. Although the divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection covered Hanju's face, the oppressive gaze made Han Zuetian feel as if he was in a cold cave. Hanju suddenly realized that Han Zuetian was too ambitious. This ambition was inherent. He wondered if this was a good thing. Zhou Mingyue seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Grandmaster, don't worry. I'll only accept Zuetian. I definitely won't lead these connate lifeforms out to cause trouble." Han Zuetian promised, "That's right, Grandmaster. I'm only doing this for the hidden sect's sake. Although the hidden sect is strong, most people are busy cultivating in seclusion. The sect lacks people to manage the living beings outside. I'm the youngest and can help do these things." Hanju didn't suspect Han Zuetian's loyalty. After so many years, his favorability towards him had already reached 6 stars. Zhou Mingyue glared at Han Zuetian and scolded him. What are you saying? Han Zuetian felt wronged and did not dare to reply. Zhou Mingyue was frightened. Why did these words sound so much like fighting for power? Although Han Ju was good to his disciples, they had never doubted his methods. If Han Ju really felt danger, he would definitely not show mercy. Han Ju checked the living beings near the Dao field and didn't find Li Mui. He directly used his divine sense to move the hundreds of thousands of Khanate lifeforms outside into the 100-peak Immortal River. Go! They're already inside. Han Ju closed his eyes after saying that. Zhou Mingyue and Han Zuetian were pleasantly surprised. They quickly thanked him and left. As soon as they entered the 100-peak Immortal River, the Khanate lifeforms all became restless, causing the place to fall into a commotion. However, not long after, they quietened down. Dao Sovereign had made his move. Han Ju didn't expect much from these Khanate lifeforms. If the 10,000 Nether race members could cultivate to the pseudo-sage realm, then the existence of Khanate lifeforms would not mean much. But there was one thing. Since they entered the 100-peak Immortal River, they could forget about leaving, unless they cultivated to the pseudo-sage realm. After thousands of years of development, and with the various Providence sects preaching everywhere, more and more Khanate lifeforms appeared. Be it Khanate lifeforms or ferocious beasts, they all liked to rush towards the places with abundant spirit chi. In the 100-peak Immortal River, because of the Dao field, the surrounding spirit chi was also constantly increasing, causing more and more Khanate lifeforms to appear. Time passed quickly. Another 1,000 years passed. Tu Linger stepped into the deity realm. Dao Comprehension Sword, Chu Shuren, and Murong Qi also began to charge towards it. Zhao Shenyuan was getting closer and closer to the Zenith Heaven realm. There were already more than 1,000 Khanate lifeforms in the 100-peak Immortal River. Under Han Zuetian's management, a form of hierarchy began to form. On this day, a large number of organized Khanate lifeforms appeared outside the 100-peak Immortal River. They were mighty and shook the ground. A mighty giant appeared at the end of the horizon. In front of him, those huge Khanate lifeforms were like stones. He was taller than any mountain in the 100-peak Immortal River. It was the ancient race's leader, Ancient Fiendish Yin. After so many years, the Ancient Fiendish Yin's ancient race had absorbed countless Khanate lifeforms and covered the various regions. Recently, Ancient Fiendish Yin had heard from his subordinates that there were many Khanate lifeforms in this area. He had led his subordinates here and was prepared to expand the ancient race. Ancient Fiendish Yin's gaze landed on the 100-peak Immortal River. The nearby Khanate lifeforms seemed to be isolated by an invisible force and could not advance. Many living beings were even stuck to the edge of the formation. At first glance, half of their bodies were in the air. It was extremely strange. Ancient Fiendish Yin suddenly leaped, stirring up a terrifying wind. Some weak Khanate lifeforms were directly overturned. Boom! The Ancient Fiendish Yin collided with the Dao field's formation and was forcefully blocked. His long hair fluttered as if he was possessed by a ferocious beast. He began to punch the array formation with both fists, but unfortunately, he could not break through it. The hidden sect disciples walked out of their residences and looked at the terrifying figure in the sky. They looked at each other. Who was this? The Khanate lifeforms in the 100-peak Immortal River were all frightened and nervous. Hao Tian came out of Long Hao's body and said, "Ancient Fiendish Yin, I didn't expect him to come. It's probably because there are too many Khanate lifeforms around the 100-peak Immortal River that attracted him." His tone was filled with teasing, feeling that Ancient Fiendish Yin was courting death. The others did not think much of Ancient Fiendish Yin. Only the Khanate lifeforms under Han Zuetian were nervous. The Ancient Fiendish Yin looked too powerful. Just looking at its figure was enough to make them despair. What's there to panic about? This person is nothing in our hidden sect. The mighty figure of the hidden sect is busy cultivating and doesn't reveal his true body. Han Zuetian cursed. Looking at his subordinates trembling, he was furious. They were far inferior to the Nether race. That was 10,000 immortal emperor mighty figures. At this moment, boom! A sword chi suddenly shot out from the 100-peak Immortal River. It passed through the array formation and directly pierced through the ancient fiendish Yin's head. Blood splattered like rain. The headless ancient fiendish Yin hurriedly jumped away from the Dao field. How can this be? Ancient fiendish Yin was shocked. Even a perfected pseudosage could not directly penetrate his body. Who was the other party? At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. The blinding divine light made him squint his eyes. He instinctively waved his palm to prevent the other party from attacking him. It was Hanju. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial Dharma idol condensed above Hanju's head and punched out. Both fists collided. The ancient fiendish Yin was directly exploded. His body turned into dust and scattered. His soul fled in fear. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial waved his fist again. Ancient fiendish Yin's soul was directly obliterated. Almost instantly, Hanju disappeared and returned to the Taoist temple. The world fell silent. The connate lifeforms outside the 100-peak Immortal River were all dumbfounded. They looked up in disbelief as the blood mist continued to descend. Ancient fiendish Yin has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points: 5 stars. Hanju frowned when he saw this line of words. He was still alive. It seemed that this fellow also hid a soul elsewhere. But it's fine. Ancient fiendish Yin being alive was not a threat. It was a good opportunity to intimidate the various factions. Most of the connate life forms of the ancient race had intelligence. They could communicate, so they would probably spread the news. Ever since Zhangdugu, continuous people kept coming to barge into the Dao field. In the long run, what would happen? Hanju kept a low profile and cultivated. But he was not afraid of being discovered. Nothing would happen as long as he was in the Dao field. After thinking, Hanju closed his eyes. He wasn't in a hurry to curse ancient fiendish Yin. Cursing now would easily expose him. He would curse the guy to death in a few thousand years. On the other side, Han Zuetian stood on the hill and said smugly, "Do you see? This is the hidden sect's power. You are not considered disciples yet. You need to cultivate well. You have already joined the strongest force in the world. However, if your cultivation is insufficient, you will not have the chance to return after being chased out." The transformed living beings at the foot of the mountain nodded excitedly. They didn't see Hanju appear. They only saw ancient fiendish Yin being sent flying. Then, a huge shadow flashed past and ancient fiendish Yin turned into a bloody mist and died on the spot. Compared to them, the hidden sect disciples were very calm, including the Nether race. Currently, they were all existences who pursued the great Tao. They weren't like ancient fiendish Yin who had to enter the world to fight for power. The situation was different. In the following years, the news of ancient fiendish Yin's death quickly spread. It spread wider and wider. The severely injured ancient fiendish Yin couldn't condense a new body in a short period of time. He had offended too many powerful enemies and did not even dare to show himself, causing the ancient race to be like scattered sand. The hidden sect and the 100-peak Immortal River's names began to spread. Many connate lifeforms in the 100-peak Immortal River communicated with the connate lifeforms outside at the edge of the Dao field, causing the two names, 100-peak Immortal River and Hidden Sect, to be known by the connate lifeforms outside. They spread it by word of mouth. 1 spread to 1, 2 to 10, and 10 to 10,000. The various Providence sects also knew of the 100-peak Immortal River and the Hidden Sect's existence. They had also seen the Hidden Sect during the Heavenly Race Banquet. However, they did not expect that the Hidden Sect actually hid a powerful existence that could easily kill ancient fiendish Yin. 200 immortal emperors and an almost invincible pseudosage below the sages. In the middle were supreme geniuses like Zhang Yi and Dao Sovereign in the previous calamity. This force. They were ridiculously strong. Most importantly, the various forces did not know the hidden sect's true background. 432 years later, the 100-peak Immortal River welcomed visitors. I'm the sect master of the Jie School, Jing Tiangong. I'm especially here to visit the sect master of the hidden sect. Can I meet you? Jing Tiangong's voice entered the Dao field. causing Han Ju to open his eyes. He naturally wouldn't kill this believer directly, but he couldn't see him either. The three schools of the Tao sect had a sensitive relationship. They were united to the outside world, but they had always been fighting internally. Once they formed a good relationship with someone, they would definitely offend the other two schools. The Heavenly Court wanted to form the entire Tao sect, but it collapsed. Hanju said, "Forget about meeting. Jie School sect master. Our hidden sect doesn't want to fight for power and has no intention of becoming friends with the various factions. We only want to cultivate." Hearing this, Jing Tiangong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The disciples accompanying him were all angry. In their ears, Hanju didn't give them face. However, they did not shout. After all, Jing Tiangong was here. With the sect master around, it was not their turn to speak. Jing Tiangong smiled and asked, "Then, can fellow Taoists tell me your name?" "Hanju, a nobody." "Hanju." Jing Tiangong narrowed his eyes and pinched his fingers to deduce. "Ha!" Jing Tiangong seemed to have guessed something. He revealed a strange smile and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, if you pass by the Jie School in the future, remember to visit me. You don't want to be disturbed, but I like to be disturbed the most." With that said, Jing Tiangong turned around and left. The Jie School disciples followed closely behind. On the other side, Hanju walked out of the Taoist temple. Disturbed by Jing Tiangong, he wasn't in the mood to cultivate and wanted to take a walk. He suddenly thought of the Qilin egg in the cave. After thousands of years, not many Qilin eggs had hatched. Only a dozen or so. The other Qilin eggs were still being nurtured. Arriving at the cave, Hanju appeared in front of the Reincarnation avatar, Liu Bei. Liu Bei opened his eyes and hurriedly stood up to bow when he saw him. Hanju looked at a sleeping Qilin in the tunnel. This Qilin was as big as an elephant and wore crimson scales. As it breathed, its nose emitted a scorching aura. His potential is not bad. He has already reached the grand unity true immortal realm. Hanju praised. He looked into the cave and saw the figures of other Qilin, but their cultivation was far inferior to this crimson Qilin. Liu Bei smiled. Its potential is indeed not bad. It can be considered the king of the Qilin race. The other Qilins are all very afraid of it. Perhaps it's the Qilin race's royal bloodline. By the way, its name is Su Lin. Would it be offensive for me to give it a name? If you're not satisfied, you can give it a new name. Hanju said, "It's fine. There's no need to change it. Send it to my Taoist temple when it reaches the grand unity golden immortal realm." With that, Hanju disappeared. Liu Bei heaved a sigh of relief. He was actually just testing it. Hanju's nonchalance was actually permission. He was grateful to him. He knew that Hanju wanted him to control the Qilin race and increase his authority in the hidden sect. Of course, he couldn't forget that the true master of the Qilin race was Hanju. Immortal world in the seas. There was still remnant negative karma of the immeasurable calamity. It floated on the sea like a black mist. On an island, Jing Tiangong and Huang Zuintian stood at the top of the mountain and looked into the distance. "Do you know Hanju?" Jing Tiangong pretended to ask casually. "Worry." Huang Zuintian thought for a moment and said, "It sounds familiar. Let me think. I've met more than 10 people called Hanju in my life. The ones who left the deepest impression should be the Hanju of the Eastern Dragon region and the Hanju of the mortal world." "Oh? Tell me." Hanju of the Eastern Dragon region is a hidden cultivator who doesn't belong to any sect. I don't know if he's still alive. Hanju of the mortal world is an ascetic I encountered when I was immortal. I suffered greatly in his hands. Huang Zuintian shook his head and laughed as he recalled the past. Jing Tiangong asked, "How's your relationship with Hanju from the mortal world? Are you enemies?" Huang Zuintian said, "There are indeed grudges. But there are differences between mortals and immortals. The past is like smoke and mist, not worth mentioning." He asked in surprise, "Sect Master, why are you asking about him? Did you encounter him?" "No way, he's still alive after the calamity." Jing Tiangong stared at him and smiled. Nothing. I'm just asking. A mighty figure named Han Ju recently appeared in the immortal world. Oh? Tell me the details. Huang Zuentian pretended to be curious. Jing Tiangong told him about the hidden sect. Huang Zuentian sighed. I didn't expect the hidden sect's master to also be called Han Ju. Wait, could it be that Han Ju of our mortal world? He began to deduce with his fingers and frowned. I can't deduce it, as expected of a mighty figure. Another 1,000 years passed since Jing Tiangong left. While cultivating, Han Ju cursed Sage Fated Secrets and checked his emails. The content of the emails was still mostly about various opportunities. He was bored. It had been a long time since he was attacked. Han Ju was really not used to it. It seemed that the immortal world would be peaceful for a long time. Han Ju felt that it was good. It gave them time to develop. The cultivation levels of the hidden sect disciples continued to increase. No one stopped advancing. It had to be said that the great Tao of extreme origin was all-encompassing. It was really wonderful. All the disciples could obtain enlightenment from it. Han Ju realized that after reaching the great Tao level, potential was actually not that important. What was more important was aptitude and comprehension. On this day, Tao Comprehension Sword came to visit him. She was already a rank 9 immortal emperor and was only a step away from the deity realm. She hoped that he could help her. Han Ju began to preach the Tao for her alone, focusing on the deity realm. 20 years later, Tao Comprehension Sword left with much comprehension. 139 years later, Tao Comprehension Sword successfully reached the one mystic divine origin. More and more deity realm experts appeared in the hidden sect. The entire sect was flourishing. The Khanate lifeforms at the bottom also began to focus on cultivation. The number of Khanate lifeforms around the 100-peak Immortal River continued to increase. However, ever since ancient fiendish Yin had suffered a setback here, no powerful enemies tried to barge in. Boom! Near the 100-peak Immortal River, the ground shook, startling many Khanate lifeforms and ferocious beasts. Giant fingers broke out from the ground. Soon the entire palm stood on the ground. It was even larger than a mountain. His fingertips reached into the clouds. This palm was covered in blood. It was dense and ghastly, and the fingers seemed extremely stiff. Under the Fusang tree, Zhang Yi looked at the palm and frowned. He muttered, I think I've seen that hand somewhere before. The black hell chicken said calmly, Didn't limbs fall from the sky thousands of years ago? There's probably a mighty figure plotting. However, we don't have to worry as long as it doesn't appear in the 100-peak Immortal River. Zhang Yi glanced at it and pretended to be cold. All the living beings in the 100-peak Immortal River were discussing the palm. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju had a strange expression. This palm. Zhu Tu's hand. Their auras were identical but even more sinister. Could it be that after Zhu Tu died, his body was taken away by a sage? Zhu Tu was the strongest person in the early stages of the calamity. He had even died because of Han Ju. Now that his palm appeared near the Tao field, Han Ju was inexplicably nervous. I want to know, why did this palm appear near the Tao field? Han Ju thought silently. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Emperor Zhao's doing. Han Ju frowned. It was really him. The person who had scattered the limbs around the immortal world was Emperor Xiao. This person was one of the devil race's ancestors. He had the devil ancestors' support and was full of ambition. Emperor Xiao noticed Han Ju because they looked at each other. Han Ju had a feeling that the devils would definitely appear in the next immeasurable calamity and make a comeback. Han Ju thought for a moment and decided to ignore it. It was just nice for the palm to drive the surrounding living beings away and return peace to the 100-peak Immortal River. Even if Emperor Xiao came personally, he would still not be able to break through the Tao field's defense. Zhu Tu's palm absorbed endless negative karma and grudges. The aura of misfortune it emitted made the living beings uneasy. In a few years, some living beings couldn't take it anymore and fled. This was what Hanju wanted. He extended his divine sense and swept across several regions. He discovered that it was not only the 100-peak Immortal River. The limbs of the previous calamity were everywhere. They occupied places with abundant spirit chi and dispersed the Khanate lifeforms. Hanju finally understood. So Emperor Shao wanted to restrict the development of Khanate lifeforms. Since it wasn't only against Hanju, he didn't have to care. Just like that. Another 700 years passed. A large number of cultivators appeared outside the 100-peak Immortal River. These cultivators rushed towards Zutu's palm and set up array formations around it. This scene attracted the attention of the hidden sect disciples. Jie school disciple. Long Hao recognized the Taoist robes the disciples were wearing and clicked his tongue in wonder. The sect master of the Jie school had been here before. Why were there so many disciples this time? What did he want? The others also stared at the Jie school disciples. Hanju was also watching from the Taoist temple. Several days later, the Jie school disciples surrounded Zutu's palm and began to activate the array formation. Arrays rose. Golden chains wrapped around the palm, black flames burned, and strange red chi seeped into it. Thousands of Jie school disciples kept casting spells. A golden wheel appeared in the sky. It seemed to be formed by dozens of golden rings. Mysterious words flickered vaguely, looking magnificent. The palm trembled violently as if it was struggling. Boom! A strange force suddenly erupted and swept across Jie school disciples. Immediately after, the disciples in the front row were petrified and turned into dust. This scene frightened the other disciples. Zutu's palm suddenly clenched into a fist, causing a strong wind to sweep in all directions and to shatter all the surrounding array formations. The other disciples seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. They fell and crashed into the mountains and rivers, drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye and turning into dried corpses as their bodies trembled. They wanted to make a sound, but they could not. In the end, they all died. The world fell silent. The hidden sect disciples were stunned. This palm was so powerful? Even Tao's sovereign, a zenith heaven golden immortal, could not help but frown. Hanju could tell that this palm already had a power close to a pseudosage. The strongest among these disciples was only an immortal emperor. How could they subdue it? Why did Jing Tiangong let them come to die? Hanju couldn't figure it out. Little did they know that it was not Jing Tiangong who wanted them to die. The entire Jie school was subduing the remnant body parts everywhere. This batch of disciples had their own thoughts, so they rushed over. After the Jie school disciples perished, Zutu's palm slowly released. From high up in the sky, it was as if a giant was buried alive. This battle frightened the hidden sect disciples. But since Hanju didn't say anything, they were not worried. However, they felt uneasy every time they saw Zutu's palm. Time passed. 30 years later. Detected that you are 20,000 years old. You have the following choices. 1. Come out immediately and clean up the remains of the calamity. You can obtain immeasurable merit, a great Tao fragment, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and not be affected by karma in the world. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Hanju suddenly opened his eyes. It's back. It's here. Heavenly Tao spirit stone. As expected of an achievement reward of 20,000 years. The Book of Misfortune could be upgraded. Hanju thought happily. He seemed to see Sage Fated Secret's death already. He chose the second option without hesitation. The Book of Misfortune was already a Zenith Heaven Supreme Treasure. If its level rose again, it would definitely be a major one. Hanju immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone and started to fuse them. He wondered if the Dharma treasure would be pseudosage level. If not, it would directly become a Heavenly Tao Dharma treasure. The power of the curse. Hanju didn't dare to think too deeply. The Book of Misfortune's upgrade took 30 years. But at this point, 30 years was nothing. Book of Misfortune upgraded from a Zenith Heaven Supreme Treasure to a heavenly Tao numinous treasure. There was no pseudosage level. It was directly at the heavenly Tao level. Hanju was in a good mood. He did not curse sage fated secrets immediately but continued cultivating. He wasn't far from breaking through. He had to cultivate to the late-stage pseudosage realm first. More than 6,000 years had passed since the last breakthrough. Hanju turned around and felt that time passed so quickly, as if it was yesterday. The early-stage heavenly Tao had no grudges or conflicts. The definition of time was not obvious. All living beings were busy cultivating. Although various providence sects were wandering the immortal world, the world was vast. It wasn't difficult for them to hide and cultivate. On the other side, outside the 33rd heaven, in the palace, sage fated secrets suddenly felt uneasy. For some reason, he felt like a calamity was coming. This feeling had not appeared since he had attained the Tao. He immediately thought of the Dark Forbidden Lord. In the past few decades, the Dark Forbidden Lord had not cursed him. Was he preparing something? The more sage fated secrets thought about it, the more panicked he became. He also thought that the other sages had been interacting closely recently and seemed to be alienating him. No, I have to rope in an ally. Qiu Shilai is not reliable. Sage fated secret's eyes flickered. He immediately stood up and left. 300 years later, Hanju finally had a chance to break through. He directly entered seclusion. In 50 years, he successfully broke through. Feeling, Hanju checked his attributes panel. Name, Hanju. Lifespan, 20,380/6 sextillion 790 quintillion 9 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999 million 999,999. Race, primordial fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor. Cultivation, late stage of the pseudo-primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering, great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, great Tao of extreme origin, great. His lifespan doubled again. Hanju was getting closer and closer to becoming a sage. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. After consolidating his cultivation, he would deal with sage-fated secrets. 49 years later, Hanju finished consolidating his cultivation. He was about to take out the Book of Misfortune when he felt a powerful aura. Extending his divine sense, he saw a sword chi sweep over from the end of the horizon, collided with Zutu's palm and cut it into two. Blood splattered across the ground. The two halves of the palm trembled violently and wanted to heal. Another sword chi interwove and shattered the palm. Hanju raised his eyebrows. What a powerful sword chi. The other party was at least a pseudo-sage. Furthermore, this sword chi looked familiar. Hanju looked over and saw a white-robed swordsman flying over on sword chi. Isn't this Li Daokong? Li Daokong stopped in front of Zhu Tu's palm and looked down at the mountain of meat. He frowned. This murderous aura is essentially demonic chi. Could it be that the devil ancestor is plotting something? Li Daokong thought silently. His gaze landed on the 100-peak Immortal River. He had long heard of it. This time he was not here for Zhu Tu's palm, but for the 100-peak Immortal River. Flying forward, he raised his hand to touch an invisible formation. He secretly activated his dermic powers and felt that his dermic powers were blocked by an extremely strong force, then directly melted. What a powerful formation! Li Daokong raised his eyebrows and asked, Sect Master of the Hidden Sect. I'm the eldest disciple of the human school, Li Daokong. I'm here to ask about cultivation. He had long heard of the Hidden Sect. The heavenly emperor of the heavenly court was a disciple of the Hidden Sect. Hanju's voice floated over slowly. Fellow Taoist Li, you're so powerful. I'm not your match. Forget it. He asked silently, was Li Daokong arranged to be here by a sage? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. It's not a sage's arrangement. He's just curious about you. Curious? Hanju was speechless. Does this fellow still want to take me in as his disciple? Hanju, aren't you letting me in? Are you worried that I'll attack you? I, Li Daokong. Never ambush or scheme. Li Daokong's voice floated over. Hanju continued to ask in his mind, if Li Daokong comes in, will I be in danger? No. This time, his lifespan was not deducted. Perhaps the system had already checked Li Daokong's motives. Hanju asked, is Li Daokong loyal to the human school? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Although he is loyal, he is not a fanatic. Hanju narrowed his eyes and felt that it was feasible. The human school structure was complicated. There were only 2 disciples on the surface, but there were countless disciples in the dark. Zhang Dugu and Li Daokong were both from the human school, but they were already mortal enemies. Li Daokong would definitely be dissatisfied. Hanju said, come in. He directly wrapped him with his divine sense. Li Daokong did not resist and was sucked into the Taoist temple. After landing, Li Daokong's gaze landed on Hanju. You've actually reached the pseudo-sage realm, Li Daokong said with a burning gaze, his heart filled with shock. This talent was too terrifying. When he first met Hanju, Li Daokong only felt that he was a prodigy. After 10,000 years, this prodigy actually surpassed him. Li Daokong knew his potential very well. His breakthrough speed was already the fastest in the Calamity, but compared to Hanju, he thought of what Li Mui had told him and seemed to understand something. Hanju smiled and said, if you had been cultivating in seclusion, you would have long become a sage. He waved his hand, causing a mat to appear on the ground. He then gestured for Li Daokong to sit down. After Li Daokong sat down, he smiled and said, it's not that easy to attain the Tao. You need great providence. However, I've already obtained enough providence in the previous calamity. I'm only lacking the primordial purple chi. Hanju asked, is there a heavenly Tao sage in the human school now? Li Daokong said, yes, but my master created his own little heavenly Tao. It's not inferior to the heavenly Tao of the immortal world. Doesn't that mean that the human school also has a primordial purple chi? Hanju only knew of 8 heavenly Tao sages. Nuwa, Fuxician, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Qiu Shilai, Sect Master Tianju, Sage Fated Secrets, Sage Jinan and Emperor Shao. Not to mention that Nuwa had perished. A heavenly Tao sage had yet to appear. He guessed that he was hiding in the human school. Li Daokong said, that's right. If there are no accidents, I will be the next heavenly Tao sage. Do you want to acknowledge me as your master? Hanju asked, is it the position of Sage Nuwa or the human school? It's naturally Empress Nuwa's position. Oh. Hanju relaxed. So this fellow was also deceived by a sage. Hanju said in surprise. Sage Li Mui said that he wanted to give me the primordial purple chi. Why did he also promise it you? Li Daokong frowned. Hanju continued. Not only Li Mui, but also Sage Qiu Shilai. He also said that he wanted to give me Nuwa's primordial purple chi and let me fight for providence and fame first. How many primordial purple chi does Nuwa have? Li Daokong snorted. It seems that you and I are both pawns. I'm afraid you and I aren't the only ones. Actually, I came to find you for another goal. I want to create a new human school. New human school? This fellow wants to stab Li Mui in the back? Hanju frowned and didn't agree immediately. If Li Daokong really thought that, Li Mui would definitely sense it. Sages were high and mighty and knew everything. Seeing through his thoughts, Li Daokong said, don't worry, I have a heavenly Tao supreme treasure on me. Sages can't capture my actions or spy on me. Hanju shook his head. If that's the case, shouldn't Li Mui be more afraid of you? Li Daokong said calmly. That's right, so he trusts Zhang Dugu more. Hanju remained silent. Li Daokong continued to talk about his relationship with Zhang Dugu. Zhang Dugu was the human school's previous eldest disciple. He had become Li Mui's disciple and was equivalent to his senior. However, Li Daokong was Li Mui's adopted disciple. Zhang Dugu had joined Li Mui at his peak. Zhang Dugu had an extremely high status in the human race. Because of him, the human school status in the human race had increased greatly, so he was trusted by Li Mui. In the previous immeasurable calamity, Li Daokong had followed Li Mui's orders to assist the heavenly court. Unexpectedly, the heavenly court had suddenly risen. Their opponents had died one after another and even threatened the sage's lineage. Li Mui had Li Daokong and Zhang Dugu retreat. Li Daokong did not agree. He had already promised to help the heavenly court. How could he go back on his word? Moreover, in his opinion, it was good if the heavenly court won. They could end the calamity as soon as possible. Thus, he offended Li Mui, and Zhang Dugu also appeared out of thin air and entered the calamity. After that, because the two of them were on their own, they often fought. They were furious, and now it had even become a death grudge. Expressionless, Han Ju laughed in his heart. In that case, the estrangement between Li Daokong and Li Mui was due to him, the dark forbidden lord? Li Daokong looked at him with a burning gaze and said, "Are you willing to join me? I can make you the vice sect master." Han Ju said helplessly, "How many disciples do you have?" "Not many. We can continue recruiting." "When can you recruit to the size of our hidden sect?" 2. 11. Li Daokong fell silent. He couldn't help but scan with his divine sense and discovered that there were actually more than 10,000 immortal emperors in the hidden sect. There were also several zenith heavens. This force. Impossible. Li Daokong was shocked. Han Ju said, "Why don't you join my hidden sect?" In any case, Han Ju still admired Li Daokong. In the previous calamity, other than sages, Li Daokong was the most prominent. His reputation as the #1 sword immortal in the heavenly Tao had long fallen on him. Most importantly, Li Daokong's breakthrough speed had always been very fast. Li Daokong narrowed his eyes and said, "Aren't you afraid of offending a sage? If I create a new human school with you, won't I also offend a sage? Besides, are you really confident in creating and controlling a providence sect?" Han Ju asked bluntly. In his impression, Li Daokong had always been fighting alone and occasionally brought his junior Li Xianxia along. Li Daokong fell silent again. He indeed did not have any experience in this area. The reason why he wanted to create a new sect was that he wanted to go against Li Mui. Han Ju sighed secretly. It was indeed impossible to subdue Li Daokong so easily. "How about we spar?" Li Daokong looked up and asked. Han Ju thought for a moment and felt that he couldn't hide anymore. He said, "I have a mystical power that can let us fight in an illusion. In the illusion, you can unleash your full strength." Interested? Li Daokong nodded in agreement. Han Ju pulled him into the simulation trial and started fighting. To prevent Li Daokong from thinking there was something wrong with the simulation trial, Han Ju first adopted a defensive strategy and let him attack. After Li Daokong used his full strength, he would defeat him with one move. That's right. Instant kill. The late-stage pseudo-sage Han Ju was able to insta-kill all existences under the sages. Even the world-shattering Li Daokong was insta-killed. Several days later, Li Daokong left the 100-peak Immortal River. His expression was dark and his back was desolate. Under the Fusang tree, Zhang Yi asked curiously, "He seems very unhappy. Did he fall out with Sect Master?" The Black Hell Chicken said, "Needless to say, he must have been taught a lesson in the simulation trial." Zhang Yi was silent. He would indeed be very unhappy. Back then, he had spent a lot of time to walk out of the shadows. After Li Daokong left, Han Ju began to improve his sword Dao mystical power. He used a few months to reach his limits. After that, he began to comprehend the grand unity aspect. In 20 years, Han Ju had cultivated 12 fiend celestial Dharma idols. They were the 9 Yang Fiend Celestial, the Earth Fiend Celestial, the Origin Gold Fiend Celestial, the Ultimate Bone Fiend Celestial, the Thousand-Headed Fiend Celestial, the Falling Space Fiend Celestial, the Cave Eye Fiend Celestial, the Red Evil Fiend Celestial, West Day Fiend Celestial, the Great Dharma Fiend Celestial, Trapped Nightmare Fiend Celestial, and Thought-Severing Fiend Celestial. Hanju had already accumulated 35 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols and was walking further and further on the path of invincibility. After that, he began the simulation trial. Everyone below the sages were insta-killed. He was still killed when he challenged a sage, but he lasted longer. Hanju felt bored. He seemed to have become stronger, but also not. Hanju decided to set a goal for himself. He wanted to defeat a heavenly Dao sage before attaining the Dao. If he couldn't even do this, how could he challenge all the heavenly Dao sages alone after he attained the Dao? Hanju adjusted his emotions and took out the Book of Misfortune. He smiled. As his dermic powers were injected into the Book of Misfortune, a black light emitted and shone on Hanju's face, making him look extremely evil and terrifying. 5 days later, Hanju began to curse with his lifespan. His lifespan decreased extremely quickly, as expected of a heavenly Dao numinous treasure. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they might be drained dry in a second. On the other side, Sage Fated Secrets sensed the Dark Forbidden Lord's curse and immediately circulated his energy to resist. He had a feeling that this curse was stronger than before. At this moment, he was in Emperor Zhao's Dao field. Emperor Xiao frowned when he saw Sage Fated Secrets circulating his energy. He asked, "The Dark Forbidden Lord has begun?" Sage Fated Secrets nodded. Emperor Xiao pinched his fingers to deduce but couldn't track the source of the curse on Sage Fated Secrets. "I knew it. This Dark Forbidden Lord is really a sage." Emperor Zhao's expression darkened. A sage who wanted to destroy other sages was extremely dangerous. Even if Emperor Xiao had ulterior motives, he did not want to be secretly targeted by other sages. Look at Sage Fated Secrets. He had even developed a mental demon. After a while, black chi began to surround Sage Fated Secrets. This was the manifestation of the curse. Emperor Xiao sensed with his divine sense and was secretly shocked. Could it be that the other party had sacrificed a world? The curse was too powerful. Sage Fated Secrets took out a golden bell and covered himself. However, the curse power directly penetrated the golden bell and attacked his body and soul. Oh no! Sage Fated Secrets cursed silently. This curse power had increased too quickly. This time, it was probably not as simple as a mental demon. He opened his eyes and said, "Emperor, help me!" Emperor Xiao immediately appeared behind him. His right palm landed on his shoulder, and he used his great dermic powers to help Sage Fated Secrets resist the curse. In the Taoist temple, covered in a black aura, Hanju cursed as he stared at the attributes panel. 10 trillion years. 15 trillion years. 20 trillion years. Because of your curse, your enemy Sage Fated Secrets has developed mental demons. Fortunately, with the help of a sage, he suppressed these mental demons. Sage Fated Secrets had asked another sage for help? Hanju frowned. He didn't stop and continued cursing. His lifespan decreased rapidly. 25 trillion years. 30 trillion years. 40 trillion years. Hanju couldn't take it anymore. This was too much. 2 sages combined were indeed terrifying. They were like iron walls that blocked the power of curses. At this moment, because of your curse, your enemy Sage Fated Secrets suffered from chi deviation and became a mad sage. Mad sage. Hanju immediately stopped. He let out a long sigh. His entire body felt comfortable as if he had finally gotten what he wanted. This outcome was also good. Hanju didn't feel that he could curse a sage to death in one go, but Sage Fated Secrets had already become a mad sage. It meant that his death was not far away. Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and got up to preach the Tao to the disciples. 13th Heaven, Heavenly Race Palace. Fang Liang came to visit Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was solemn. The 33rd heaven is in chaos. Stunned, Fang Liang asked. What do you mean? A sage has gone mad. What? It's said that he went mad from the dark forbidden lord's curses. Fang Liang widened his eyes. He was naturally not unfamiliar with the dark forbidden lord. He didn't expect that the dark forbidden lord would still be alive after the immeasurable calamity. Not only that, but he also cursed a sage. How impudent! Most importantly, the dark forbidden lord had succeeded. Fang Liang frowned and asked, What does this have to do with us? Xianxia said, When the sages are in chaos, their attention will shift. In addition, what do you think of the dark forbidden lord? It's said that in the previous calamity, the dark forbidden lord helped the heavenly court. Fang Liang smiled bitterly. In the rumors, don't you know what happened to the heavenly court in the end? Xianxia frowned. The appearance of the dark forbidden lord made him feel very uneasy. According to his past experiences, whoever was the strongest would be targeted by the dark forbidden lord. Wasn't the current immortal world ruled by the heavenly race? Don't worry, the dark forbidden lord no longer appears. Even if he really wants to target us, even sages can't do anything. Aren't we still waiting for death? Fang Liang spread his hands. He had also become quite chill recently. He did not fight or snatch. Instead, he was relaxed. The current heavenly court immortals were already decorations. Instead, the heavenly race immortals were preaching and establishing faith. They were full of ambition. Seeing Xianxia so diligent, he couldn't help but think of his past. Those bound by karma were surrounded in dense fog unknowingly. Xianxia shook his head and laughed. Let's not talk about this. I came to you mainly for another matter. The human race has appeared again. The heavenly court can rope them in. In the future, we can borrow the human race's power. Fang Liang frowned and asked, Why would the humans appear? It's Li Daokong. Before the calamity ended, he moved a portion of the humans away. Now that he has been released for 2,000 years, the population is reproducing very quickly. If we let it be, the ancient race might not be able to suppress them. Taking advantage of the fact that the humans are leaderless and weak, the heavenly court can take advantage of them easily. Where's Li Daokong? Him? Do you think he will become the human race's leader? Xianxia said suspiciously, feeling that Fang Liang was too cautious. Fang Liang thought about it carefully. Li Daokong was indeed not that kind of person. He despised the humans to begin with. The reason why he protected them was probably because of the human school's foundation. All right, I'll try. Fang Liang consented, but he felt inexplicably uneasy. After the 100 years of lecture, the hidden sect disciples obtained many benefits. Other than the Khanate lifeforms, all the disciples and the nether race had already successfully stepped onto the path of cultivating the great Tao of extreme origin. This great Tao was much stronger than their cultivation techniques. Everyone's cultivation speed increased greatly. The Khanate lifeform's foundation was weak. They had yet to reach the point of comprehending the great Tao of extreme origin. It was worth mentioning that Hanju felt a force summoning him from afar. Great Tao of extreme origin. Could it be that when he created the great Tao of extreme origin, it had also appeared in a mysterious space? Hanju asked the system, but it couldn't answer because the great Tao itself exceeded the system's current limit. This dog system had already created the great Tao, but it had yet to reach the limits of the great Tao. Hanju had no choice but to put this matter aside. After returning to the Taoist temple, he focused on the world of stars. After more than 10,000 years, the reroll world was no longer the same as before. It had more than 10 immortal emperors now, and they each dominated a region of the world. The reroll world was surrounded by nebulous primordial chi. The immortal emperors wanted to fly out but were directly blocked, causing the world to be completely sealed. The white-robed Buddha was still the supreme existence, like a sage of the immortal world. In addition, a star not far from the reroll world began to transform. It began to have mountains and rivers, wind and fire. It even began to produce spirit chi. If this continued, that star would become suitable for living beings to live on. Not bad. Not bad. Hanju was very satisfied with the development of the world of stars. Sooner or later it would become a heavenly Tao. He shifted his gaze to the fiend celestial Qi. In the 100 years since the lecture, he had condensed 12 fiend celestial Qi again. The fiend celestial Qi was still condensing. It was unknown when it would truly condense into a chaotic fiend celestial. Hanju felt that he was missing something. Perhaps when he became a sage, the fiend celestial Qi would truly undergo a qualitative change. After observing himself, Hanju started cultivating. The strange deity returned to the Taoist temple and started to rub against him. Although its intelligence had stopped growing, its strength had been increasing. It seemed that it could constantly become stronger without cultivating. Hanju guessed that it might be because he had fused with the strange deity that he had affected it. This was also a good thing. The strange deity was one of Hanju's trump cards. It could kill enemies invisible in the future. Before long, someone asked to see Hanju. The other disciples were still in the Tao comprehension state and didn't wake up. If this person could wake up so early, he probably had the intention to visit him. Come in. The door to the Taoist temple opened and Zhoufan walked in. He knelt down in front of him and cupped his fists. Master, I have a request. Hanju asked. What is it? Zhoufan stated his intention. 2,000 years ago, he sensed that the human race had reappeared. At first, he did not care, but recently the human race seemed to have seen a calamity and was summoning him. He wanted to help them. After all, he was once a human. Hanju pinched his fingers to deduce. Through karma, he deduced that there were indeed humans in the immortal world, and it was not small a number. There were already more than 1 million people. The human race was very far from the 100-peak Immortal River. Hanju continued to deduce. I see. The humans were being persecuted by the ancient race. They raised the humans as food and wanted to devour the heavenly Tao race's providence. When the humans were in despair, they used a secret technique to summon experts with human bloodlines. Hanju was also a human. Because of ancient fiendish Yin, he hated the ancient race. In that case, go, Hanju said calmly. Zhoufan was pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly thanked him and left. After Zhoufan left, Hanju locked the strange deity into the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. Then, he took out the Book of Misfortune and prepared to curse ancient fiendish Yin. It was time to settle the scores. Hanju even cursed sages. Cursing ancient fiendish Yin was naturally nothing difficult. Ancient fiendish Yin had been recuperating ever since he had been severely injured in the 100-peak Immortal River. The living beings of the ancient race had thought that he had already perished. Now, the ancient race was in pieces and all sorts of kings had risen. The immortal world had also fallen into chaos. Cursing ancient fiendish Yin only consumed 1 trillion years of his lifespan. Because of your curse, your enemy ancient fiendish Yin suffered from mental demons. His dermic powers surged and his Tao fruit shattered. He died and his Tao dissipated. He was cursed to death. Unlike other opponents in the past who Hanju could only curse to death after many years, ancient fiendish Yin was directly cursed to death by him in one go. One-shot kill. Hanju wasn't happy at all. Instead, he was a little melancholic. As he became stronger, he could no longer return to the life of having a curse mission that happened once every 10 years. Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and released the strange deity. Letting it move freely, he entered a cultivation state. Outside the 33rd heaven, Great Ultimate Hall. Limui, Fuxishan, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Qiu Shilai, Sect Master Tianju, Sage Jinan, and Emperor Shao knelt in the hall. Ancestor Shitian sat in front of them expressionlessly. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate looked up and said, Ancestor, what do you think about this? The other sages also stared at him. Ancestor Shitian said indifferently, I've already said that I won't interfere in the matters of the heavenly Tao. Sage Fated Secrets has already gone mad. This is no longer a matter of the heavenly Tao. Qiu Shilai added. Sage Fated Secrets was the strongest heavenly Tao sage previously. He had already gone mad. How could the other sages remain calm? In any case, he was panicking. Sage Jinan added, Sage Fated Secrets has grasped the Tao destruction mystical power. If he goes mad and uses this mystical power, the heavenly Tao that has just experienced the calamity will become extremely weak. It might even welcome the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Ancestor, you are also from our heavenly Tao. Are you really willing to watch as the heavenly Tao is destroyed? The other sages nodded and revealed worried expressions. If Sage Fated Secrets used the Tao destruction mystical power, their lineage would be finished. Fortunately, Sage Fated Secrets had gone mad and had already forgotten how to use the Tao destruction mystical power. He could only rely on his instincts to wreak havoc everywhere. Ancestor Shitian slowly said, Although you are sages, don't underestimate the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao needs you, but you are not necessary. As for Sage Fated Secrets, everything is karma. I won't interfere, even if he uses the Tao destruction mystical power. As for the karma between me and the heavenly Tao, it has long been repaid. In the long years, have you forgotten how many Tao lessons I have given you? Hearing this, the sages' expressions turned ugly and they were speechless. Ancestor Shitian said meaningfully, You always want to escape the control of the Tao ancestor. But when you encounter trouble, you always look forward to the help of stronger people. Do you know that the Tao ancestor completely relied on himself in the past? The sages were ashamed and did not dare to ask for more. After a long while, the sages left the great ultimate hall and came to another palace. This was Li Mui's Tao field. Sect Master Tianju asked, Since Ancestor is unwilling to help, we have to rely on ourselves. Fuxishan frowned. Compared to Sage Fated Secrets, we have to find out who the Dark Forbidden Lord is first. Otherwise, if we don't get rid of him, a second sage will go mad. The sages frowned. Emperor Shao said, I was beside him when Sage Fated Secrets was cursed. I can confirm that he's definitely not the Dark Forbidden Lord. He scanned the other sages. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate mocked him. In that case, aren't you the most suspicious? Emperor Shao frowned. The two sages began to oppose each other. Li Mui frowned when he saw this. He was frustrated. Seeing that the sages were arguing over their own desires, he wanted to stand up and leave. He gave up on the providence of the heavenly Tao and created the little heavenly Tao himself because of that. For a time, the sages began to guess at each other. Qiu Shilai was the greatest suspect. Once Sage Fated Secrets went mad, only he could freely control the Tao destruction mystical power. This infuriated Qiu Shilai. He had been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. 2. Time passed. It had been 50 years since ancient fiendish Yin died. Hanju had nothing to do and checked his emails. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Xianxia has obtained a pseudosage divine arm. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Fang Liang's soul has transcended into the primordial era. Your disciple Zhoufan was attacked by the ancient race X180223. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your good friend Zhang Dugu. Your good friend Zhang Dugu was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured. Your good friend Pan Xian broke through the seal and returned to the immortal world. Your good friend Empress Hutu has recreated the Magus race. Your good friend Nuwa discussed the Tao with a mysterious mighty figure. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Cray. The emails became lively again. Hanju was no longer surprised to see Fang Liang's soul transmigrating into the primordial era. It was fine as long as it didn't affect him. What really attracted his attention was that Empress Hutu recreated the Magi. Her ambition was endless. It seemed that the matter of the nether race had stimulated her. Like the restart of the heavenly Tao, she felt that she had hope again. Hanju had no objections to this. This was also good. At least Empress Hutu would no longer care about the nether race. After thinking about it, he called the nether race's leader Han Yu over. Han Yu knelt in front of him. Hanju first asked about the recent situation of the Nether race. After Hanyu relaxed, he asked, "Do you still remember Empress Hutu who created the Nether race?" Hanyu was stunned. "I remember, but my memories are already blurry. Not long after Empress Hutu created the Nether race, she handed them to Hanju. As time passed, Hanyu really couldn't remember her. What would you think if I send the Nether race back to Empress Hutu's side?" Hanju asked calmly. Hanyu turned pale with fright. "Sect Master, what did we do wrong?" He didn't want to leave the 100-peak Immortal River. To be precise, he didn't want to leave Hanju's side. He had long treated the Dao field as his home. He wasn't the only one. All the Nether race members also thought the same. Hanju smiled. "I'm just asking. I naturally want you to stay." Hanyu understood. "On behalf of the Nether race, I promise to serve you forever. We have no ulterior motives." Hanju nodded in satisfaction. Hanyu's favorability had already reached 6 stars, but it could only be recognized as not enemies. The two of them chatted for a while more. After Hanyu left, Hanju called Han Zuetian over. Ever since he transformed, this was the first time Han Zuetian faced Hanju alone. He was extremely nervous. Hanju asked, "How are the Khanate life forms in the 100-peak Immortal River? Do you need more?" After Zutu's palm was destroyed, Khanate life forms began to gather near the 100-peak Immortal River again. Han Zuetian said in surprise, "Of course, the more the better. The more low-level living beings there are, the more you can cultivate in peace. The chores and trivial matters in the hidden sect can be handed over to the Khanate lifeforms. If the hidden sect appears in the future, these living beings can also help the sect elders." Hanju said, "Yes, I'll move in some Khanate lifeforms. Don't always busy yourself roping in Khanate lifeforms. Your cultivation has to keep up. Don't be surpassed by them." Han Zuetian hurriedly promised that he wouldn't delay his cultivation. After he left, Hanju started to think. Since he wanted to take in these living beings, he had to arrange their identities in the sect. Hidden soldier? Unnamed disciple? After thinking for a few days, Hanju finally made a decision. From today onwards, other than the disciples of the hidden sect, all Khanate lifeforms are unnamed disciples. In the future, they can become full disciples. The Nether race will be known as the Hidden Sect's Nether Zenith. This means that they are the Hidden Sect's Nether race's Zenith Heaven. I hope that you will not let me down. The status of all the clansmen is equivalent to the disciples of the Hidden Sect. The position of the leader, Han Yu, is equivalent to a second-generation disciple. Hanju's voice resounded throughout the entire Dao field, causing the living beings to be extremely excited. They could enter the hidden sect now. The second-generation disciples were Sun Chang'an, Tu Linger, Long Hao, and the others. The first generation was not for disciples, only Hanju was part of it. For a time, the entire hidden sect became lively again. Those vague identities also became confirmed. Not only were the Khanate lifeforms very excited and looking forward to it, but those of the Nether race were also very happy. Previously, they were always humble when facing the hidden sect disciples, mainly because Hanju didn't give them a status. Now, Hanyu was equivalent to being Hanju's disciple. He could also speak in front of him in the future. The entire Nether race was also considered as hidden sect disciples. Hearing the cheers outside, Hanju couldn't help but be happy. It seemed that he had neglected many things. Sometimes, a decision from him could change many people. Hanju suddenly thought of Han Zuetian. Perhaps Han Zuetian could help him manage the internal affairs. Although Murongqi was also managing it, he could only roughly discuss it with each disciple. Those disciples who have reached a bottleneck can help manage the internal affairs in the future. Hanju's thoughts became clearer. As the hidden sect became larger and larger, the more disciples there were, the more conflict and trouble there might be. There had to be someone watching. However, when the disciples took in disciples of their own, there should be no need for anyone to especially manage the miscellaneous affairs. After thinking, Hanju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Dao attainment. This was what he really cared about. 300 years later. Zhou Fan finally returned, but he was not alone. With him were hundreds of thousands of humans. Arriving in front of the Dao Field Array formation of the 100-peak Immortal River, Zhou Fan emitted a powerful aura, forcing the nearby Khanate lifeforms to not dare to approach. "Master, I'm back," Zhou Fan shouted. Han Ju caught sight of the humans and frowned. He couldn't directly take them in. It would be fine if the number was small, but with so many people it was almost the entire human race. If he took them in, the karma would be too great. Moreover, wherever there were people, there would be conflicts. Once he accepted them, there would be endless trouble in the future. Han Ju's voice reached Zhou Fan. "Why did you bring so many people?" Zhou Fan replied, "Master, don't worry. I won't bring them into the hidden sect. I've already taught them for hundreds of years. I plan to let them stay nearby and make them leave after they become stronger." Han Ju's eyebrows relaxed. It seemed that Zhou Fan was not a sanctimonious saint. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. This fellow was not a kind protagonist, to begin with, but the protagonist bearing a deep hatred. Han Ju moved him in. Zhou Fan quickly came to the Taoist temple. After entering the temple, he recounted his experiences over the years. The human race had been through many difficulties. Their strength was inferior to Khanate lifeforms and ferocious beasts. They were the weakest race in the current immortal world. Zhou Fan had been injured many times in order to protect them. Zhou Fan said, "This ancient race thought that they were very powerful, but they were in a state of disunity. All sorts of kings appeared, just like the demons in the past." Han Ju said, "Who cares about them? Cultivate well. Let the powerful members of the human race leave. I can allow you to take in a few human disciples, but not the entire human race. Perhaps they are very united and simple now, but when their cultivation and population become stronger, the humans you know will come. You should know what the situation will be then." Zhou Fan nodded. Along the way, the suffering he had endured the most was from the humans. The master and disciple chatted for a while before Zhou Fan left. That day, the humans settled near the 100-peak Immortal River. After the Khanate lifeforms were warned by Zhou Fan, they did not dare to find trouble with the humans. The appearance of the humans did not affect the hidden sect. As Zhou Fan recounted his experiences, the disciples knew that they were not the only ones. All the cultivators in the immortal world were cultivating diligently. While Zhou Fan escorted the humans, he encountered many cave abodes of mighty figures. The powerful aura emitted made even him palpitate. After the calamity ended, 90% of the living beings died. However, the remaining 10% were not mediocre. Most of them became immeasurable emperors. In addition, without the pressure of competition, they cultivated diligently separately. Their cultivation levels could be said to be constantly increasing. The hidden sect disciples did not want to be surpassed by others. Time passed. Year after year passed. 1,000 years later, Han Ju opened his eyes and stood up to stretch his muscles. He scanned with his divine sense and discovered that the human population had already exceeded 10 million. In just 1,000 years, without any danger, the population of the human race had increased greatly. Not only that, but they also built a city. Han Ju showed a frown. They didn't plan to leave. This city wasn't built casually. It was obvious that they had spent a lot of effort. Not only that, but the internal affairs of the human race had already been established. There were also various business shops in the city. It seemed that someone in the human race had memories of the previous calamity. Otherwise, if they were all newcomers, how could they quickly build a true city in the dangerous early-stage heavenly Tao development? Han Ju quickly relaxed his eyebrows. Who cared about them? In any case, if Han Ju didn't activate the Tao field array formation, the humans wouldn't be able to enter. Boom! The ground suddenly shook violently as a terrifying aura erupted from afar, wreaking havoc in the world. This aura was even stronger than ancient fiendish Yin's aura. Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce. This aura was on the other side of the immortal world and was extremely far from the 100-peak Immortal River. Talent truly appeared in every generation. This person was venting his pressure like this, clearly wanting to intimidate all living beings. Hanju didn't care. Although this aura was strong, it was nothing to him. Another powerful aura erupted from the other side as if fighting against that person. The disciples gathered and began to discuss, curious about who they were. 7 years later, the 100-peak Immortal River welcomed visitors. Li Daokong and Li Xianxia. Hanju spent 4 billion years of his lifespan. After confirming that there was no danger, he moved them into the Taoist temple. Li Daokong cupped his fists and smiled. It's been many years. You seem to have become stronger again. Li Xianxia sized him up. For some reason, he felt that Hanju looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. It was not in the heavenly court, but he couldn't say. Hanju smiled and asked, "Why are you here? Are you inviting me to join the new human school again?" Li Xianxia snorted. Li Daokong said, "Do you dare to go against a sage?" "I don't dare." Then, what did you ask us to join the hidden sect?" The one who replied was Li Xianxia, who was a little exasperated. Hanju didn't have a good impression of him. "Did you offend a sage?" Li Daokong said calmly, "That's right. We broke up with Master and were expelled from the human school." Hanju was silent. He didn't expect Li Daokong and Li Xianxia to be so reckless and dare to betray the sage. Should he accept them or not? Hanju didn't forget that Li Xianxia had dug out the chaotic heavenly dog's eyes. After thinking, Hanju shook his head and said, "It's not easy to accept you guys. Firstly, I'm not sure if you'll cultivate in peace after joining the hidden sect and not cause trouble everywhere. Secondly, your junior dug out my disciple's eyes and forcefully snatched his providence." Li Daokong was stunned. Li Xianxia's expression changed. Li Daokong glanced at Li Xianxia and knew what was going on when he saw his expression. At this moment, Li Daokong suddenly reached out and dug out Li Xianxia's eyes. It was so fast that Li Xianxia didn't even have time to react. Li Daokong squeezed his right hand and turned his eyes into dust. He stared at Hanju and said, "I don't care if it's true or not. I'll make him repay the debt. But we both know that both your disciple and my junior can regrow their eyes. You've already seen my sincerity. If you're willing to accept us, we'll listen to you as long as it doesn't go against our bottom line. As for that disciple, I can let my junior teach him a mystical power as an apology." Li Daokong stared at Hanju as he spoke. Although Li Xianxia was angry, he didn't say anything. He only covered his eyes as blood flowed down his fingertips. Hanju remained silent. Li Daokong was really ruthless. This made Hanju speechless. After all, he had indeed invited him before. Hanju said, "After entering my hidden sect, other than my instructions, you are not allowed to leave without permission. Usually, I don't need you to do anything. I can still provide you with the Tao lecture and Tao field. You should be able to sense the spirit chi and Kanate chi of the 100-peak Immortal River. So are you willing?" Li Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "My senior is a pseudo-sage. Can you preach the Tao to a pseudo-sage?" "Of course." "Then, what identity will we have? Let's see how you perform first. We'll arrange it in the future." Hanju wanted to prove the hidden sect's foundation. It was definitely not unreasonable for the two of them to be disciples now. Hanju called for Dianwei, Shi Dudao's replica. He was stronger than Li Daokong. Li Daokong said, "All right, we also want to avoid being targeted by the sages." Hanju said, "Yes, go down. Someone will bring you outside." Li Daokong nodded and left with Li Xianxia. After walking out of the Taoist temple, Li Daokong was stunned upon seeing Dianwei. "Why is it you?" Li Daokong frowned. Li Xianxia was puzzled. Who was this? Although he couldn't see, he still had his divine sense. His eyes were not important. Dianwei said indifferently, "I'm Dianwei, a guard of the 100-peak Immortal River. Please follow me. I'll bring you around first." "Guard?" Li Daokong was shocked. When would Shi Dudao come to the hidden sect to be a guard? Li Daokong was shocked. Although Li Xianxia didn't know Shi Dudao, he clearly felt that Dianwei was very strong. He might even be stronger than his senior brother. Dianwei brought them around and deliberately stopped at the fusang tree. The disciples were all very curious about Li Daokong and his junior brother. Long Hao clicked his tongue in wonder. Even the twins of the human school are here. The hidden sect is becoming stronger. The chaotic heavenly dog nearly peed its pants when it saw Li Xianxiao. However, it noticed that his eyes were bleeding and his eyelids had clearly sunken. It immediately thought of the truth and worshipped Hanju. Master must have avenged me. Li Xianxiao also noticed the chaotic heavenly dog and was enlightened. He said bitterly, "If you have such a powerful master, why didn't you say so back then?" The chaotic heavenly dog fell silent. It didn't know that its master was so powerful. Li Daokong said, "I apologize on my junior's behalf. I'll let him teach you a mystical power later. I hope that the grudge will be settled." The chaotic heavenly dog was extremely nervous from his stare. It hurriedly nodded in agreement. The black hell chicken was furious. "You're so useless. Can you be more firm?" The chaotic heavenly dog nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Li Daokong did not say much. He also had his own pride. It was their fault, so he could admit it, but he wouldn't lower his head so easily. That day, the two of them established a Taoist temple in the forest. It wasn't far from the hundreds of thousands of other unnamed disciples. Hanju would pay attention to this pair of fellow disciples at first, afraid that they would act recklessly. As time passed and the two of them did not cause trouble, he was relieved. In a hall outside the 33rd heaven, Li Mui's expression darkened. Several figures gathered in the hall, including Jiang Dugu. "What? Li Daokong and Li Xianxiao betrayed us? Ridiculous. We have to capture them. When has a traitor appeared in our human school? Where are they? Li Daokong is too arrogant. He didn't respect us seniors before." The human school's mighty figures cursed angrily. Jiang Dugu did not say a word. His expression darkened, but a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. He was still worrying about how to deal with Li Daokong when he betrayed the sect. Li Mui said, "The two of them went to the hidden sect. Who's going?" A man in a Taoist robe immediately stood up and said, "Senior, let me go. I've been in seclusion for 70 million years. It's time for me to exercise." Seeing him stand out, the others tacitly agreed and did not fight. "Dan Long, don't start fighting directly when you get there. Ask first," Li Mui instructed. Dan Long nodded, cupped his hands and bowed. Then he turned around and left. It had been 130 years since Li Daokong and Li Xianxiao came to seek refuge. On this day, Hanju walked out of the Taoist temple. "Everyone, prepare to listen to the lecture." With that said, the entire 100-peak Immortal River boiled over. The disciples rushed to the location of the lecture. The Khanate lifeforms also began to prepare to listen. Li Daokong and Li Xianxiao followed the disciples to the land of preaching. They were very curious about what Hanju would say. After everyone sat down, Hanju sat on the peak of the mountain and started to preach. He was talking about the great Tao of extreme origin. He planned to bring Li Daokong and Li Xianxiao into his great Tao as well. As the lecture began, Li Daokong did not feel amazed at first. Li Xianxiao even felt disdain. After all, they had heard the sages preach more than once. However, as time passed, the two of them were quickly shocked. Hanju was actually preaching the great Tao. He was even more unfathomable and profound than their master, Li Mui. Most importantly, they could understand it and quickly entered a state of Tao comprehension. He's a sage. A storm brewed in their hearts, especially Li Xianxiao. His eyes that had just grown revealed disbelief. Li Xianxiao has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 4 stars. Hanju saw this notification and didn't care. He continued to preach. Compared to Li Xianxiao, he cared more about Li Daokong. He might become a prominent figure of the hidden sect in the future. Although Tao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, Zhang Yi, Zhou Fan, and Li Yao's potential were unparalleled, compared to Li Daokong, they lacked an arrogant domineering aura. An invincible aura. This lecture lasted for 100 years. Li Daokong's favorability towards Hanju increased to 5.5 stars and Li Xianxiao to 5 stars. The two of them really betrayed the human school and had nowhere to go. After Hanju displayed his strength, they were naturally happy. Li Xianxiao's disdain towards Hanju mainly came from seniority and cultivation. After this lecture, they all determined that Hanju was not a junior and was definitely a sage. No wonder Hanju had always avoided the calamity. Sages didn't need to fight for great providence from the calamity at all. Also, they felt that Hanju was stronger than Li Muyi. After hearing his lecture, they gained more insight than from Li Muyi's lecture. Li Daokong had a feeling. Hanju's great Tao was stronger than Li Muyi's. After the lecture, Hanju returned to the Taoist temple alone. 8 years later, Li Daokong and Li Xianxiao came to visit him. Hanju let them in. Their favorability towards him was already very high. It was just nice to make them submit. Li Daokong was the first to ask, "You're a sage?" Hanju shook his head. Li Xianxiao asked, "What Tao were you preaching about earlier?" "Great Tao of extreme origin." Li Daokong and Li Xianxiao looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They had never heard of the great Tao of extreme origin. Hanju said, "This is the great Tao I created. Don't tell anyone." The disciples were shocked. Creating a great Tao. No wonder he shook his head. This was not something a sage could do. Could he be the Tao ancestor? Li Daokong and Li Xianxiao were shocked. They didn't think Hanju was lying. The great Tao of extreme origin was indeed stronger than any great Tao they had heard of. Li Xianxiao's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. Hanju raised his eyebrows. This Li Xianxiao. Is it so easy to conquer such a cold and annoying fellow? Or did he worship experts? Hanju looked at Li Daokong and felt that he had guessed correctly. Li Xianxiao said, "We definitely won't tell anyone. After all, we're already from the hidden sect. Sect master, if Li Muyi comes personally, will you hand us over?" This term of sect master made Hanju feel comfortable. He liked to see others' attitudes towards him change 180 degrees. Li Daokong glanced at Li Xianxiao and did not say anything. He knew his junior brother's nature best. "As long as you cultivate in peace and don't cause trouble outside or within the sect, I will protect you," Hanju replied calmly. He wasn't afraid of Li Muyi. As long as he was in the Tao field, he was not afraid of the heavenly Tao sages. Previously, the various sages had plotted against him. He had long treated them as imaginary enemies. Li Xianxiao immediately promised that the two of them would not cause trouble. After chatting for a while, the two of them left the Taoist temple. Back at his residence, Li Daokong said angrily, "You submitted so quickly. It seems that I didn't dig out your eyes in vain." Li Xianxiao snorted. "Senior, what are you pretending for? Since you've become his disciple, you should know your status. Besides, the sect master doesn't dislike us and gives us a lecture openly. Isn't such magnanimity worth following?" Li Daokong was silent. He turned around and returned to his Taoist temple. Li Xianxiao did not return to cultivate. Instead, he walked towards the Fusang tree. 200 years passed. Li Xianxiao had completely fused into the hidden sect. He taught the chaotic heavenly dog the mystical power to resolve the grudge and often sparred with Tao Sovereign, Zhoufan, and the others. Li Xianxiao and Tao Sovereign were both at the early stage of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. It was difficult for the two of them to fight, but most of the time, Li Xianxiao had the upper hand. After all, he had lived for a long time and was very experienced. Compared to Li Xianxiao's activity, Li Daokong cultivated in seclusion and rarely walked around. The two of them had different goals. In the entire hidden sect, only Hanju could catch his eye. On this day, a preaching sound came from the human cities near the 100-peak Immortal River. After so many years, the human population had been increasing. Many human cities had been established in a radius of 30 million kilometers. However, there were not many experts among the humans, much less preaching. This lecture was spread very widely, and all the hidden sect disciples in the 100-peak Immortal River could hear it. Xianxia suddenly flew into the sky with a solemn expression. Dao Sovereign rushed over and asked, "What? You know that person?" Because they often sparred, the two quickly established a friendship. Dan Long is a pseudo-sage of the human school. He can be considered our uncle master. He was once the second disciple of the human school. Xianxia's expression was ugly. He knew very well how powerful Dan Long was. His arrival this time was not a coincidence. Dao Sovereign consoled, "Don't be afraid. As long as you don't go out, he can't do anything to you." Xianxia nodded and took a deep breath. "It seems that Li Muyi is really angry. Humph, in order to capture us, the human school sent such an expert. In the previous calamity, we sought their help. Not only did they not provide assistance, they even sent Zhang Dugu to cause trouble for us." The more Xianxia spoke, the angrier he became. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Dao Sovereign fell silent. Back then, he had also been in the heavenly court. He had been puzzled, but he did not expect Li Daokong and Xianxia to have had such a hard time. Speaking of which, the heavenly court was abandoned. Only Li Daokong and Xianxia persisted until the calamity ended. This matter quickly spread throughout the hidden sect. All the disciples knew that the human school was looking for trouble. However, since Hanju didn't move, they weren't too worried. Hanju had already detected Dan Long's existence. He was a perfected pseudo-sage. Fortunately, he could kill him instantly. Therefore, Hanju continued cultivating and didn't care about Dan Long. 50 years later, Dan Long finally couldn't sit still. He came outside the 100-peak Immortal River and shouted, "Sect Master of the Hidden Sect, let our human school's first and second disciples out." Hanju ignored him. After a while, Dan Long frowned. The 100-peak Immortal River was silent. No one bothered with him. He continued, "This is the sage's intention. If the hidden sect wants to avoid the world, it's best not to interfere in the matters of other sections." Hanju still ignored him. Xianxia stood in Li Daokong's Taoist temple with a nervous expression. He asked, "Does Sect Master plan to pretend to be dead?" Li Daokong said calmly, "Continue watching." The 100-peak Immortal River fell silent again. This time Dan Long was angry. Too much. This Sect Master of the Hidden Sect was really not giving him face. Just as he was about to attack, Hanju's voice floated out. "Who are the eldest and second disciples of the human school?" Dan Long suppressed his anger and said, "Li Daokong, Li Xianxia. They aren't here. There are no such people among my disciples. Senior might be mistaken." "You're telling me this? I'll know if there is after I check." "No, I can't let you in. If your goal is to kill me, won't it be stupid of me to let you in?" Hearing Hanju's words, Dan Long laughed angrily. "Great," he said disdainfully. "Whether you agree or not, I'm going in regardless." He immediately rushed towards the 100-peak Immortal River. He wasn't surprised when he bumped into the array formation. It was obvious there was an array formation here since his divine sense couldn't spy inside. Dan Long took out a white jade sword and slashed. Dan Long slashed out with his sword. Sword chi scattered and landed on the Dao Field's array formation, stirring up a spectacular commotion, but it did not cause any substantial damage. Seeing this, Dan Long frowned and began to quickly brandish his sword. Great dermic powers poured out from his body, like a flood breaking through a dam, shaking the ground. The humans also heard the commotion. Cultivators flew out of the city and watched from afar. They recognized Dan Long as the mighty figure who had preached the Tao to them. What is that immortal doing? Something seems to be stopping him. He wants to challenge the immortal land? What should we do? Ancestor Zhoufan once said that we are not allowed to enter the immortal land. Could this mighty figure be Ancestor Zhoufan's enemy? We have no choice. Just stay out of it. No matter how Dan Long attacked or even affected the human cities, he couldn't break through the Tao field. The originally nervous hidden sect members were all amused. The Khanate lifeforms also began to tease him. Li Daokong sighed. I didn't expect Sect Master to have such an array formation. I can't sense what it is at all. Li Xianxia nodded and smiled teasingly. Look at Dan Long. He's flustered and exasperated. This is the first time I've seen him like this. It's really embarrassing. After saying so much, you can't barge in. Perhaps the other sages are watching. 10 minutes later, Dan Long gave up. He floated in the air with an extremely dark expression. He was in a dilemma. He could neither advance nor retreat. Leaving just like that would not only embarrass him but also the human school. But it wouldn't work if he continued trying to barge in. Hanju's voice floated out. Senior, there's really no one from the human school in the hidden sect. Please understand and leave. He spoke very politely, wanting to give Dan Long a way out. But it was useless to give him an out now. Dan Long could imagine the sages all watching him from beyond the 33rd heaven. If he left today, he would really lose all his face. But what could he do now? Dan Long glanced at the distant human city. The human race was so close to the 100-peak Immortal River. Could they be related? Dan Long's eyes flickered. If you want to threaten me with the human race, is the human school's ideals still kept? Hanju's voice sounded again. Only Dan Long could hear this voice. His expression turned even uglier. Stop before it's too late. Don't fall into eternal damnation. Hanju's voice entered Dan Long's ears again. He wasn't afraid of him. He just didn't want to fall out with the entire human school now. When Dan Long heard this, he was completely moved. He turned around and left. Although he was very unhappy with Hanju, he was telling the truth. After Dan Long left, peace returned to the world. Apart from Li Daokong and Li Xianxia, the ones affected the most were the humans. After experiencing Dan Long's lecture, the humans all thought that he was very strong. But they didn't expect that he couldn't even enter the immortal land. What kind of mighty figure was hidden in the immortal land? In the future, the 100-peak Immortal River would become a legend of the human race. Li Daokong and Li Xianxia were completely relaxed. They were no longer worried about being hunted down by the human school and could cultivate in peace. 10 years later, Hanju received Qiu Shilai's dream. This fellow was spamming again. Hanju chose to accept it. He wanted to see what Qiu Shilai had to say. In the dream, the moment Hanju appeared, he heard Qiu Shilai ask, You took in Li Daokong and Li Xianxia? Hanju was already prepared. When I took them in, they were no longer part of the human school. Qiu Shilai said, You offended Li Mui. It won't be easy for you later. Send these two to our Buddhist sect. Qiu Shilai had been coveting Li Daokong for a long time. Among the Dao sect disciples, Li Daokong was the most talented. Li Daokong didn't have a chaotic physique. His talent was mainly displayed in his comprehension ability. Not to mention the previous calamity. Even if a few more were compared, Li Daokong's potential was unparalleled. Hanju said, Then I have to ask for their intention. Give them to the Buddhist sect directly. I'm afraid not. Hanju shook his head. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Hanju wasn't afraid of breaking up with him. Otherwise, if this continued, Qiu Shilai would definitely ask for even more absurd things. Hanju, do you still remember my kindness? Qiu Shilai asked again, his tone becoming unprecedentedly cold. Hanju said, I remember. I owe you a favor, and I will definitely repay you in the future. However, I only want to cultivate now and not participate in the battle. Li Daokong has done me a favor, so I have to accept him. Of course, if the Buddhist sect is in trouble in the future, I won't stand by and watch. He was bullshitting. Li Daokong had little karma with him. Qiu Shilai naturally understood this, but he didn't want to push Hanju away directly. After all, the other sages were watching. Even if Hanju offended the human school and Qiu Shilai, he could still seek refuge with Chan the school, the Jie school, and even other heavenly Dao sages. The current Hanju wasn't just a variable. The hidden sect had already displayed its potential. Qiu Shilai said, Just remember what you said. I will help you persuade the human school. I just hope that there won't be a next time. Thank you, sage. Hanju immediately replied. Qiu Shilai has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1.5 stars. Hanju ignored him. To sages, being able to develop disgust was already considered an enemy. However, Qiu Shilai felt that Hanju was still useful and didn't want to break up for the time being. The dream ended. Hanju returned to the Taoist temple and continued cultivating. In any case, sages couldn't enter the immortal world or break through his Tao field. He didn't care at all. However, Qiu Shilai's attitude proved Li Daokong's talent. He could become a sage. Hanju's heart beat faster. Apart from him, Li Daokong was definitely the closest one to becoming a sage in the entire hidden sect. What Hanju wanted to do was to nurture other disciples while cultivating. This way, he could continue cultivating and have his disciples help him resolve any problems. After Dan Long left, the human school no longer sent any mighty figures to find trouble. They seemed to have given up. The hidden sect competition began again. This time, Li Daokong and Li Xianxia joined. As expected, Li Daokong took first place. Li Xianxia and Dao Sovereign tied, taking second place. Zhao Xinyuan was third, Zhou Fan was fourth, and Li Yao was fifth. There weren't many changes in the rankings after that. However, this matter agitated the other disciples. Would other experts join the hidden sect in the future? At the same age, they were confident, but compared to those mighty figures who had lived for countless years, they were definitely far inferior. For a time, the hidden sect stirred up another wind of cultivation. Li Daokong wasn't proud. He challenged Hanju again and was ruthlessly insta-killed. His Tao heart almost shattered. After fighting Hanju, he even suspected that he was not a pseudo-sage. The difference in talent was too great. Just like that, 800 years passed. On this day, the sky was suddenly filled with purple light. It was endless and beautiful. Hanju, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and looked up. His gaze passed through the Taoist temple to the sky. A strong sense of uneasiness arose in his heart. It had been a long time since he felt so uneasy. Hanju pinched his fingers to deduce but still couldn't find the source of the uneasiness. He had to use the derivation function to ask, "Why do I feel uneasy? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" This was already the value of a heavenly Tao sage. Hanju frowned and chose to continue. A figure appeared in his mind, and lines of words appeared in front of him. 3 pure sacred ancestor. Perfected pseudo-sage realm, immeasurable emperor. Fused with the Dharma idol of a sage. Disciple of the Tao ancestor. The strongest in the immortal world. Because you accepted Li Daokong and Li Xianxia, the other sages mocked and ridiculed Li Mui, who became furious and released the 3 pure sacred ancestor. He is prepared to preach the Tao to the immortal world and suppress the hidden sect and the various providence sections. The 3 pure sacred ancestor had white hair and looked sage-like. There was nothing special about his appearance. He was fused with a sage's Dharma idol. Could it be that Laozi, the heavenly sect master, and the heavenly lord of primordial beginning had created him together? If that was the case, he was indeed very strong. The strongest in the immortal world had already become a title of providence. Hanju frowned and secretly asked, "Can I defeat the 3 pure sacred ancestor? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue. You can't kill the 3 pure sacred ancestor in the heavenly Tao. You can kill him outside the heavenly Tao." Hanju raised his eyebrows. So fierce? The 3 pure sacred ancestor treated the entire immortal world as his Tao field. He was invincible. However, Hanju wasn't afraid. The 3 pure sacred ancestor wasn't a sage and couldn't break through his Tao field. Moreover, from the outcome of the previous derivation, the appearance of the 3 pure sacred ancestor wasn't targeted at him, but at the entire force of the immortal world. It has been less than 20,000 years since the calamity ended. I hope that you won't cause trouble and focus on farming. Hanju thought silently. Under normal circumstances, billions of years would have to pass before the next immeasurable calamity. He was afraid that the sages were interfering. However, even if a sage took action, the prerequisite for triggering the calamity was that there were enough living beings in the immortal world. Without enough pawns, how could they play chess? The heavenly Tao couldn't sense a burden, so it naturally did not release endless negative karma. Hanju stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple. He was disturbed by the three pure sacred ancestor, so he went out to take a walk. The disciples had already walked out of their residences and were discussing the heavenly phenomenon. Hanju came to the Fusang tree, and the disciples immediately surrounded him. "Master, what's with this phenomenon?" The black hell chicken was the first to ask. Hanju smiled. "Perhaps a mighty figure has appeared. Perhaps the human school wants to deal with us. If you go out, you will definitely die." The black hell chicken hurriedly nodded. "I'm not going out. Whoever goes out is a fool." Tu Linger came over and asked, "Master, when are you asking me to go to your Taoist temple?" What was she saying? Hanju knew what she meant and said calmly, "Let's wait until you have a breakthrough." He flashed to the Fusang tree and asked, "How's the situation recently?" The Fusang tree replied, "I formed 2 more space-time vortexes, but without your permission, I didn't activate them." Hanju smiled. "Not bad. You've learned to be obedient. Let me take a look." With that, 2 space-time vortexes appeared in front of him. Hanju scanned with his divine sense and quickly saw the entire situation of the 2 worlds. Compared to the Kiliakosm world, these 2 worlds were much weaker. The strongest was only at the zenith heaven realm. They seemed to have formed a heavenly Tao of their own. Hanju frowned. The karma between the heavenly Tao of the 2 worlds and the heavenly Tao of the immortal world was very weak. As a pseudo-sage, Hanju could deduce it even without the derivation function. Hanju was very curious. Other than the immortal world and the deity realm of the ruins of End, how many heavenly Tao worlds were hidden? Could it be related to the number of sages? Hanju felt that the strongest should be the deity realm of the ruins of End. However, the deity realm of the ruins of End and the immortal world were separated by the dark forbidden zone. They didn't interfere with each other. Regarding the deity realm of the ruins of End, Hanju's intention was to never step into it unless he could dominate it. After watching for a while, Hanju lost interest. He asked the Fusang tree to close the spatial vortex. Just as he was about to ask about its cultivation situation, the black hell chicken's scream sounded beside him. "Oh my God! The sky is splitting!" The black hell chicken's voice was very sharp. Hanju looked up and saw a huge black crack in the purple sky that stretched to the horizon. Hanju vaguely saw a pair of eyes spying on the immortal world. In front of these eyes, everything seemed tiny. It hid in the darkness with a cold gaze. Hanju used the simulation trial to detect the surrounding enemies and didn't detect them. This meant that the other party was extremely far from the 100-peak immortal river. 3 pure sacred ancestor? No. Hanju felt killing intent. The other party was filled with killing intent towards the immortal world. Soon, the crack in the sky shrank and the purple light disappeared. Hanju returned to the Taoist temple. The Tao field wouldn't be affected even if the sky collapsed. He wasn't worried at all. "I seem to be a little arrogant now?" Hanju thought silently. Ever since the Tao field upgraded, he was not as cautious as before. He would become a sage first. Otherwise, he would be an ant in the end. Even if he couldn't be killed, he would still be an ant. Inside a palace, Li Mui, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, and Sect Master Tianju meditated around him. Sect Master Tianju snorted. "What does Shi Du Dao mean?" The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said with an ugly expression. "I don't know when he formed a grudge with the 3 pure sacred ancestor." Li Mui said, "Although Shi Du Dao is strong, it's impossible for him to kill the 3 pure sacred ancestor in the immortal world. We don't have to worry." Sect Master Tianju looked at Li Mui and snorted. "Why did you let the 3 pure sacred ancestor out?" The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate also looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. Li Mu said expressionlessly, "The hidden sect is too strong. If we let them be, all the geniuses of the immortal world will be absorbed by them. The Tao sect needs a true mighty figure to preach the Tao." Sect Master Tianju and the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate still frowned, not believing his words. Li Mui said, "Sure Du Dao is always wandering around the sage Dao field. He once almost became the personal disciple of the Dao ancestor. If he and the three pure sacred ancestor fight, it will be a huge loss for the Dao sect no matter who wins. We're the disciples of the Dao sect, we have to stop it." Sect Master Tianju narrowed his eyes and said, "The three pure sacred ancestor is the obstacle between our Dao sect and the Dao destruction mystical power. The Dao ancestor taught Qiu Shilai and sage fated secrets, the Dao destruction mystical power. He also created the three pure sacred ancestor for us, and he has the ability to slaughter all living beings. He hopes that we can coexist peacefully. However, sage fated secrets has already gone mad. Don't you think it's strange that you released the three pure sacred ancestor?" The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's eyes flickered. It was unknown what he was thinking. Clearly, there was a conflict between the three sages, and they could not trust each other. Li Mui said slowly, "Ever since the previous heavenly Dao sage retired, the three pure sacred ancestor has always belonged to me. I have the right to control him. As for your doubts, in my opinion, there's no dark forbidden lord at all." Sect Master Tianju stood up and said, "In that case, feel free." He vanished. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate also stood up. He said, "By the way, although the three pure sacred ancestor is strong, can he withstand the Tao destruction mystical power?" With that, he turned into a black shadow and dispersed like mist. Spring passed and autumn came. 700 years passed. The immortal world had not changed much in the past 700 years. For example, the 100-peak Immortal River was still the same. Because the humans occupied the mountain area near the 100-peak Immortal River, the number of Khanate lifeforms gathered decreased. After the humans experienced Dan Long's lecture, many great cultivators appeared. The increase in strength caused the humans' ambitions to rise. They began to hunt Khanate lifeforms and ferocious beasts that had yet to transform. In their eyes, living beings who did not transform into humans were no different from ferocious beasts. Humans were the spirits of all living beings. The appearance of humans was also mysterious. Before there was a human, the appearance of all the living beings would be roughly the same. Nuwa had imitated the forms of living beings and created humans to obtain the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Thus, humans became the first heavenly Tao race. The current heavenly race also maintained their human appearance. The hidden sect also saw the battle between the humans and the surrounding Khanate lifeforms. Han Zuatian and the Khanate lifeforms who were considered in-name disciples of the hidden sect were all very unhappy. We should cultivate well and not disturb each other. However, because of the Tao field, they could only grit their teeth. Hanju didn't know about this as he had been cultivating in seclusion. He was still far from the perfected pseudosage realm, but he could feel that he was improving on this day. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed sage fated secrets while checking his emails. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by a pseudosage and was severely injured. Your good friend Xianxia accidentally entered the primordial phoenix clan's mystic realm. Your good friend Huang Zuintian was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Divine General has comprehended a mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Empress Hutu received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Mo Zhu has received guidance from a sage. Her cultivation has increased greatly. The mysterious curse had appeared again. Hanju raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the dark forbidden lord still had many believers. Hanju noticed Mo Zhu. She was still in Li Mui's hands. Back then, in order to build a relationship with him, Li Mui had taken her into the Tao field. Now that he had a conflict with Li Mui and Mo Zhu had obtained the guidance of a sage, he could smell a conspiracy. However, he did not care. Did he want to use Mo Zhu to threaten him? Impossible. Han Zhu's Dao heart was as firm as a rock and wouldn't be affected. There was nothing worthy of his attention. The current immortal world was still peaceful. 5 days later, Han Zhu continued cultivating. About 20 years passed. Beside the 100-peak Immortal River, a monk entered the human city. This monk looked to be in his 40s. He wore a kasaya and held a scepter. Compared to the beast cloth worn by the humans, he was especially eye-catching. The moment he entered the city, he attracted the attention of the humans and pointed. Amitba, the monk muttered softly, then began to wander around the city. Several days later, all sorts of legends about the Buddhist sect spread throughout the city. The humans exclaimed. Unlike Danlong, who directly preached the Tao, the monk popularized the various culture legends of the Buddhist sect, letting the commoners know how mortals obtain the Tao through Buddhism. The story had a sense of immersion and was filled with motivation. On the other side, Chu Shuren went to visit Han Zhu. Grandmaster, the Buddhists have sent the Zen Buddha to join the human race. The Zen Buddha is best at bewitching people. If the human race is taken in by him, the Buddhists will stay beside the hidden sect. This is not a good thing, Chu Shuren said seriously. He was once the Supreme Buddha. He knew the Buddhists very well and was even very familiar with their methods. Now that he was a disciple of the hidden sect, he naturally had to consider the sect. Han Zhu said, "It's fine. The 100-peak Immortal River is already isolated by my mystical power. No matter what the Buddhists do, they can't take half a step into the 100-peak Immortal River." Chu Shuren asked, "What if the humans beg? You?" Han Zhu said, "I'm not close to the current humans. The mortal world I came from is actually still around. It's just that it's hidden in the depths of my soul." His eyes narrowed. His divine sense directly hooked Chu Shuren's divine sense and pulled it into his world of stars, instantly arriving at the reroll world. As for the world of stars, due to the concealment of the nebulous primordial chi, Chu Shuren could not spy on it. Chu Shuren's divine sense covered the reroll world, and he couldn't help but become shocked. This mortal world. The white-robed Buddha, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. Sensing Chu Shuren's divine sense, he was secretly nervous. Isn't this the Supreme Buddha? On second thought, the Supreme Buddha had already become Han Zhu's disciple. There was no need to worry. Several breaths later, Han Zhu isolated Chu Shuren's divine sense. Chu Shuren opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He sighed. Grandmaster is really capable. The humans outside are indeed not worth mentioning. You have long left a seed for the humans. I truly admire you. He was sincere. With Han Zhu's cultivation, the reroll world was not beneficial to him at all. He could keep it because of his good intentions. There were too few cultivators like Han Zhu who could still take care of the cultivators who were born in the mortal world. The higher one's cultivation level, the weaker their humanity. They would eventually become immortal god-mighty figures who only lived for themselves. Cultivate well. Actually, I value your potential the most. I hope that among the hidden sect disciples, you will be in the top 3. Han Zhu stared at him. Chu Shuren nodded with a firm gaze. Following such a benevolent person, his Tao heart became more stable. He wanted to help Han Zhu reach the peak. At that time, he would open up a truly peaceful and kind heavenly Tao world. After Chu Shuren left, Han Zhu used the simulation trial to test the experts outside the 100-peak Immortal River. Zen Buddha. Early stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. One of the Buddhist sect's Buddhas. Early stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. He wasn't that weak. Han Zhu couldn't be bothered to enter the simulation trial and ignored him. Time passed quickly. More than 1,000 years passed. In the blink of an eye, Han Zhu was 25,000 years old. The Zen Buddha was very capable. The human race had already become Buddhist cultivators. Buddhist cultivators had a high status in the human race. On this day, A group of Buddhist cultivators arrived near the 100-peak Immortal River. The leader was an old monk. He knelt down first and the other monks followed. "Is Ancestor Zhou Fan here?" the old monk shouted. The other monks began to kowtow. After a while, Zhou Fan's voice floated over. "What is it?" He was very impatient. He hated the Buddhist sect the most. He felt that he had been stabbed in the back when humans cultivated Buddhism. The old monk cried, "Please come out and save the humans. Recently, there has been a plague in the clan. Even immortals can't treat it." Inside the Taoist temple, Zhou Fan frowned. Were they trying to trick him out? At this moment, another voice sounded, "Humph! The plague came at a good time. This is the punishment of the heavenly Tao. The humans slaughtered connate lifeforms without restraint and threw their corpses into the wilderness. This is a sin." Li Xianxio's voice sounded. The old monk continued crying, "Ancestor Zhou Fan, if you don't come, the human race might go extinct." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying gust of wind came from the 100-peak Immortal River and directly sent the group of monks flying. Not only them, but everyone in a radius of 10 million kilometers was swept into the horizon, and the human city was directly razed to the ground. The humans in the wind were not ravaged, but they couldn't control their bodies and could only be swept away by the wind. The entire human race had been moved away. It was Hanju. He moved the entire human race several regions away from the 100-peak Immortal River. Zhou Fan was stunned when he saw this. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. When he heard that the human race might be extinct, he instinctively felt pity. In the end, the human race was moved away. He suddenly woke up. How could the human race be destroyed so easily? Many disciples in the hidden sect were from the human race. At the same time, he was shocked by Han Ju's cultivation. His divine sense could no longer capture the humans. Han Ju blew them away in a single breath. Such ability was unimaginable. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju looked impatient. "They only know how to talk. They aren't ever satisfied." Han Ju muttered to himself. No matter if the human race was really in danger or if it was the arrangement of the Buddhist sect, Han Ju couldn't be bothered to pursue it and directly sent them away. In the past few years, the humans had been building cities crazily and had almost completely surrounded the 100-peak Immortal River. This was not a coincidence. Unfortunately, they had overestimated themselves. In front of absolute power, any schemes were a joke. Han Ju probed the ground with his divine sense. Of the 1,000 Qilin eggs, 90% had already hatched. Not bad. At this period, the longer connate lifeforms were nurtured, the greater their physical potential. Of course, it was only the physical potential. At Han Ju's level, physical potential was no longer important. He cared more about comprehension. Li Yao's physical potential was not top-notch, but her comprehension was extremely strong. This was also the reason why she could chase after the top-notch disciples of the hidden sect. At this moment, Li Daokong suddenly came to visit him. Hanju smiled and asked, "Why are you here?" After Li Daokong and Li Xianxio joined the hidden sect, they had been very well behaved. It was better than Hanju had expected, especially Li Xianxio, who even took the initiative to befriend other disciples. After interacting with them for so many years, Hanju had already completely accepted them. Li Daokong asked, "Sect Master, may I ask what status we have in the hidden sect?" Hanju said in a low voice, "From today onwards, you will be the hidden sect guardians. Your status will be equivalent to second-generation disciples. You will be the first guardian, and Li Xianxio will be the second. How about that?" Li Daokong smiled. "Thank you, sect master." He didn't dare to think of sitting on the same level as Hanju. Now that his mentality had changed, in his heart Hanju was even higher than the heavenly Tao sage. Li Daokong didn't stay any longer. He bowed and left. Hanju thought for a moment and called Zhang Yi in. "From today onwards, you are a guardian of the hidden sect. Your status is equivalent to a second-generation disciple," said. Zhang Yi was pleasantly surprised. He asked, "Am I the only guardian?" You're the third guardian. You're ranked behind Li Daokong and Li Xianxia. Ha! Zhang Yi's smile instantly collapsed. However, on second thought, it was not nice to let him be in front of Li Daokong. He wasn't Li Daokong's match at all. Just like that, Zhang Yi became the third guardian. He spread this news smugly. The 3 guardians sounded stronger than the 4 disciples. Regarding this, the disciples of the hidden sect were envious and jealous. Guardians sounded stronger than disciples. After Li Daokong, Li Xianxia, and Zhang Yi became guardians, the entire hidden sect felt even more condensed. The previous hidden sect was too loosely defined. In the past few years, Hanju had gradually confirmed the identities of the people he knew, as if he was sending a signal. The hidden sect was getting serious. Rules were set in place. After the humans were moved away, the 100-peak Immortal River regained its calm. After witnessing Hanju's power, the disciples cultivated even harder. They yearned for the ability to move mountains and seas. Time passed. Another 1,000 years passed. Hanju's cultivation level increased again. He was getting closer and closer to the perfected pseudo-sage realm. What he saw was not the perfected pseudo-sage realm, but the sage realm. The sage realm was the starting point. On this day, the ground and the mountains shook as it approached again. It was not a phenomenon, but a battle between powerful figures in the distance. Hanju opened his eyes and discovered that 2 zenith heavens were fighting. One of them was a Buddha and the other had the aura of a god, but it was not completely similar to the aura of an immortal god. It should be someone from the heavenly race. The battle between Buddha and heaven was extremely powerful. Both sides wanted to kill the other. Hanju wasn't interested after taking a look. Weaklings were fighting. However, from the looks of it, the Buddhist sect had begun to fight with the heavenly race, probably to fight for the position of heavenly Tao sage. It was fine as long as it didn't threaten Hanju. Emperor Xiao sent you a dream. Do you accept? Emperor Xiao? A sage of the devil race? Hanju didn't want to participate and decided to ignore it. Several days later, Emperor Xiao sent him another dream. Hanju continued to ignore. The cycle repeated. 5 months passed. Emperor Xiao sent him dreams 7 times. The battle between the zenith heavens finally ended. Both sides were injured and no one died. They were lonely. Emperor Xiao sent you a dream. Do you accept? Again. Hanju frowned and asked secretly, is it dangerous to accept the dream? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Hanju chose to accept the dream. In the dream, Hanju saw Emperor Xiao. This place seemed to be chaotic. Gray mist surged continuously. Emperor Xiao wore a black robe and looked like the Dark Forbidden Lord. Hanju asked warily, Dark Forbidden Lord? Emperor Xiao frowned. What Dark Forbidden Lord? I'm a sage. It's an urgent matter. So I'm visiting you in your dreams. Hanju bowed in fear and cupped his hands. Greetings, sage. Do any sage want you to compete to become a heavenly Tao sage? Yes. It's all fake. Nua's primordial purple chi is missing. The sages want to support a pseudo-sage and share their sage providence with the candidates to help them become a sage on the surface. They actually want to use them to execute the Tao destruction mystical power. Emperor Xiao began to explain to Hanju what the Tao destruction mystical power was. The more Hanju listened, the more he frowned. Sages were really ruthless. They actually wanted to use the Tao destruction mystical power. It turned out that in the previous calamity, other than the heavenly race, the other providence sects had suffered heavy losses. When Su Qi used the Tao destruction mystical power, their disciples did not leave and were still in the immortal world. In the end, most of the disciples died. After the calamity ended, the Tao sect sages secretly held their breaths and wanted to take revenge. Hanju found it strange. Shouldn't sages take revenge on sage-fated secrets? Emperor Xiao said, You're a variable that the Tao ancestor has determined. If the heavenly Tao faces danger, you might have to reverse the situation. Hanju said fearfully. I don't have the ability. Emperor Xiao said impatiently. I've already said what needs to be said. That's all. He waved his hand and the dream shattered. Hanju's consciousness returned to his body. Is Emperor Xiao lying to me? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Huh? Hanju was stunned. The sage of the devil race was stopping the sages of the Tao sect from destroying the world? Did he take the wrong script? Wait. The Tao ancestor actually did not destroy the devils and even let them become sages. Could there be something else involved? From Hanju's understanding, the heavenly Tao sages might not be all good. They were all working for their own ends and plotting against the heavens. From this point of view, they might not be as noble and kind as Emperor Xiao. Hanju didn't deduce what ambitions the sages had anymore. It didn't affect him anyway. It was enough to curse sage fated secrets until he went mad. If he continued cursing, the heavenly Tao might collapse again. Hanju only wanted to hide in the Tao field and cultivate. 3 years later. I'm Taoist Qing Tian. In the extreme south, in the Scarlet Green Sea, I will set up a Tao field to preach the Tao for all living beings. I will talk about the immortal Tao and the sage Tao. In 100 years, when the lecture begins, all living beings can come and listen to the Tao and comprehend the power of immortality. A voice resounded in the immortal world. Hanju counted with his fingers. The other party was only a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. A Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal dared to preach the sage Tao? He was really courting death. Aren't you afraid of offending a sage? On second thought, the other party might be the disciple of a sage. Hanju shook his head and laughed. In the next 1,000 years, many mighty figures sent voice transmissions to the entire immortal world to preach the Tao. There was a trend of hundreds of families fighting. 1,000 years later, Hanju was finally close to the perfected pseudo-sage realm. It had been nearly 7,000 years since his last breakthrough. Hanju was excited. He first cursed sage fated secrets to celebrate. 5 days later, the curse ended and Hanju continued cultivating. In one go, he had reached perfection. At the same time, an uninvited guest arrived outside the 100-peak Immortal River. These were 3 living beings that looked like humans but had inhuman faces. They arrived at the top of a hill. The person in the lead was a living being with an eagle head and a human body. He wore a purple robe with a crimson edge. The eagle-headed creature frowned. My divine sense can't spy on it at all. As expected of the number 1 forbidden land in the immortal world. The snake-headed creature beside him asked, Brother, are we going to barge in forcefully? The eagle-headed living being shook his head. We can't act rashly without certainty. It's not easy for us 3 immortals to come this far. We can't be careless. There are many mighty figures hidden in the immortal world. If there are mighty figures in the 100-peak Immortal River, we have to be polite. The other 2 living beings looked at each other and nodded silently. Thus, the 3 immortals began to take root nearby and create their own cave abode. Under the Fusang tree. The black hell chicken shouted. There are 3 transformed living beings living outside the 100-peak Immortal River. They're all immortal emperors. Ada snorted. What's there to care about mere immortal emperors? Xiao Er nodded. Immortal emperor. The hidden sect didn't lack immortal emperors at all. After so many years, they and the nether race had already begun to break through to the deity realm. The chaotic heavenly dog asked curiously, Don't tell me they want to barge into our 100-peak Immortal River? No way. TSK. Do you think they have dog brains? What do you mean? Be polite. He's Master Chicken's son. You are all not human. All right, don't bully the heavenly dog. He has the backing of the second guardian now. It's impressive. The hidden sect disciples under the Fusang tree began to chat and laugh. They did not think much of the 3 immortals. Not to mention an immortal emperor, even if a pseudo-sage attacked, the hidden sect disciples would not panic. 500 years later, Hanju finally reached the point where he could break through. In a good mood, he immediately started his seclusion. While he was in seclusion, the three immortals finally couldn't sit still anymore. They began to attempt to enter the 100-peak Immortal River, but they were blocked by the array formation. "How dare you!" A shout sounded, scaring the three immortals away. A white-robed man appeared in the sky above the 100-peak Immortal River, looking down at them. An expert. The three immortals were shocked by the other party's temperament. It was as if they had seen a legendary sage. Eagle-Head Immortal said, "We're the three immortals of Chujun. We are specially here to pay our respects to the 100-peak Immortal River. Before this matter, we have already stayed for 500 years and have not seen anyone. Therefore, we tried trespassing. I hope that Senior will not be angry. In addition, can you accept us?" The white-robed man frowned. "Take you in? I can't make the decision. I advise you to give up. You can't barge in even if you're a pseudo-sage." He could not make a decision. Eagle-Head Immortal asked carefully, "What's your position in the 100-peak Immortal River?" "In name disciple. It's nothing. It's just that I live in the border area, so I came to stop you. I advise you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, our hidden sex mighty figure can destroy your body and soul in one go," the white-robed man said impatiently. "In name disciple?" The three immortals were shocked. At this moment, the white-robed man turned around and went back in, quickly disappearing. Snake-Head Immortal said excitedly, "Brother, there really is a peerless mighty figure here." Eagle-Head Immortal took a deep breath and said, "We can't leave. Since the mighty figures of the 100-peak Immortal River didn't attack us, it means that they are compassionate. As long as we show enough sincerity, we will definitely be able to move them. Besides, our potential is not bad." The other two immortals nodded in agreement. They called themselves the three immortals, but they knew that they were not immortals at all. They needed a backing. Thus, the three immortals of Chujun continued to stay near the 100-peak Immortal River. Every once in a while, they would come to the formation and kowtow, wanting to move the mighty figure. Just like that. 50 years passed. Hanju successfully broke through. His dermic powers soared. The feeling of becoming stronger brought great satisfaction to his empty heart. He checked his attributes panel. Name: Hanju. Lifespan: 2, 7553/9 sextillion, 890 quintillion 9 quadrillion, 999 trillion, 999 billion, 999 million, 999,999. Race: Primordial Fiend Celestial, Immeasurable Emperor. Cultivation: Perfected Pseudo-Primordial Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Technique: Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao, Great Tao. Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering. Great Tao. Great Tao of Life and Death, Great Tao of Karma, Great Tao of Extreme Origin. His lifespan did not double. It increased by a third. Next, Hanju could attempt Tao attainment. He continued to consolidate his cultivation for another 27 years. In a few months, he raised all his Sword Tao mystical powers to their limits. Hanju was about to cultivate the Grand Unity aspect when Han Zuetian came to seek an audience. Hanju let him enter the Taoist temple. Han Zuetian knelt in front of him and said, "Grandmaster, recently, many transformed living beings have come to the 100-peak Immortal River. They're all from various providence sections. It's said that the 100-peak Immortal River contains primordial purple chi for attaining the Tao. This is not good." His expression was grave. The array formation of the 100-peak Immortal River was strong, but it could not stop the gathering of all living beings. Hanju said, "So be it. They can't barge in. Primordial purple chi?" It was unknown who was playing tricks, but he would deal with them later. Hanju only wanted to attain the Tao first. Han Zuetian asked carefully, "I heard from the living beings outside that it was said by a sage. This means a lot. Who doesn't believe the words of a sage? At that time, even a pseudo-sage might come. Can our array formation block it?" Hanju's eyes turned cold. Mind your own business and go cultivate. The hidden sect has experienced the immeasurable calamity. What haven't we seen? Don't spread such words in the sect and affect the others' cultivation mood. Understand? In an instant, Han Zuetian felt a terrifying pressure and almost suffocated. He hurriedly nodded. Hanju waved his hand and gestured for him to leave. Han Zuetian hurriedly left the Taoist temple. Sage! Hanju was disdainful. He didn't directly deduce which sage it was. At this juncture, he definitely couldn't curse that sage directly. Once he did, it was very likely that his identity would be exposed. In any case, it was useless even if a sage personally barged in. Hanju only had one goal now: become a sage. After thinking about it, Hanju still decided to deduce who was plotting in advance. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate. Hanju wasn't surprised. He wouldn't have become no matter who it was. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was the Chan School's sect master. Hanju could take revenge on him and target the Chan School. This way, his identity would not be easily exposed. It was related to the primordial purple chi. It was impossible for the entire Chan School to meddle with it. It had to be personally arranged by a sage. Hanju put this matter aside. He would target him in the future. Even if all the living beings in the immortal world came to attack the 100-peak immortal river, it was impossible to break through the array formation. Everyone below the sages was an ant. Moreover, the true body of a sage could not enter. Hanju began to cultivate the grand unity aspect and broke through again. He didn't know how many fiend celestial aspects he could cultivate this time. 30 years later, Hanju cultivated the lawless fiend celestial, rainbow light fiend celestial, void fiend celestial, cursing light fiend celestial, stone fiend celestial, space-splitting fiend celestial, time fiend celestial, traversal fiend celestial, mystic desires fiend celestial, fear fiend celestial, chaotic wave fiend celestial, saber fiend celestial, hidden fiend celestial, chi fiend celestial, and heart fiend celestial. A total of 15 fiend celestials. He had accumulated 49 fiend celestials. Hanju's strength increased greatly, and he started the simulation trial. Just like before, he insta-killed all existences below the sages. The only change was that he could resist sages now. He challenged Fuxishan. The 49 fiend celestial Dharma idols attacked together and fought Fuxishan to a draw. The 49 fiend celestial Dharma idols each represented a rule. To be precise, they were all lesser great Tao. When they attacked together, they could destroy the world. It was only a draw. Hanju was very angry. Even this could not kill a heavenly Tao sage. Then, how could he cross realms to kill enemies in the future? Hanju was very dissatisfied with his combat strength. He began to target Fuxishan crazily and fought continuously. After 10 years, Hanju still didn't succeed in killing him. It had to be said that the heavenly Tao sage was indeed impressive. If you want to kill a sage, you might have to sever the heavenly Tao's providence. Hanju muttered to himself as his eyes flickered. In the battle, he had killed Fuxishan many times, but this fellow quickly revived as if he couldn't be killed. Facing an existence that couldn't be killed at all, even Hanju almost collapsed. If I really face a sage in the future, he might explode and trick me again. Hanju thought of a scene and felt his blood run cold. Fortunately, there was the simulation trial. Otherwise, he would have definitely failed. After Hanju decided to attain the Tao, he wanted to fight with every sage for 100 years. He wanted to find the easiest way to kill the enemy and kill them with one strike. Hanju stood up and stretched as he walked out of the Taoist temple. Everyone, prepare to listen to the lecture. Hanju's voice resounded throughout the 100-peak immortal river. All the disciples became excited and flocked to the land of listeners. Even Li Daokong and Li Xianxia rushed over immediately. Clearly, they had been looking forward to it for a long time. Outside the 100-peak immortal river, countless living beings were gathered. A huge bird circled high in the sky. The black feathers on its body were shiny as if they were watered by iron. It had a wingspan of 1,000 feet, and it looked like a hawk. It had 3 cat-like tails. There are so many immortals inside, the three-tailed giant eagle shouted excitedly. With so many immortal gods in the 100-peak Immortal River, the legend about the primordial purple chi was very likely true. Immortal gods? Gasp. Why were there so many? Taking human form is indeed considered an immortal god. The hidden sect really exists. What are they doing? I can't sense their aura. It seems that there's a powerful array formation isolating them. The living beings discussed animatedly. There was no lack of Taoists who had transformed, and they came in all forms. There were so many immortals in the hidden sect. How could they break in? At this moment, the ground shook as a terrifying giant 10,000 feet tall rushed over from the end of the horizon. It was unstoppable. The giant was bare-chested, and its muscles looked like they were formed from huge and hard rocks. It was a visual impact. His hair was disheveled as he crashed into the formation of the 100-peak Immortal River with unstoppable force. The terrifying waves that stirred up sent thousands of living beings flying as screams of agony filled the air. "It's the ancient god of the Khanate stone race," someone exclaimed. His tone was filled with excitement as if he could see the situation of the 100-peak Immortal River formation breaking. The ancient god frowned. He couldn't break through the array formation. He continued to try his best, unwilling to give up. However, no matter how he collided, it was useless. In the 100-peak Immortal River, Hanju sat at the peak of the mountain and preached the Tao. Listening to the distant rumbling, he couldn't help but frown. He wasn't the only one. The disciples were also vexed. Hanju raised his right hand. The disciples who were paying attention to him couldn't help but look at it. Swish! A sword chi suddenly shot out from Hanju's right index finger. In an instant, it shot into the distance and exploded the head of the stone race's ancient god. Stones splattered everywhere. Whoosh! All the living beings were shocked. "Don't be afraid. The ancient god of the stone race can't be killed," some living beings shouted, wanting to stabilize the troops' morale. The stone race's ancient god disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 10,000-foot tall body directly collapsed. Hanju continued to preach. A mere deity realm ant wanted to withstand his pseudosage dermic powers? The undying body was only relative. Compared to the undying existence of the sages, what was the ancient god of the stone race? The ancient god of the stone race was destroyed. The surrounding living beings fell silent. No one dared to rush into the 100-peak Immortal River anymore. Hanju could finally talk in peace. The lecture lasted for 50 years. 50 years later, Hanju was about to stand up when Li Daokong asked with a voice transmission, "Sect Master, do you need me to go out and resolve this?" Hanju thought for a moment and said, "Sure, control your limits. Don't go far, or you'll be discovered by the sages." Li Daokong nodded and flew out. Hanju opened a hole in the Dao field and let him out. Hanju stood up and walked towards the Taoist temple. Along the way he heard fighting and cries. Zenith Heaven was definitely an invincible existence at this time. The sound of battle also woke the disciples who were still comprehending the Tao. 13th Heaven, Heavenly Race's main hall. Xianxia flicked his sleeve and shouted angrily, "What do you mean? The Buddhist sect wants to declare war on the heavenly race." The heavenly race members in the hall looked at each other. No one replied first. Seeing their expressions, Xianxia was furious. The seemingly glorious heavenly race was actually completely unstable. He, the heavenly ancestor, was completely suppressed. Almost all the experts of the heavenly race had their own factions. There were even Buddhist cultivators he hated now. The heavenly god general stood up and said, "I'm willing to teach the Buddhist sect a lesson." Xianxia's anger eased as he said, "We still have to discuss this matter. The Buddhist sect openly provoked the prestige of the heavenly race. Who else is behind this? It's worth investigating. By the way, all of you have heard the rumors about the primordial purple chi. Now, all the Providence sects are said to possess primordial purple chi. I don't believe it. How can there be so many opportunities to attain the Tao? Only one sage has died. What do you think of the devils? Devil race. All the heavenly race members in the hall were moved, and the atmosphere became solemn. Heavenly Ancestor, why did you mention the devil race? The devil race is the cultivator's mortal enemy. A white-haired old Taoist stood up. His words broke the silence, attracting the support of the other heavenly race mighty figures. Speaking of the devils, they gritted their teeth. Xianxia frowned. The hall fell into chaos. Other than Xianxia, everyone was denouncing the sins of the devils. After a long while, after everyone was silent, Xianxia slowly asked, I want to ask, what grudge do you have with the devil race? Don't mention the ancient legends. Just talk about yourselves. The heavenly race mighty figures looked at each other. They didn't follow Xianxia's words but doubted in their hearts. Had the heavenly ancestor been possessed by the devils? Or was his Tao heart deceived? It was so outrageous. Even the heavenly god general looked at Xianxia differently. Facing his subordinates' strange gazes, Xianxia almost died of anger. These people were really impossible to communicate with. Xianxia suppressed his anger and shook his head. He waved his hand to signal everyone to leave. 30 years passed quickly after Han Ju finished his lecture. Under Li Daokong's domineering attack, the living beings who wanted to fight for the primordial purple chi were chased away. The remaining were low-level living beings who indicated that they had no ill intentions. After that battle, the hidden sect's reputation spread again. The news of Li Daokong joining the hidden sect quickly spread throughout the immortal world. The news that the eldest disciple of the human school had joined the hidden sect caused the immortal world to criticize him. The hidden sect was completely famous. It was getting closer and closer to becoming a first-rate overlord force in the immortal world. At least that was how it was famous. On this day, Han Ju cursed Sage Fated Secrets. Although he had just broken through, he didn't spend a large amount of his lifespan on him. After the simulation trial, Han Ju felt that the possibility of cursing a sage to death was almost zero. It was fine to mess with him. He should save his lifespan in the future and not waste it. Han Ju wasn't far from attaining the Tao. When the time came, he would personally kill Sage Fated Secrets. He stood up and stretched. At this moment, the strange deity rushed in and stopped in front of him. It wandered around as if it was in a hurry. Han Ju communicated with it. You said you want to go out? Han Ju frowned and asked. The strange deity nodded. Although it couldn't speak and its expression could not be seen, it accurately displayed a pitiful appearance. Han Ju subconsciously wanted to reject, but the strange deity rarely expressed such strong intentions. Moreover, even if he let this fellow out, others wouldn't be able to see it. Even Li Daokong couldn't spy on the strange deity. The strange deity passed by Li Daokong's side. Although Li Daokong frowned, he did not notice anything. What are you going to do outside? The hands of the strange deity kept shaking. Han Ju couldn't understand it at all and could only rely on his telepathy. After all, they had fused a long time ago. It wanted to go out because something outside was attracting it. It wanted to go and take a look. Han Ju secretly used the derivation function. What attracted it? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Misfortune, resentment, killing intent, and negative karma. Han Ju frowned and continued to ask, is a sage plotting against it? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Han Ju was relieved. He looked at the strange deity and said, come back soon. Don't harm the living beings. The strange deity nodded desperately. Han Ju waved his hand and sent it out. The strange deity also had its own way of becoming stronger. Other than relying on Han Ju, it didn't need to cultivate at all, so there was no point in keeping it to cultivate. Its departure did not cause any commotion in the hidden sect because other than Han Ju, no one else knew of its existence, even if it often wandered in the 100-peak Immortal River. After stretching, Han Ju sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus again and began to comprehend the Great Tao cultivation technique, the primordial chaos reincarnation Great Tao. The primordial chaos reincarnation Great Tao recorded several methods to attain the Tao. The worst was to rely on the primordial purple chi to attain the Tao. Therefore, the primordial purple chi was actually the key to the heavenly Tao. Only by obtaining this key could one open the heavenly Tao and obtain its providence. By relying on the power of the heavenly Tao, one could become a sage. If the heavenly Tao wasn't destroyed, it would be very difficult for the heavenly Tao sage to die, unless they encountered the immeasurable calamity. Han Ju naturally couldn't take this path. He didn't want to tie his life to the heavenly Tao. He wanted to walk on the path to the strongest Tao attainment method. Use strength to attain the Tao. He could rely on his great dermic powers to forcefully break through the realm shackles and reach the undying realm. The so-called using strength to attain the Tao meant cultivating a great Tao. Han Ju's great Tao of extreme origin was equivalent to the gathering of 3,000 great Tao. If he successfully attained the Tao, he felt that he would definitely be the most perfect sage. He would also be the strongest sage. What Han Ju wanted to do now was to fuse the great Tao of extreme origin with his body and soul. He would become the great Tao and not merely control its power. In theory, it was very simple. In fact, it was very difficult. His body could hardly withstand the power of the great Tao. However, Han Ju had the stellar primordial body. Cultivating it was easier than cultivating the heavenly Tao life form. Han Ju couldn't predict when he would attain the Tao for the time being, but he would definitely be able to. At the edge of the 100-peak Immortal River, Han Zuetian stood at the foot of the hill, and 10 steps away stood the 3 immortals. These 10 steps were the isolation area of the Tao field array formation. It was invisible and colorless. It indeed existed. Eagle-Head Immortal said carefully, "Senior, we've investigated the matter you asked us to investigate. The most talented person in the nearby area should be the long-arm ape. This long-arm ape is one of the 4 chaotic monkeys. It's said that in the primordial era, the 4 chaotic monkeys were extraordinary existences. There was once a long-arm ape that made even sages sigh in admiration." Han Zuetian raised his eyebrows. "What's his cultivation level?" "Emperor Realm." "Help me recruit him. All of you serve me well. When the hidden sect recruits disciples again, I can help you plead on your behalf." "Thank you, Senior," the 3 immortals said in surprise. They knelt down and kowtowed to Han Zuetian. Han Zuetian waved his hand indifferently, and the 3 immortals left. Seeing them leave, Han Zuetian couldn't help but sigh. "Even if I pretend, I'm still far inferior to Grandmaster. Perhaps I'm lacking light behind my back." Han Zuetian muttered to himself, envy appearing in his eyes. He yearned for the sun and moon yin-yang protection behind Han Ju the most. It was too impressive. Han Zuetian had never seen an existence stronger than Han Ju. Even his grand disciple felt suffocated every time he faced him. Then Han Zuetian turned around and prepared to leave. "Young friend." An old voice floated over. Han Zuetian turned around. A stooped figure emerged from the ground. He had white hair and a youthful face. He held a walking stick and had a benevolent expression. Han Zuetian raised his eyebrows, seemingly surprised that the other party had come out of the ground. The old man smiled and said, "I'm the Earth God of the 100-peak Immortal River. I was sent by the heavenly race. Can you introduce me to the sect master of the hidden sect?" "Earth God? Heavenly race?" Han Zuetian frowned. His expression changed slightly as he muttered to himself. The old man smiled and said, "That's right. It's the Earth God appointed by the heavenly race. It's also your blessing that I came to the 100-peak Immortal River." "Blessing?" Han Zuetian was immediately furious and scolded, "Screw off. Are you even worthy?" His language was inherited from Han Ju. He spoke like him and cursed similarly. The reason why he was moved just now was that he had never heard of the heavenly race. Most of the living beings did not know about the high and mighty heavenly race, and the disciples of the hidden sect who knew about it had a huge difference in seniority with Han Zuetian. They couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him, let alone talk about the current immortal world. The Earth God was stunned. He didn't expect Han Zuetian to suddenly fall out with him. Immediately after, his old face turned red. He pointed at him and said with a trembling voice, "You, how impudent!" Han Zuetian cursed. "Get lost. Are you qualified to be our hidden sect's blessing? Do you believe that I'll call for help?" The Earth God trembled in anger, but he was really afraid that Han Zuetian would call for help. The hidden sect was famous for its viciousness. If not for the orders of the heavenly race, he wouldn't dare to come. He stomped his feet and tunneled underground, disappearing. Han Zuetian snorted disdainfully. Han Zuetian didn't spread the news of the Earth God in the hidden sect. The disciples did not know about it. Hanju was still cultivating in seclusion. Ever since he reached the perfected pseudosage realm, Hanju had been excited about cultivation. He wanted to reach the sage realm as soon as possible. Time passed. Everything changed. When he looked back, it was as if everything happened in an instant. 1,500 years passed. Hanju was still far from attaining the Tao, but he was much stronger than before. On this day, he explained the great Tao to the hidden sect again. After so many lectures, without the hidden sect expanding, all the disciples had already embarked on the cultivation path of the great Tao of extreme origin. The great Tao of extreme origin contained extremely great power. Even Li Daokong, who was already a pseudosage, could easily enter the Tao. After so many years of cultivation, his Tao fruit had already transformed into the Tao fruit of the great Tao of extreme origin. The disciple Hanju looked forward to the most now was Li Daokong. His expectations for him had already surpassed Tao Sovereign, Liao, Zhao Shenyuan, and the others. Of course, he could only hide this thought in his heart and not say it out loud. After all, he thought highly of every disciple. Hanju was about to return to the Taoist temple when he suddenly felt something. He raised his hand and waved it, summoning the strange deity from outside the Tao field. After so many years, the strange deity had indeed become much stronger. Hanju could sense that the power it contained was enough to destroy an ordinary pseudosage. What had this fellow done? The strange deity was clearly very excited to see Hanju again. It stuck to him and rubbed against him. Hanju played with it for a while and let it move around. The current strange deity could already control his strength and would not threaten the other living beings in the hidden sect. Just as he returned to the Taoist temple, Hanju received a dream from a sage. Sect Master Tianju sent you a dream. Do you accept it? Ignore. I want to see if you're as anxious as Emperor Shao and Qiu Shilai. Hanju thought to himself and meditated. Indeed, not all sages were as shameless as Qiu Shilai. Sect Master Tianju only visited once in his dreams. Several months later. Fang Liang sent you a dream. Do you accept it? Fang Liang? Hanju opened his eyes with a strange expression. In the past, it was always sages who visited him in his dreams. When did Fang Liang learn this ability? After thinking about it, Hanju chose to accept it. After entering the dream, Hanju could clearly sense the structure of the dream. It was extremely weak, and he could shatter the dream with a thought. Fang Liang was still very weak. The dream place was the numinous palace. Fang Liang saw Hanju and immediately walked over to bow. The sun and moon yin-yang protection behind Hanju emitted a divine light, preventing Fang Liang from seeing his expression. Fang Liang said, I rashly disturbed Grandmaster because of something important. Hanju replied, Oh, Xianxia has been suppressed. The heavenly race has secretly changed to a new master. More than 1,000 years ago, the heavenly race once sent the Earth God to the 100-peak Immortal River. In the end, he was humiliated. Recently, the heavenly race has been preparing to deal with the 100-peak Immortal River. Xianxia asked me to tell you about this. That's it. Hanju was disdainful. He already treated sages as his enemies. Who dared to find trouble with him? It wasn't that Hanju was arrogant, but that he was so strong. Fang Liang said, Grandmaster, don't be careless. The heavenly race is mixed with all sorts of people and involves too many factions. Not only that, but recently, someone from the human race has also been stirring up rumors about the hidden sect. They say that the hidden sect once harmed the human race and seem to want to defame the hidden sect as the devil race. Hanju shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry about the hidden sect. You've been away for too long and don't know the situation anymore." Upon hearing that, Fang Liang asked carefully, "May I know how many deity realm experts the hidden sect has?" The current Fang Liang was already a deity realm existence. If not for the heavenly court's defeat in the calamity, his cultivation would not have increased. Hanju hesitated for a moment and then said, "More than you think." After all, Fang Liang came from the hidden sect and had helped the hidden sect disciples in the heavenly court many times. Hanju still hoped that he could repent and return to the sect to cultivate. Although Fang Liang was already the Dao ancestor's successor, Zhou Fan was still a Dharma idol of the 7 Dao sage. Hanju wasn't afraid of people with powerful backgrounds entering the hidden sect. It was fine as long as it was not the true body of a sage. Fang Liang was silent. He clenched his fists in his sleeves. He wanted to say that he would return to the hidden sect, but the words were stuck in his throat and difficult to say. Hanju didn't understand what he was worried about and said meaningfully, "As long as you want to return, come back at any time. You don't have to worry about any trouble. Don't wait until you're standing opposite the hidden sect before you want to return. At that time, don't blame Grandmaster for being heartless." Fang Liang took a deep breath. He knew that Hanju was not joking. Hanju treated him very well, but he was never merciful to enemies. Back in the mortal world, Hanju, who was only a mortal, dared to challenge the heavenly court. The current Hanju was naturally not afraid of sages. Fang Liang was in a dilemma. Hanju waved his hand and shattered the dream, leaving only one sentence. "If you don't return now, no one in the hidden sect will remember you." His consciousness returned to the Taoist temple. Hanju didn't think too much and continued cultivating. It was his decision whether Fang Liang would return. Hanju had already done what he could. He couldn't force Fang Liang to return. In that case, would he be the Grandmaster or an actual father? On that day, Li Xianxia came to visit him. Hanju let him enter the Taoist temple. Li Xianxia came in front of him and bowed. "Sect Master, I want to take in a disciple. It's one of the 4 chaotic monkeys, the long-arm ape. He's talented, and I'm confident that I can teach him to become a zenith heaven or even stronger. By the way, Sect Master, there might be an entire race of long-arm apes. I have a bold thought." "Long-arm ape?" Hanju raised his eyebrows. He couldn't help but think of Journey to the West. This monkey was not only in the Journey to the West but also in the Investiture of the Gods. The long-arm ape race. There were indeed many legends about the 4 chaotic monkeys. Hanju wouldn't question their potential, but he didn't expect them to have a race. Hanju narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you think?" Li Xianxia adjusted his emotions and said, "There's not much point in directly taking in the long-arm ape race into the hidden sect. We need to have hidden forces outside. This is the case for the human school. Almost all the major races have their own subsidiary forces. On the surface, only me and Senior Brother will appear. With the immeasurable calamity activated, even if Senior Brother and I enter the calamity, all living beings will not think that the human school can threaten the heavenly Tao. However, the truth is that the human school has the most cultivators in the heavenly race. Among the sages, the human school is the greatest winner." Hanju understood what he meant. He felt that there was no need, but if the disciples wanted to find something to do, it was fine. He thought for a moment and said, "Choose a long-arm ape to enter the hidden sect. You can persuade him later." Li Xianxia was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed and left. Hanju wasn't worried that he would play tricks. After all, it was a 6-star favorability. Besides, he was already a cultivator of the great Tao of extreme origin and was tied to him. 74 years later. In the Taoist temple, Hanju was cultivating. "I'm the war god of the heavenly race, the heavenly god general. I summon all living beings in the immortal world and recruit immortals and gods for the heavenly race. I will open up the myriad worlds in the universe. Anyone who has reached the grand unity golden immortal realm can come to the 13th heaven to see me and seek godhood. This voice resounded through the immortal world like a thunderclap. Hanju opened his eyes with a strange expression. The heavenly race was recruiting immortal gods. They were trying to eradicate the heavenly court. From now on, all living beings would think that the heavenly race represented the immortal gods. What was the use of the heavenly court? When the immortals of the heavenly court decreased and only Feng Liang was left alone, it would probably be the time of his death. Hanju couldn't help but think of the heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor had entrusted him to help when the heavenly court was in danger. However, this was not the most difficult time for the heavenly court. Hanju didn't dare to act recklessly before attaining the Tao. You guys can continue dancing. When I become a sage, I'll settle all the scores. Hanju snorted. The heavenly race also wanted to scheme against him, and now they were plotting against the heavenly court. He had to deal with them in the future. Hanju suddenly thought of his first Tao companion, Xianxia, who was also in the heavenly race. On a whim, he used the dark nightmare on her. The two of them entered the dream. The mountains were clear and the rivers were beautiful. The blue sky was filled with white clouds. A cool breeze blew through the forest, making one's heart flutter. Hanju saw Xianxia again. Compared to 20,000 years ago, she had changed greatly. She wore a purple dress and had a dignified posture. Her beautiful face was extremely cold and her eyes were disdainful. The first time they met, she was still pretending to be mediocre. Xianxia saw Hanju and couldn't help but become vigilant. The divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection covered Hanju's face, preventing her from seeing clearly. She was cultivating when she was suddenly pulled into a dream, making her subconsciously vigilant. Soon, she seemed to have thought of something and asked carefully, Hanju. Hanju smiled and said, "How have you been?" The last time they met was in a dream 10,000 years ago. At this age, he couldn't help but sigh when he saw an old friend. It was mainly because Hanju had not seen many people in his life. If one died, it was a significant decrease. Xianxia smiled and sized him up. "I'm good. You look better. You should be the one who created the hidden sect, right?" Hanju was not surprised. He could no longer hide his identity, especially to those who knew him. "That's right. How are you doing in the heavenly race?" Hanju asked. He remembered that she had given him cultivation resources before. Xianxia said, "I managed to get a god position, but I'm only fishing in troubled waters. I don't have any real power. By the way, the heavenly race might be targeting the 100-peak Immortal River recently. Be careful." Hanju said, "I already know. I haven't come to visit you for a long time. If you're unhappy in the heavenly race, you can come and seek refuge with me at any time. As for the heavenly race's plot, even a pseudo-sage can't barge in. It's impossible for the heavenly race to succeed." Xianxia smiled. "Sure. I'm willing to join the hidden sect. So straightforward?" Hanju was stunned. Xianxia said, "I like the atmosphere of the hidden sect. I didn't agree before because I wanted to fight for providence. Now that the providence has been obtained, if you let me enter the hidden sect, I'll naturally do it. However, before I come, I want to obtain something for you." "What is it?" "You will know when the time comes. It will definitely be a surprise." "All right." Hanju smiled and agreed. "What? Could she possibly bring the primordial purple chi to seek refuge with him?" Hanju started to reminisce with Xianxia and listened to her talk about her experiences over the years. Xianxia said that because of Hanju, she also liked to cultivate diligently. After the calamity ended, she rarely went out. However, the few times she went out were very exciting. They could all be written as adventures. Hanju also listened with relish. The two of them chatted for a long time. The dream ended. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. From his conversation with Xianxia, he could tell that she was very dissatisfied with the heavenly race. She wasn't the only one. There were also many conflicts within the heavenly race. The main reason was that the heavenly race was too chaotic and had too much internal competition. With that, the emperor took turns to sit. Xianxia had already completely become a puppet. Power often changed, making the loose immortals of the heavenly race feel that something was wrong. If this continued, the heavenly race would definitely collapse. It was normal for Shen Qingjun to want to leave. Han Ju thought silently, should I make the heavenly race fight among themselves? Shen Qingjun had mentioned that the person in charge recently was a person called Zhou Quan. His background was mysterious, and she did not know which sect he came from. He had a wide network. Fuck. Han Ju decided to curse Zhou Quan and stir up a conflict among the heavenly race to prevent them from always staring at the 100-peak Immortal River. But he couldn't curse now. Wait. 50 years later. Han Ju had just finished cursing Sage Fated Secrets and started cursing the heavenly race's Zhou Quan. He was very careful, afraid that he would accidentally curse Zhou Quan to death. He only cursed for a day before stopping. He felt that it was enough. Zhou Quan would definitely be frightened to death. Han Ju was in a good mood. He put down the Book of Misfortune and continued cultivating. Just as he had expected, the heavenly race was in chaos. Through the emails, Han Ju saw the Divine General and Xianxia being attacked one after another. It was really tragic. Half a month later, Xianxia came and said that the long-arm ape he had chosen was already waiting outside the 100-peak Immortal River. Han Ju directly moved him into the Dao field and let Xianxia entertain him himself. As for meeting the long-arm ape, Han Ju didn't have any thoughts for the time being. His cultivation was different now, and his identity was also different. How could he meet anyone casually? On the mountains and rivers, Xianxia and the long-arm ape stepped on the white clouds as they advanced. The long-arm ape was a human-shaped monkey with a burly figure. It scratched its ears and cheeks and kept looking around, full of curiosity about the 100-peak Immortal River. Xianxia instructed, in the 100-peak Immortal River, don't cause conflict with anyone. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. The long-arm ape asked curiously, how many immortals in the 100-peak Immortal River are stronger than you? Don't worry about this question. You only need to know that the sect master of the hidden sect is the strongest existence. Don't cause trouble. He will keep an eye on you. Xianxia instructed. The 4 chaotic monkeys were known to be ruthless. The long-arm ape was the overlord of a mountain before. It was domineering. Xianxia was worried that it couldn't control its personality. Hearing this, the long-arm ape nodded desperately. He wasn't stupid. Before he knew Xianxia, he had heard of the 100-peak Immortal River. He was already very happy to be able to join the hidden sect. Just like that, Xianxia accepted the long-arm ape as his disciple. He brought it around the 100-peak Immortal River and let the hidden sect disciples meet it. The disciples of the hidden sect did not have a good impression of the long-arm ape. It was only because this fellow was not good-looking and they were busy cultivating and had no time to interact. The addition of the long-arm ape did not affect the cultivation culture of the hidden sect. The 100-peak Immortal River was still silent. Time flew. For 100 years passed. Han Ju cursed Zhou Quan for another day. Liu Bei suddenly brought a Qilin to visit. It was Su Lin who had the bloodline of the Qilin king. Su Lin had already reached the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. The man and the Qilin knelt in front of Han Ju. Su Lin had yet to transform. His figure was like a tiger and was slightly smaller than before. He was probably controlling his body size. Han Ju stared at him. That gaze brought great pressure to Su Lin, making him not dare to look up. Liu Bei was the first to speak. Master, what do you plan to do next? Han Ju said, you can leave first. I'll teach him for a period of time. Liu Bei nodded and left. Su Lin shivered, not knowing what to think. Han Ju said, don't be nervous. Cultivate next to me. Cultivate according to the previous cultivation method. This is not a test. He raised his hand and waved, causing a mat to appear beside him. Immediately after, Hanju raised his finger and pointed at Su Lin, directly turning him into a human. Su Lin transformed into a young man with an ordinary appearance, an ordinary figure, and a stunned expression. Seeing Hanju close his eyes, although he was puzzled, he could only suppress it and enter his cultivation state. At first, Su Lin was very nervous, but as time passed, his nervousness was also wiped away. 100 years passed. Su Lin walked out of the Taoist temple. The sunlight shone on him, making him feel as if a lifetime had passed. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists. His eyes became extremely confident and his back straightened. As expected of the master of the hidden sect. This is the great Tao. Su Lin was excited. He quickened his pace and prepared to return to cultivate diligently. Not long after he left, Li Xianxia came to the Taoist temple and wanted to visit Hanju. What is it? Hanju didn't let him in and asked directly. Li Xianxia said, Sect Master, Long-Arm Ape, you're in charge of teaching and can also teach the great Tao yourself. Hanju's voice floated out, causing Li Xianxia to be overjoyed. He wanted to teach the great Tao to the Long-Arm Ape, thinking that he had to seek Hanju's approval first. Li Xianxia bowed and left. Hanju covered the Tao field with his divine sense and observed the Nether race. The Nether race was the threshold of the hidden sect. Their potential was high, but they were not top-notch. Now, the 10,000 Nether race members had already begun to break through to the deity realm. When they stepped into the deity realm, the strength of the hidden sect would increase again. Hanju couldn't help but look at the second-generation disciples. He called Sun Chang'an over. As his third disciple, Sun Chang'an's cultivation was inferior to that of a third-generation disciple. However, under the powerful torrent of the hidden sect, he could barely keep up with the main group. However, he was only a rank 4 immortal emperor now. How pathetic. Sun Chang'an knelt in front of Hanju. He wasn't nervous when facing him. After all, they had been together for more than 20,000 years. Hanju asked, Are you satisfied with your cultivation? Sun Chang'an frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, If I say that I'm satisfied, actually, I'm not that satisfied. But I'm not that unsatisfied either. Hanju cursed silently. What ugly words from an ugly monk. Although Sun Chang'an was no longer ugly or even rather handsome, his nickname was still Ugly Monk. Hanju cursed. Speak normally. Sun Chang'an shivered and said, It means that I can become stronger. It doesn't matter if I can't. In any case, I've always been in the hidden sect. Even if I don't have any enemies, I still have your protection. Then, don't you want to protect me? Master, you're so strong. How can I chase after you? Even if you let Li Daokong say this, can he be confident? Sun Chang'an was very innocent and aggrieved. Hanju remained silent. That made sense. Hanju didn't want the day to really need his disciples' protection. But he wouldn't allow his disciples to slack off. I will personally preach the Tao to you. In 5,000 years, you must reach the rank 9 immortal emperor realm. Hanju snorted. Sun Chang'an's expression collapsed. Crossing that many realms in 5,000 years? Impossible. He had already stepped into the emperor realm for more than 10,000 years and was only a rank 4 immortal emperor. Hanju ignored Sun Chang'an and started to preach. In the forest, a stone tower stood. In the tower, the 3 immortals of Chujun were napping in boredom. Snakehead Immortal said weakly, Brother, how long do we have to wait? Those who came after the long-arm ape have already entered the hidden sect. How long do we have to wait? He repeated it twice, clearly confused. Eaglehead Immortal snorted. Continue waiting. Those with ambitions will succeed. This is what a mighty figure who taught me said. The third great immortal did not speak. At this moment, a voice sounded, Are you the 3 immortals of Chujun? The 3 immortals immediately sat up and saw the earth god who had confronted Han Zuetian. He held his head high and said proudly, I'm the envoy sent by the heavenly race to confer the title of earth god to you 3. Aren't you going to kneel down and receive the title? The 3 immortals were stunned, and they looked at each other. Eagle-head Immortal was the first to recover. He cursed, "Get lost!" The other two immortals also revealed fierce expressions. The Earth God was stunned. "Can't I give you the 100-peak Immortal River? Are you worried about the hidden sect? Don't worry. The heavenly race will soon move it away." At that time, Eagle-head Immortal attacked directly. His right hand transformed into an eagle claw and quickly stretched out, shooting straight at the Earth God's throat. The Earth God was shocked and immediately fled. In an instant, he arrived thousands of kilometers away. Then he emerged from the ground and cursed, "3 fools! I gave you a chance, but you're useless." At this moment, a demonic wind blew. "Where are you running to? Killing him will definitely be a contribution to the 100-peak Immortal River. Ha ha ha! This is a rare opportunity." The 3 immortals' voices floated over. They were very excited. Earth God vomited blood. He didn't understand why these 3 dogs were so loyal to the hidden sect when they were not accepted by the 100-peak Immortal River. Not having time to think, he continued to escape. "I'm the Earth God. Can the 3 of you capture me?" Deep underground, the Earth God thought disdainfully as he traveled quickly. Several days later, the 3 immortals appeared near the 100-peak Immortal River. Eagle-head Immortal waved his sleeve, and the Earth God tied up by the golden rope was thrown to the ground. He was covered in dust and had disheveled hair, looking extremely pathetic. Eagle-head Immortal shouted, "Seniors of the hidden sect, we have caught a spy sent by the heavenly race. He wants to harm the hidden sect." The 3 immortals shouted for a long time before a hidden sect disciple finally flew over. It was the white-robed man who had warned them previously. He was a transformed life form under Han Zuetian and had a grand unity golden immortal cultivation. The white-robed man said impatiently, "This fellow? He can threaten the hidden sect." If not for the fact that the 3 immortals were sincere, the white-robed man wouldn't have bothered to come out. Eagle-head Immortal said shamelessly, "He's the god of the heavenly race and wants to confer us the title of Earth God. He said that in the future, the heavenly race will expel the hidden sect and let us be Earth gods." The Earth God wanted to say something, but he couldn't make a sound. The white-robed man frowned. "Wait for me." He turned around and left. Soon, Han Zuetian and Li Xianxia arrived. Li Xianxia sized up the Earth God and said, "It's indeed the god of the heavenly race." He didn't know the Earth God, but he was also from the heavenly race and could distinguish auras and providence. Han Zuetian looked at the 3 immortals and said, "I know you. You're indeed sincere. Don't worry. I will mention you to Grandmaster." Hearing this, the 3 immortals were pleasantly surprised and quickly thanked him. Han Zuetian looked at Li Xianxia and asked, "What should we do with this Earth God?" Li Xianxia said calmly, "Kill him. The 3 of you attack now." The Earth God's expression changed drastically. Without another word, Eagle-head Immortal slapped his palm on the top of the Earth God's head, sucking his soul out. Snake-head Immortal swallowed the Earth God's body. Eagle-head Immortal threw the Earth God's soul to his 3rd brother, the Heavenly Immortal. The Heavenly Immortal's eyes emitted a strange light that extinguished the Earth God's soul. Li Xianxia raised his eyebrows in surprise. Unexpectedly, the 3 immortals had their own abilities. The reason why he asked them to kill the Earth God now was to test them. Their decisiveness proved that they were indeed on the hidden sect's side. Li Xianxia smiled in satisfaction. "You have great vision. Wait for a bit." The 3 immortals quickly thanked him. Li Xianxia and Han Zuetian left. In the sky, Li Xianxia said, "These 3 are not bad. If you can take care of them in the future, they will become your right-hand men." Han Zuetian nodded. That day, Li Xianxia went to visit Hanju and talked about this. Hanju thought for a moment and moved the 3 immortals into the Dao field, letting Li Xianxia receive them. After Li Xianxia left, Hanju's expression became strange. Why did this fellow become a talent in internal affairs? He had always thought that Li Xianxia was a brute. He didn't expect that after joining the hidden sect, he would be more passionate about all sorts of planning and decision-making. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. In any case, Li Xianxio's favorability towards him was 6 stars. He didn't have to worry. Once his favorability decreased, even if only by half a star, Han Ju would still give him a warning. There was no hour measuring in the immortal world. Other than a few people, all living beings wouldn't calculate time. The world was vast and filled with spirit chi. As long as one didn't provoke the enemy, one could live for a long time. Under such circumstances, time became unimportant. Han Ju was one of the few people who liked to pay attention to time. After all, he had the system and had already developed the habit of looking at lifespan. As years passed, the situation in the immortal world gradually changed. This was the first time the number of connate lifeforms erupted. After their cultivation levels increased, they began to consider reproducing. Now, in the immortal world, there were the 7 famous major factions: Jie School, Chan School, Human School, Buddhist sect, Heavenly Race, Ancient Race, and Hidden sect. Although ancient fiendish Yin had perished, the ancient race had indeed survived tenaciously and even became stronger. This was because they were the first force formed by connate lifeforms. Most living beings acknowledged the ancient race as their race. Just like that, 1,200 years passed. That day, Han Ju was cultivating. Detected that the primordial purple chi has descended into the immortal world. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and fight for the primordial purple chi. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Continue cultivating and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a supreme treasure. Primordial purple chi? Han Ju was stunned. Didn't Yuhua say that she would keep it for him? Could it be another primordial purple chi? Han Ju silently chose the second option. You choose to continue cultivating and obtain a great Tao fragment and a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Heavenly Tao Numinous Treasure Heavenly Origin Bracelet. Heavenly Origin Bracelet. Heavenly Tao Numinous Treasure. It is extremely hard and can hit the soul. It can encircle a world. Heavenly Tao Numinous Treasure was not bad. Han Ju silently took out the Heavenly Origin Bracelet and started to make it recognize him as its owner. As for Dharma treasures, the more the better, even if they were useless now. For example, in the investiture of the gods, the 3 pure ones would often give their disciples Dharma treasures and let them fight. It was quite impressive. However, Han Ju would never hand over his strongest Dharma treasures. Only those that he did not like could be given to his disciples. Several days later, the Dharma treasure successfully recognized him as its owner. Han Ju directly put it on his right wrist. He continued cultivating and checked his emails. Your good friend Xianxia has obtained a pseudosage divine arm. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by a human school cultivator X392. Your Tao companion Xian Qingjun has obtained the primordial purple chi. Her providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Empress Hutu established the netherworld. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by the ancient master of calamity and was severely injured. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor has become a pseudosage. Your disciple Yang Tiandong has become the king of hell. This did not seem to be the first time Xianxia had fused with limbs. What was he doing? From the looks of it, he seemed to be turning into a heavenly Tao villain. Han Ju was stunned when he saw Xian Qingjun obtain the primordial purple chi. So it was because of her that the primordial purple chi descended into the immortal world. How did she do it? The heavenly emperor had actually become a pseudosage. Han Ju only sighed and was not shocked. Ever since he went to the deity realm of the ruins of End, the heavenly emperor had endless opportunities. He was a zenith heaven cultivator himself, so it was not strange for him to become a pseudosage. Yang Tiandong became the king of hell. Empress Hutu was rather impressive. She really knew how to act in order to tie Han Ju to her. On the surface, Empress Hutu was expressing her goodwill to Han Ju, so he couldn't say anything. Yang Tiandong died in the previous calamity and was protected by Qiu Shilai. His soul had always been in the netherworld, But he did not expect Empress Hutu to support him to become the king of hell. Speaking of his eldest disciple, Han Ju sighed. What a pity. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. He believed that one day, Empress Hutu would make Yang Tiandong find him. At that time, he would directly purify him. Thinking of absolute purification, Han Ju stood up and prepared to purify all the new disciples of the hidden sect, just in case. Even Li Daokong and Li Xian'ao had to be purified. Just like that, Han Ju wandered around the 100-peak Immortal River, causing a commotion in the entire sect. The disciples wanted to see him but were afraid of meeting him. Han Ju used small talk to purify them secretly one by one. The lifespan consumed was not worth mentioning. It wasn't enough to make a sage go mad. 60 years later, all the disciples had seen Han Ju before. Not only did their reverence for him not decrease, but it also increased. Han Ju's aura was too strong. In addition to the sun and moon yin-yang protection, even if they had chatted, they didn't know his true appearance. Mysterious. Powerful. This was Han Ju's image in the hearts of the unnamed disciples. Detected that you are 30,000 years old. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and preach the Tao to the heavens. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a great Tao purple chi. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a great Tao purple chi. This was a choice that Han Ju had triggered when he purified the hidden sect disciples. He didn't have a choice before. He only returned to the Taoist temple and chose again after purifying all the disciples. Now he was 30,044 years old. The reason why he did not immediately make a choice was that the heavenly Tao spirit stone was too attractive. The Book of Misfortune would be a heavenly Tao supreme treasure if it leveled up again. Even if he went out now, as long as he did not leave the area of the heavenly Tao, sages wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, after calming down, Han Ju felt that there was no need. The immortal world was not a Tao field after all. What if the sages had other methods? Han Ju adjusted his state of mind and chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment and a great Tao purple chi. Great Tao purple chi. After fusing, you can obtain the right to become a great Tao sage. Great Tao sage. Han Ju smiled. This was exactly what he had guessed. The primordial purple chi could allow one to become a heavenly Tao sage, while the great Tao purple chi could allow one to become a great Tao sage. However, it was only a qualification, not absolute. Han Ju took out the great Tao purple chi. It was gray and looked like a ball of smoke. He couldn't see any effect. He didn't need to fuse with it for the time being, so he placed it into the world of stars. He would use it in the future. Han Ju could become a sage himself now and didn't need the great Tao purple chi for the time being. Han Ju continued cultivating and worked hard to attain the Tao. He was already at the perfected pseudosage realm, but he was still far from attaining the Tao. He needed to cultivate diligently. The process of fusing with the great Tao was too complicated. Even if he was talented, he had to take it slowly. Han Ju was already the first person in history to reach the perfected pseudosage realm at 30,000 years old. In the distant past, when the world had just been created, it had taken the Tao ancestor billions of years to reach the zenith heaven realm. That was only a legend. Perhaps it had taken longer. 90 years later, Xian Qingjun came to the 100-peak Immortal River and called Han Ju's name. When he heard that, he first spent 50 million years of his lifespan. After confirming that there was no danger, Han Ju moved her into the Taoist temple. There was no crying scene when the two of them met again. Instead, it was very calm. Xian Qingjun smiled. I'm back. Do you still acknowledge me as your Tao companion? Han Ju smiled. Of course. You didn't abandon me. He had already told Xing Hongxian about Xian Qingjun. She didn't find it strange. It was normal to have multiple wives in the immortal world, and even the human emperor had 3,000 concubines. Xian Qingjun smiled even more. She raised her hand, and a purple aura appeared in her palm like a snake. This is the primordial purple chi. It can allow you to become a heavenly Tao sage. I specially brought it to give it to you. Xian Qingjun smiled proudly. This was a supreme treasure that made all the mighty figures go mad. However, Hanju was very calm and said, "Which sage?" Xian Qingjun replied, "The primordial purple chi of the Chan school. It was originally intended to be left to the heavenly race. Not sage Nuwa?" Hanju frowned. He suddenly thought of something. Originally, there were 9 heavenly Tao sages. Only Nuwa, Fuxishan, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Qiu Shilai, Sect Master Tianju, Sage Fated Secrets, Sage Jinan, and Emperor Shao appeared. One sage was always a no-show. Could it be that the sage had long perished? Hanju asked silently. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. They have indeed died. Currently, there are only 7 heavenly Tao sages. Hanju fell into deep thought. There were only 7 heavenly Tao sages. But there should be more, such as Li Mui and Ancestor Shitian. Xian Qingjun asked, "What's wrong?" Hanju smiled and said, "Are you really willing to give it to me?" Xian Qingjun nodded. Her eyes were calm and sincere. Hanju immediately took the primordial purple chi and asked about the exact process. Xian Qingjun didn't hide anything. In the heavenly race, she joined the Chan school. Before Hanju dreamed, she learned that the Chan school had the primordial purple chi. Later, the human school's sage, Li Mui, sent a voice transmission to her, saying that he could help her obtain the primordial purple chi. Xian Qingjun was very puzzled, not understanding why she would be chosen by a sage. Li Mui said that there was internal strife in the Tao sect. He chose several people and it depended on who could do it. Then, with Li Mui's help, she successfully obtained the primordial purple chi and fled back to the immortal world. Hanju understood after hearing this. A sage wanted to set a trap? He secretly purified Xian Qingjun and consumed another 50 million years of his lifespan. The two of them chatted for a while. Hanju personally sent her out and established a Taoist temple at the side. After she returned, Xian Qingjun felt that something had changed. After meeting Hanju, she felt inexplicably refreshed, as if she had lost a lot of burdens. After returning to the Taoist temple, Hanju began to purify the primordial purple chi. He directly consumed 4 billion years of his lifespan. Outside the 33rd heaven, at the human school Tao field, Li Mui opened his eyes and frowned. "What's going on? Why did my sage sense break?" Li Mui pinched his fingers to deduce and his expression changed. "What an impressive move." Li Mui's eyes flickered and he muttered, "Hanju, oh Hanju, who are you? Who is supporting you from behind?" He could deduce that Hanju was only 30,000 years old and didn't have any background in his previous life. In other words, Hanju definitely had a mysterious mighty figure supporting him. His gaze passed through the 33rd heaven and landed on the 100-peak Immortal River. It was like a mist that even he, a heavenly Tao sage, could not see through. He had given away a primordial purple chi for nothing. No. He couldn't let this go. Li Mu stood up and left the Tao field. In the Taoist temple, Hanju was meditating and cultivating. Li Mui's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 4 stars. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. Sect Master Tianju has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. Sage Jinan has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star. Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. Why were there suddenly so many hatred point notifications? 0. Could it be related to the primordial purple chi? That should be the case. You came knocking on my door. Hanju didn't believe that it was a coincidence that Li Mui found Xian Qingjun. This primordial purple chi must have been a trap. It was just that it was completely purified by the system, causing the sages to be unable to continue plotting against him. Thus, they became angry. This time, Hanju couldn't leave the Dao field. Hatred towards me? Hate me all you want. I'll kill you all when I attain the Dao. Hanju thought silently. He had always believed that if people didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If people offended him, he would definitely end them. I'll tolerate you for the time being. Hanju adjusted his emotions and continued cultivating. At this moment, I'm Sect Master Tianju, the Heavenly Dao Sage. The hidden sect stole the primordial purple chi and violated the heavenly rules. Such sins are punishable by death. All living beings, listen up. Eliminate the hidden sect and you can obtain heavenly Dao merit. You will be rewarded according to your contributions. Hanju almost wanted to laugh when he heard Sect Master Tianju's voice. As long as I don't go out, it's useless even if all living beings come. Great. Since you dare to fall out with me, don't blame me for being impolite. Hanju thought to himself and decided to use the Book of Misfortune to punish Sect Master Tianju in the future. He had to at least go mad even if he wasn't cursed to death. At the same time, all the living beings in the 100-peak Immortal River were discussing this matter. They did not panic, but they were puzzled as to why Sect Master Tianju was slandering them. Hanju cultivated diligently every day. Why would he steal the primordial purple chi? They all felt that the sages were deliberately making things difficult for the hidden sect. After listening to the Tao for so many years, the disciples of the hidden sect trusted Hanju. He wouldn't panic even if the sky collapsed. They wouldn't panic. Because Hanju didn't say anything, the disciples didn't look for him rashly. The hidden sect did not seem to hear this. They discussed for a while before continuing to cultivate. Xian Qingjun came to find him. She wasn't stupid and knew that she had been used by a sage. Hanju comforted her and promised that nothing would happen to the 100-peak Immortal River. She could only be relieved. Another 1,000 years passed. Transformed living beings often wandered around the 100-peak Immortal River, but no one had dared to barge in for the past 1,000 years. The hidden sect was famous for its ferociousness. In addition to Li Daokong's strength, even with the sage's orders, all living beings did not dare to forcefully provoke the hidden sect. As for the primordial purple chi, it was too far away for most living beings. It was so far away that they weren't sure if it was true. In the past 1,000 years, people from the hidden sect had stepped into the deity realm one after another, including Murongqi, Chu Shuren, Hanyu, and the others. As the leader of the nether race, Hanyu's potential was naturally the strongest. This meant that the nether race was about to enter the deity realm on a large scale. 10,000 deity realm existences. Since ancient times, even the Jie school, which had 10,000 immortals, might not be so powerful. Hanju was even more satisfied. It was indeed wise to accept the nether race. Boom! The mountains in the 100-peak Immortal River shook. A terrifying aura erupted, enveloping the world. The disciples did not panic because they knew that the other disciples were breaking through. Zhao Shenyuan. He had reached the zenith heaven realm. The hidden sect had another zenith heaven. For a time, there was endless joy in the 100-peak Immortal River. With one more zenith heaven, the stronger the hidden sect was, the safer they would be. Every disciple was very happy, especially to the in-name disciples. The hidden sect had hundreds of thousands of in-name disciples. Only a small number of them were taken in as disciples by the orthodox disciples. Although they were all in the 100-peak Immortal River, they were actually in two different worlds. The in-name disciples yearned to become true disciples of the hidden sect. After Zhao Shenyuan became a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, he began to crazily challenge Li Shenao and Dao Sovereign in the simulation trial. In the previous 100-year competition, he had been suppressed by the two of them. As for Li Daokong, he was a pseudo-sage, so there was no need for him to participate. While the hidden sect's inner circle was active, the sages were very unhappy. Outside the 33rd heaven, Sage Dao Field, Li Muyi, the south extreme heavenly venerate, Sage Jinan, and sect master Tianju gathered here. Mortals are afraid of the hidden sect. What should we do? The south extreme heavenly venerate asked worriedly. Sect master Tianju frowned. He was the one who had given the order to destroy the hidden sect. Now that all living beings did not listen, he was the most embarrassed. Sage Jinan shook his head. To be honest, why do you insist on provoking him? This child's temperament is like a turtle. He hides somewhere and never goes out. Now, the immortal world is his best shelter. If he doesn't leave the immortal world, we can't do anything to him. Our disciples can't break through his Dao field array formation either. We can only shoot ourselves in the foot. Sect Master Tianju snorted unhappily. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate mocked. Then, why didn't you say so before? Sage Jinan rolled his eyes. Can I persuade you? Li Mui said, all right, something has happened. In that case, I'll send the 3 pure sacred ancestor to break through the hidden sect's array formation. Gather your disciples and wait in the 100-peak Immortal River. The 3 sages' eyes lit up. They were waiting for this sentence. Sage Jinan smiled. The 3 pure sacred ancestor has already gotten rid of Shi Dudao? Li Mui said, how can Shi Dudao be a match for the 3 pure sacred ancestor? Sect Master Tianju stood up and said, that's all. I hope that you won't disappoint us. His tone was mocking. This was all caused by Li Mui. If he didn't scheme against Hanju, how could he have lost the primordial purple chi? It was strange. Sages plotted against Hanju, but he always had a way to break through. This was the first time they encountered such a situation. Mortals were like ants on a sand table. Sages looked down on them and could see their path from above. Whatever they used could block their path. The ants were tiny and were on the sand table again. From its point of view, it couldn't see the people standing outside the sand table. Every time it encountered something that blocked its way, it could only bypass it. Now, the sages had dug a pit behind the small slope in front of the ant. Logically speaking, the ants could not see it at all, but the ant had already gone around before it even went up the slope. It was really strange. Hanju was that ant. The sages were puzzled. No matter how they schemed against him, he could always avoid them and even make them suffer. It didn't make sense. Another 700 years passed. There were more and more in-name disciples in the 100-peak Immortal River. It wasn't that Hanju had expanded again, but that those in-name disciples had begun to reproduce. This matter was arranged by Han Zuetian. Ever since he was threatened by Sect Master Tianju, he felt that there was a risk in recruiting disciples outside. It was better to create more himself. In any case, the 100-peak Immortal River was big enough and could contain many living beings. Hanju turned a blind eye to this. The hidden sect needed its own development system. It was indispensable for generations to pass. One day, Li Daokong suddenly came to visit him. Hanju let him enter the Taoist temple. Sect Master, the heavenly Tao's providence has been changing recently. I'm afraid it's not good, Li Daokong said in a low voice. Hanju remembered that he had once stepped into the heavenly Tao directly. Perhaps he really had a way to observe its providence. What's wrong? I suspect that a sage wants to conceal the heavenly secrets and obtain the short period of time to enter the immortal world for himself. To a sage, no matter how short the time is, it's enough to kill the enemy he wants to kill. Li Daokong's expression was very ugly. He meant that the sages wanted to personally deal with the hidden sect. Shocked, Hanju asked cautiously, can the current heavenly Tao sage break through the array formation of the Tao field? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. What if all the sages attack together? Yes, but it needs time. The immortal world can't withstand the dermic powers of more than 4 sages. In other words, he was still safe. Hanju cursed silently. Were these sages crazy? Li Daokong asked. Sect Master, what should we do? Hanju said calmly, cultivate in peace. I'll deal with the sages. Li Daokong was stunned. Although he knew that Hanju was stronger than the heavenly Tao sage, his confident tone convinced him. Such a powerful existence did not fight or hold ambition. How bold and magnanimous was this? After sending Li Daokong away, Hanju secretly asked, "Does the sage want to enter the immortal world to kill me? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "Yes." Hanju frowned. Li Daokong was right. He took out the Book of Misfortune and decided to cause trouble for the sages. He couldn't directly curse Li Mui or the sages of the Chan school. He had to think of a way to drive them away. Yes. Hanju decided to curse Qiu Shilai. He didn't use much strength and just wanted to scare him. On the surface, he and Qiu Shilai were still on good terms. The other party wouldn't suspect him and would only suspect other sages. Sage Li Mui wouldn't suspect Hanju. They were thinking of dealing with him. It didn't make sense for Hanju to provoke the other sages now. Just like that, Hanju started cursing Qiu Shilai. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease. He would only curse for 5 days. If it was too much, it would be meaningless. He had to at least curse the other party until he was vexed. His lifespan should be consumed between 1,000,000,000,000 years and 10,000,000,000,000 years. Hanju felt that it was enough after he had spent 3,000,000,000,000 years. Outside the 33rd heaven in the Western Hall, Qiu Shilai frowned. He was targeted by the Dark Forbidden Lord again. This time, he clearly felt that the curse power of the Dark Forbidden Lord was far greater than before. Thinking of Sage Fated Secret's miserable state, his heart couldn't help but palpitate. Who is it? Qiu Shilai's eyes flickered. The Dark Forbidden Lord was definitely one of the heavenly Tao sages. This was already a publicly acknowledged fact in the sage circle. Other than them, only Ancestor Shitian was left. It was impossible for him to do such a thing. Qiu Shilai began to recall the recent past and felt that Li Mui was the most likely. Previously, Li Mui asked him to control Hanju, but he rejected him. However, the karma was too obvious. If he were Li Mui, he would definitely not curse himself. Li Mui was famous for being cunning at the sage level. It was not Li Mui, so it could only be him. Qiu Shilai had always suspected the 3 schools of the Tao sect. The Tao sect was orthodox, and if he wanted to eliminate the sages, he could only use curses. Could it be sect master Tianju? No. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate. This fellow couldn't stand him. Sage Jinan was also a possibility. This fellow did not reveal himself and was unfathomable. Qiu Shilai was even more afraid of Sage Jinan because he didn't know his weakness. Although Li Mui was strong, he cared too much about his reputation and was very easy to target. The curse power was still strengthening. The more Qiu Shilai thought about it, the angrier he became. After spending 3,000,000,000,000 years of his lifespan, Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune, satisfied. He thought for a moment and started cursing Emperor Shao. Apart from the 3 schools of the Tao sect, all of them were cursed. Only then could he divert the trouble and make them suspect the Tao sect. He spent another 3,000,000,000,000 years. It was settled now. Hanju thought silently and put away the Book of Misfortune. After making arrangements, he heaved a sigh of relief. How wonderful! I hope you can fight soon. Hanju smiled and continued cultivating. Qiu Shilai and Emperor Shao weren't good people and would definitely find trouble with the other sages. The 2 of them thought about it and quickly suspected the sages of the 3 schools. Time passed. Year after year passed. People broke through in the hidden sect every year. The number of in-name disciples had already exceeded 1,000,000 and was still rapidly increasing. It had to be said that these in-name disciples' reproduction ability was very strong. They were almost comparable to the humans. Han Zuetian realized this problem and hurriedly stopped them. 300 years later, an influential figure had appeared in the hidden sect, Long Arm Ape. He had risen too quickly in the 100-year competition. After all, he was already Li Xianxio's disciple and was qualified to participate in the simulation trial. His performance had also obtained the recognition of the other disciples. Everyone became more and more familiar with him, causing him to be like a bright star in the in-name disciples' eyes. Most of the in-name disciples worshipped him. Hanju knew about this and guessed that Li Xianxio was supporting the long-arm ape, but he didn't take it to heart. The stronger the long-arm ape was, the stronger the hidden sect seemed. Couldn't always only have a few stronger people. Hanju even supported such actions. He hoped that the second-generation disciples could nurture admirable disciples. On this day, Hanju was about to stand up and go out to preach the Tao when he suddenly caught an aura rapidly approaching the 100-peak Immortal River. Very strong. Stronger than the pseudo-sage he had encountered. He focused his gaze and saw a huge Taoist figure rising in the sky. Upon careful look, it wasn't rising, but the other party was rapidly approaching. In front of this Taoist, everything in the world seemed short. He was at least 1,000,000 feet tall or even more. He had white hair and wore a green Taoist robe. His eyes were sharp as if he could see through everything in the world. His gaze had already landed on the 100-peak Immortal River. Hanju looked over and felt that the other party was looking at him. Hanju immediately used the simulation trial test. 3 pure sacred ancestor. Perfected pseudo-sage realm. Strongest in the immortal world. Boom. The 3 pure sacred ancestor struck the sky above the 100-peak Immortal River. Space distorted, forming a transparent indent that was visible to the naked eye. The scene was shocking. It was as if the sky was collapsing. The ground shook and all the disciples went out. They looked up and saw the 3 pure sacred ancestor looking down at the 100-peak Immortal River. They were all dumbfounded and in disbelief. Who is this? I've never seen him before. Could he be a sage? Sage? Could it be sect master Tianju? What should we do? Don't panic. The array formation isn't broken yet. The disciples exclaimed in fear. The 3 pure sacred ancestor waved his palm again and struck the 100-peak Immortal River. It was still isolated by the Tao field array formation and did not cause any substantial damage to the Tao field. This time, the 3 pure sacred ancestor frowned. What's happening? The 3 pure sacred ancestor was surprised. He had used his full strength, so why couldn't he break through the formation? He took out a golden ruler from his sleeve and struck it down like a golden river descending from the sky. Hanju walked out of the Tao field. The divine light emitted by the sun and moon yin-yang protection covered his body. The 3 pure sacred ancestors saw him immediately. His intuition told him that this person was very dangerous. Hanju directly condensed the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial Dharma idol and quickly grew taller, becoming as majestic as the 3 pure sacred ancestor. Without another word, the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial punched out. The terrifying aura suffocated everyone in the Tao field. It's here. Li Daokong's eyes lit up as he stared at the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial. He had often been beaten up by the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial in the simulation trial. He couldn't forget this terrifying Dharma idol. Under the feet of the 3 pure sacred ancestor and the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial, all living beings were as tiny as sand. Boom! The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial's fistwind collided with the 3 pure sacred ancestor, knocking him back. The golden ruler in his hand shook violently. The 3 pure sacred ancestor looked terrified. What a domineering power. This was what the ancestral magus used to be. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial continued to punch. The Fiend Celestial Dharma idol flew out of the Tao field and leaped. As it fell, it punched at the 3 pure sacred ancestor. The terrifying wind directly collapsed the ground and mountains and rivers shattered. The 3 pure sacred ancestor raised his ruler and struck. 9 golden lotuses appeared behind him. They were dazzling like ancient divine objects that could create the world. It was addictive to look at and warranted worship. Facing the terrifying heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial, the 3 pure sacred ancestor couldn't block it even though he had activated his mystical power. The world rumbled as the golden ruler in the 3 pure sacred ancestor's hand shattered. The 9 lotus Dharma idol behind him was destroyed. The 3 pure sacred ancestors' expression changed drastically as he retreated again. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial did not continue attacking. Instead, it looked at him coldly as its figure dissipated like smoke. The sea of clouds exploded and swept away the clouds. Mountains and rivers collapsed and dust flew into the air. In this world-destroying scene, the three pure sacred ancestors stood in the world with a livid expression. His right hand trembled as the shattered golden ruler condensed again. However, he no longer attacked the 100-peak Immortal River. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial was too powerful. It was so strong that he did not dare to act rashly anymore. Who is he? The three pure sacred ancestor thought uneasily. When did such a figure appear in the immortal world? On the other side, Hanju was also depressed. Why was this fellow like the heavenly Tao sage? He really couldn't be killed. Since he couldn't kill the guy, Hanju deliberately retreated and created an illusion of intimidation. As expected, the million living beings of the 100-peak Immortal River became excited. The powerful three pure sacred ancestor was actually repelled by 2 punches. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial was too strong. Who was that just now? I'm not sure. Could it be the sect master? No, sect master's figure isn't like this. He should be a mighty figure of the hidden sect. Those personal disciples are indeed very strong. That's right. Previously, the first guardian swept through all the powerful enemies around the 100-peak Immortal River. Even sages can't enter the 100-peak Immortal River? Our hidden sect is really too strong. On the hill, the 3 immortals were extremely excited. The heavenly immortal said excitedly, "Brother, you have good judgment. Our hidden sect is definitely the strongest force in the immortal world." Eaglehead Immortal was also very excited, but he still restrained himself. He snorted. When has Big Brother ever misjudged? Let's serve the hidden sect well. In the future, we might be able to reach the cultivation level of that personal disciple just now. Almost all the in-name disciples treated heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial as Hanju's personal disciple. The personal disciples knew that it was only Hanju's Dharma idol. No one knew how many Dharma idols Hanju had. Li Daokong had encountered Hanju's 9 Dharma idols in the simulation trial. They all had mystical powers and had left a deep impression of him. In the end, the 3 pure sacred ancestor left. The hidden sect survived another crisis that was not a crisis. Hanju returned to the Taoist temple and sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. He asked in his mind, "How can I kill the 3 pure sacred ancestor? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Fight outside the heavenly Tao or cut off his heavenly Tao providence." Hanju fell into deep thought. Kidnap the 3 pure sacred ancestor and bring him out? However, if he went out, he would face the attack of the sages. As for severing the heavenly Tao's providence, Hanju didn't know such a technique for the time being. Forget it. He would keep him for now. He had to attain the Tao first. Hanju stopped thinking and continued cultivating. After the 3 pure sacred ancestor attacked, the sages would probably not find trouble with him anymore. Outside the 33rd heaven Sage Tao Field, Li Mui, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, and Sage Jinan fell silent with different expressions. After a long while, Sage Jinan couldn't help but ask, "Is that a sage's Dharma idol?" The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial was so strong that even sages were shocked. Li Mui's eyes flickered. "It's not a sage's Dharma idol. It's more like..." The 3 sages glanced at him, waiting for him to continue. Li Mui took a deep breath and continued. "I've heard from my master that before the creation of the world, chaotic Fiend Celestials existed. The chaotic Fiend Celestials who survived would either split the world apart or become the earliest great Tao divine spirit. The one who protected the hidden sect might be a chaotic Fiend Celestial." Chaotic Fiend Celestial? South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked in surprise. Why is the chaotic Fiend Celestial hiding in the immortal world? It's impossible that the Tao ancestor doesn't know. Could it be that a great Tao divine spirit wants to invade the immortal world? Sect Master Tianju and Sage Jinan's eyelids twitched. The higher one stood, the more they knew. They were invincible existences below the heavenly Tao. But the heavenly Tao was not the only thing in the vast chaos. There were also some ancient and mysterious great Tao divine spirits. After the previous sages transcended, they headed to the unknown dark forbidden zone and never returned. They either went to the deity realm of the ruins of End or the unknown chaotic domain. It would be troublesome if the one protecting the hidden sect was really a chaotic fiend celestial. Wait, Tao Ancestor is talking about the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Could it be? Sage Jinan suddenly thought of something and said in fear. The other three sages were shocked, including Li Mui. Li Mui stood up and said, I have to ask the ancestor about this. The other sages also stood up. At this moment, Qiu Shilai and Emperor Xiao suddenly appeared in the hall. Emperor Zhao's expression darkened. Which one of you is being cursed? Sage Jinan said. Me. What's wrong? Are you also being cursed? Sect Master Tianju nodded. Me too. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate snorted. He was very unhappy to see Emperor Xiao and Qiu Shilai standing together. Li Mui frowned and looked at them. It was unknown what he was thinking. Qiu Shilai snorted. Recently, the Dark Forbidden Lord has started cursing us again. We have to investigate this matter clearly. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble. Emperor Xiao glanced at the four sages of the Tao sect and asked, What are you plotting? You'll rope in variables one moment and target them the next. What do you want? Emperor Xiao felt that the four sages of the Tao sect were very suspicious. Qiu Shilai narrowed his eyes, clearly wanting to ask the same. Seeing that he had come with ill intentions, Li Mui said, Let's put aside the matter of the Dark Forbidden Lord for the time being. The Great Tao Calamity has just begun to show some clues. We have to visit Ancestor Shitian first. Heh! Don't change the topic. Are you really forcing me to use the Tao destruction mystical power? Qiu Shilai was furious. In the previous calamity, the Buddhist sect had suffered heavy losses. He had been suppressing his anger. Li Mui wasn't someone to be trifled with. He said coldly, Qiu Shilai, do you suspect that the Dark Forbidden Lord is hidden among us? How ridiculous. We are the Orthodox Tao sect. How can we use such low-level methods? For a time, the atmosphere in the hall became extremely tense. Another 300 years had passed since the three pure sacred ancestor attacked. Hanju was still cultivating and attempting to attain the Tao. Suddenly sensing something, he probed the world of stars in the depths of his soul with his divine sense. His expression changed. The great Tao purple chi that had been placed in the world of stars had unknowingly arrived in front of the 49 fiend celestial chi. It split into many branches that connected to the fiend celestial chi. With the help of the great Tao purple chi, the speed at which the fiend celestial purple chi condensed seemed to increase. Wait. Could it be that the great Tao purple chi could help him produce the chaotic fiend celestials? Hanju's heart beat faster. He was a little excited. To prevent any accidents, he placed the 6 paths insignia into the fiend celestial chi, just in case. The 6 paths insignia was created by Immortal Emperor Samsara. This mystical power was already very exquisite. In addition to Hanju using it, as long as the other party's cultivation level was not higher than his, it was basically impossible to escape his control. Hanju observed the fiend celestial chi as if he was watching the birth of 49 new lives. He looked forward to these fiend celestial chi more than the nether race. He would be invincible if he could really create the chaotic fiend celestials. Wait. Hanju suddenly had a bold idea. Su Chi's soul was still in his hand. He had just entered a deep sleep. If Su Chi was reincarnated into the chaotic fiend celestial's body, the moment this thought appeared, it quickly took root in Hanju's mind. He could test it. If he succeeded, Hanju would obtain a huge opportunity that would make all living beings go mad. Dear disciple, I'll test you with this. Try to survive. Don't blame me if you fail. Hanju thought silently as he fixed his gaze on the death fiend celestial. Su Chi was the god of misfortune. Whoever touched him would die. It suited the character of death. With that thought, Hanju fused Su Chi's soul into the death fiend celestial's fiend celestial. He was very worried that Su Qi would be directly crushed to death by the great Tao of the Death Fiend Celestial. He had no choice but to use his dermic powers to protect his soul body and slowly let it fuse. Time flew. Days passed. Even Han Ju, who was already at the perfected pseudosage realm, was trembling in fear. Even if the chaotic Fiend Celestial was a Dharma idol, its power was too strong and could tear Su Qi apart at any time. After 30 years, Han Ju finally waited for Su Qi to fuse with the Death Fiend Celestial. However, the fusion process was extremely slow and there was still a strong rejection. Han Ju had no choice but to multitask. He controlled Su Qi's fusion while cultivating. After all, with 30 years of accumulation, Han Ju became more relaxed in the future. At the same time, the 100-peak Immortal River was still flourishing. Figures could be seen cultivating everywhere, and people sparred in the sky from time to time. Not all living beings could enter the simulation trial, so they could only fight in reality. At the same time, they wanted the personal disciples to see and accept them as disciples. Occasionally, there would be a situation where Han Zuetian was severely punished under Li Xianxio's guidance. From then on, such a situation did not happen. Li Yao suddenly came to visit Han Ju, who let her into the Taoist temple. This woman was actually about to reach the Zenith Heaven realm. She was even faster than Zhou Fan and Jiang. It was all thanks to her diligent cultivation. The others, including Zhou Fan and Zhao Shenyuan, would go to the simulation trial from time to time. Li Yao had been cultivating and did not even participate in the 100-year competition. She was focused on the Great Tao of Extreme Origin. I want to create a sword Great Tao within the Great Tao of Extreme Origin. What do you think? Li Yao asked. Han Ju asked, do you really like swords? Most of the mystical powers Li Yao learned were sword Tao mystical powers, but Han Ju felt that she didn't really love the sword Tao. She was more affected by Tao Comprehension Sword. Tao Comprehension Sword could be said to be a pure sword cultivator. This was something that even Li Daokong could not compare to. Although Li Daokong was the #1 sword cultivator in the immortal world, he was still involved in other things. It was just that his sword Tao was most outstanding. Li Yao said, preference isn't important. What's important is that I'm confident in it. I want to become an existence who has grasped the sword Tao. Her eyes were serious and her tone was calm. Han Ju actually felt that it made sense. He didn't really like the sword Tao himself, but his main identity was a sword cultivator. Cultivators should indeed not be particular about liking something. As long as they could be of use, they could cultivate anything. Han Ju said, I want to know what your sword Tao is. Li Yao frowned. To be honest, I haven't figured it out, but I want to be like you. I want to kill my enemy with one strike. In my opinion, sword cultivators who need to execute a second strike are nothing. Slaughter the enemy with one sword, split open the sky with one sword, cut down the Tao with one sword. Those who stop me will be cut down with one sword strike. Li Yao beamed as she said, I think I've found it. This is my sword Tao. Can you guide me? Han Ju said meaningfully, then, you should pursue dermic powers. No matter how powerful a mystical power is, it still needs to rely on immense dermic powers. I'll preach the Tao for you and help you. As for when you will step into the Zenith Heaven realm, that will depend on your performance. It had to be said that Li Yao's comprehension talent was too strong. She was only 30,000 years old and was about to reach the Zenith Heaven realm. It was simply ridiculous. Was she cheating? Han Ju thought of how Zhou Fan and Fang Liang's connate providence had changed. Could Li Yao have also changed? I want to know Li Yao's background. Han Ju thought silently. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Li Yao. 6 mystic divine origin, child of heaven and earth, descendant of a sage. Born with a heavenly phoenix. Blessed in the mortal world. She cultivated for 700 years and reached the Mahayana realm. She is cautious by nature and hates fighting. She likes to cultivate. Han Ju narrowed his eyes. Li Yao was a descendant of an immortal emperor previously. Why did she suddenly become a descendant of a sage? Could it be that Li Yao's ancestor had become a sage from the immortal emperor realm after all these years? Impossible. Wasn't that even more monstrous than him? Han Ju continued to ask, I want to know why her ancestor could become a sage? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A white-robed man appeared in Han Ju's mind. He was handsome and looked like he walked out of a painting. He was almost catching up to Han Ju. Li Zizai, Freedom Sage. Thousands of origin clones walk the heavenly Tao of all directions and experience the myriad worlds of the mortal world. The main body has refined the primordial chaos zenith heaven Tao fruit and become a freedom sage. The Tao field has landed in the deity realm of the ruins of End. Freedom Sage. Sounds impressive. Wait, this fellow had thousands of clones. Did that mean that Li Yao was not the only one? Why was Li Yao so impressive? Han Ju frowned and then relaxed his eyebrows. That made sense. Only Li Yao encountered him. The other descendants had probably died in the previous calamity. Han Ju couldn't help but sigh. What was this? When a person attained the Tao, all his friends would ascend to the heavens. Sect Master. Li Yao's voice interrupted his thoughts. Han Ju said calmly, I'm calculating your fate. What sword Tao suits you? Li Yao felt deep veneration. Han Ju could even deduce it. His cultivation was unimaginable. Han Ju began to preach the Tao, and Li Yao quickly immersed herself in it. Spring and autumn alternated. The sun and moon rotated. 1,000 years passed. Han Ju finally found the thought of attaining the Tao. His dermic powers had already reached a point where they couldn't increase anymore. The negative karma in the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus was still immense and seemed endless. In the past 1,000 years, Su Qi and the Death Fiend Celestial had completely fused together and were no longer repelled. However, he was still in a deep sleep and could not wake up. It was probably because the Death Fiend Celestial still needed to be nurtured for a period of time. Disciple Yang Tiandong is here to visit Master. I hope Master can meet me. A voice resounded through the world. The hidden sect's personal disciples were stunned. Yang Tiandong? Wasn't he dead? Han Ju opened his eyes and used the simulation trial to check his surroundings. He quickly locked onto Yang Tiandong. Yang Tiandong. Rank 1 Immortal Emperor, King of Hell, Ancestral Magus Bloodline. Ancestral Magus Bloodline? Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Empress Hutu had invested a lot in him. Previously, Tu Linger had also obtained the blood of the Ancestral Magus. It wasn't impossible for Yang Tiandong to obtain it too. But why was he back at this time? Han Ju directly deduced. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. After Han Ju chose to continue, he entered the illusion. Netherworld, by the Yellow Spring. Empress Hutu stood by the river while Yang Tiandong knelt behind her. Here again. Han Ju was speechless. Why did Empress Hutu always choose to tell people matters at the Yellow Spring? Plotting out loud? Listen to them. Yang Tiandong was the first to ask, Empress, why are you looking for me? Empress Hutu said, Recently, the hidden sect has been in trouble. Go and express your goodwill to them on the Netherworld's behalf. You don't have to be afraid of the other faction's guesses. Yang Tiandong was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. Thank you, Empress. Although he had been reincarnated several times, he had always remembered that he was the eldest disciple of the hidden sect. It's very meaningful to go to the hidden sect this time. Don't be rude. Your master seems to be wary of me, but it's normal. The fact that the underworld showed sincerity when the sages targeted the hidden sect already means everything. You can tell your master that resisting the sage sect alone is not a good thing, Empress Hutu said softly. She raised her right hand, and a small tree that seemed to be covered in golden treasures appeared in her palm. It was golden and extremely dazzling. Yang Tiandong asked curiously, What is this? This is a Khanate sage artifact. Can produce Khanate chi. It's a greeting gift. Thank you, Empress. Yang Tiandong looked happy. In that case, he would be able to face Han Ju better. The illusion was destroyed. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality and his eyebrows relaxed. Perhaps he had been overthinking. Han Ju moved Yang Tiandong directly into the Dao field, and he landed in front of the Taoist temple. Yang Tiandong felt his vision blur. His surroundings suddenly changed. Looking at the Fusang tree not far away, he couldn't help but be stunned. "It's already so tall," Yang Tiandong muttered to himself. The memories of the past surged like spring water and appeared in front of him, making him sigh. His gaze landed on the door of the Taoist temple. He knelt on the ground and said, "I, your unfilial disciple, greet Master. I hope that you will still acknowledge me as your disciple." Han Ju didn't answer. At this moment, Li Daokong, Dao Sovereign, Sun Chang'an, Murong Qi, and the other hidden sect disciples appeared around him. They looked at Yang Tiandong with different expressions. Yang Tiandong was greatly different from before. Although his face was similar to his previous life, his temperament and figure were very similar to the King of Hell. He had a long beard at his temples and wore a runic robe. His entire body emitted a ghostly aura. "You've become the King of Hell?" Chu Shuren asked in surprise. "King of Hell?" The disciples looked at each other. Li Daokong narrowed his eyes and said, "It's not only the King of Hell. His body contains powerful strength that's similar to the Magus race." The others followed suit and observed Yang Tiandong. He was very uncomfortable and shocked. Looking around, he felt that everyone was stronger than him. There were many people he did not know. He was an immortal emperor. Did I find the wrong place? This thought was dispelled when Yang Tiandong saw Sun Chang'an and the Black Hell Chicken. Could only be said that after 30,000 years, the hidden sect had already changed. At this moment, Han Ju's voice floated out. "For this trip, are you returning to the hidden sect, or were you asked by someone to come here?" Hearing this, Yang Tiandong was moved. He was very excited and even had the urge to cry when he heard Han Ju's voice again. Reincarnation was full of ups and downs. There were all sorts of things in the world. The one that haunted his dreams the most was Han Ju, the hidden sect, and the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. Yang Tiandong immediately said, "Of course, I'm returning to the hidden sect." However, he regretted it as soon as he said that. In fact, he was indeed asked to return and had to go back to the netherworld later. Yang Tiandong hesitated. "Master, can I talk to you in private?" The Black Hell Chicken shouted. "Private? You've already betrayed Master and want to assassinate him now." The others looked at Yang Tiandong with hostility. Even the old disciples who knew Yang Tiandong felt that something was wrong with him. It was mainly because the change was too great. Han Ju moved Yang Tiandong into the Taoist temple and said, "Hurry up and cultivate." The disciples immediately dispersed. Several days later, Yang Tiandong appeared outside the 100-peak Immortal River. He floated in the air in a daze. Recalling the conversation over the past few days, for some reason, he felt like he was dreaming. From the beginning to the end, he didn't see Han Ju's true appearance. Empress Hudu had told him everything. Han Ju had also accepted the sacred artifact. Everything was very smooth. However, when Yang Tiandong looked back, the 100-peak Immortal River seemed so mysterious and distant, as if it could never be reached. Yang Tiandong was filled with regret. Perhaps he shouldn't have chosen to become the King of Hell. However, he could only continue on this path. Yang Tiandong sighed and decided to take care of the hidden sect disciples in the future in exchange for Han Ju's trust. On the other side, Han Ju planted the sage artifact under the Fusang tree. The golden origin fruit produced by this item could help increase one's lifespan. It was a good treasure. After instructing the Black Hell Chicken, Chaotic Heavenly Dog, Ada, and Xiao Air to watch over it, he returned to the Taoist temple. Han Ju didn't distrust Yang Tiandong. On the contrary, he supported him to be the King of Hell. In the future, he would be equivalent to an informant in the netherworld. After the illusion, Han Ju's impression of Empress Hutu improved again. Perhaps Empress Hutu had designs on the nether race, but it was simply human nature. Thinking about it carefully, she didn't let him down. Sometimes, seeing through people was not good. It was easy to think too much. Han Ju stopped thinking and continued cultivating. 200 years later, the sky above the 100-peak Immortal River welcomed a phenomenon. Golden rain scattered down on the mortal world. Immortal birds flew in rows high in the sky. Immortal chi surged, covering the sky like multicolored light. This phenomenon caused the hidden sect disciples to discuss. What happened again? I guess the sages want to lure us out. It's meaningless. Continue cultivating. Didn't the sages say that they wanted to destroy our hidden sect? Ha ha ha. Who can enter the 100-peak Immortal River? Looking at the phenomenon in the sky, all the disciples were chatting, including the unnamed disciples. Ever since sect master Tianju announced that he wanted to eradicate the hidden sect, the fact that they had survived until now was a complete slap to the sage's face. Such a situation caused the hidden sect's cohesion to increase. Even the unnamed disciples felt that Hanju was stronger than sages. Hanju noticed the phenomenon and couldn't help but deduce with his fingers. He was a pseudo-sage and had a certain level of karma perception. However, he wasn't involved and could not be understood by the system. However, this time Hanju understood on his own. Above the 13th heaven, a group of fairies held a bamboo basket and scattered golden water. The golden water transformed into torrential rain that poured down on the mortal world. Hanju wondered what these fairies wanted to do. He narrowed his eyes and looked up. At this moment, Hanju suddenly saw that these fairies were actually demons and ghosts in human skin. They were all sinister and terrifying with all kinds of postures. What is this? Detected that the heavenly devils have invaded. The heavenly Tao's first merit gathering is about to begin. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and eliminate the heavenly devils to fight for heavenly Tao merit. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and do not participate in the evolution of the heavenly Tao. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a chance to upgrade the Tao field. Needless to say, he chose option 2 directly. Hanju couldn't be bothered to care about what a heavenly devil was and directly chose the second option. The upgrade of the Tao field was too important. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment and a chance to upgrade the Tao field. The Tao field has begun to upgrade. Hanju immediately felt better. No matter how the heavenly devils and sages attack, I'll stay in the Tao field and see who can kill me. Hanju recalled his choice. Heavenly Tao's evolution process? He recalled carefully. In the legends of the primordial world, the first heavenly Tao calamity seemed to be a battle between the Tao and the devil. Could this be the heavenly Tao's fate? Regardless of whether it was fate, Hanju was not interested. If the Tao field is upgraded this time, won't it be able to block a great Tao-level attack? Hanju looked forward to it silently with bright eyes. It always took time to level up the Tao field. At the same time, boundless golden rain poured down, isolated by the Tao field's array formation. It formed a spectacular golden barrier high in the sky, like a projection or a miracle descending. The disciples of the hidden sect sensed that something was wrong. To be able to trigger the array formation meant that this golden rain was extraordinary and might be dangerous. There's indeed danger. Who wants to harm us again? It's really strange. Our hidden sect has always been hiding in the 100-peak Immortal River. The sect master is also cultivating in seclusion. Why are there always forces looking for trouble with us? I'm not sure. I think the hidden sect might be too strong. Cultivate well and strive to become a personal disciple as soon as possible. You can serve the hidden sect in the future. Discussions ensued in the 100-peak Immortal River. Most of the unnamed disciples had joined the 100-peak Immortal River before they transformed. This was their first home, let alone the living beings born in the 100-peak Immortal River. They were even more sincere towards the hidden sect. Under Li Shenyao's persuasion, Other than Hanju, the personal disciples also began to preach to the in-name disciples and chose the disciples they liked. The cohesion of the entire hidden sect was already very strong, like an iron plate. At this time, even if the sages sent disciples to fan the flames, it was useless. With the protection of the Tao field array formation, the heavenly devil golden rain was completely useless. Half a day later, the golden rain vanished and the 100-peak Immortal River welcomed peace again. Time passed. 100 years passed. The Tao field has been upgraded. The array formation has been upgraded to the Freedom Sage level. It has expanded the internal space of the Tao field. Tao field Immortal Qi has increased by 10 times. Kanate Qi has increased by 5 times. The Tao field can block the prying of great Tao divine spirit existences. 3 lines of words appeared in front of Hanju. The spirit Qi of the entire 100-peak Immortal River began to increase, causing all the disciples to be in an uproar. Sect Master was using his mystical power again. Freedom Sage level? So the Freedom Sage was stronger than the Heavenly Tao Sage. Hanju couldn't help but think of Li Zizai. How did this fellow transcend in just tens of thousands of years? Could it be that Li Zizai was a sage himself, but one of his Dharma idols, the Li family's ancestor, had an immortal emperor cultivation level? After fusing thousands of Dharma idols, the Li family's ancestor's identity became his true body? Hanju felt that this was the only possibility. Otherwise, it didn't make sense. Can the heavenly Tao sages barge in if they attack the Tao field together? Hanju asked in his mind. No. This time, the system did not deduct his lifespan. It was probably related to the previous derivation. The system had already remembered the cultivation of the sages. Seeing the word no, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He felt refreshed. Let's see how you deal with me now. Hanju even wanted to jump out and provoke the sages. But he restrained himself. He had become arrogant. Hanju cursed himself for having an unstable Tao heart. How could he be arrogant because of the Tao field? No matter how strong the Tao field was, he was not that strong. His cultivation was the most important. Hanju adjusted his state of mind and started cultivating. He also checked the recent emails. Your good friend Jiang Dugu has become a pseudo-sage. His cultivation has transformed. Your good friend Xianxia has stepped into the zenith heaven realm. Because his body contains many powerful wills, his Tao heart is chaotic. Your good friend Huang Jihao has stepped into the deity realm. Your disciple Su Qi has become a chaotic fiend celestial and is condensing a great Tao. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by a Buddhist cultivator X7392. Your good friend Qiu Shilai was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Empress Hutu was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Huang Zuintian has become the sect master of the Jie school. His providence has increased greatly. The immortal world had risen again. Hanju noticed that Xianxia had stepped into the zenith heaven realm and secretly felt that something was wrong. This kid really wanted to walk the path of a villain. His Tao heart was chaotic and he could go mad at any time. There was also Huang Jihao. This fellow was a genius Hanju knew in the mortal world. He had an innate sword heart and later acknowledged Li Shenao as his master. Previously, Hanju had asked Li Shenao about Huang Jihao and he said that he was most likely dead. Hanju knew that Huang Jihao was still alive. The portrait was still there, but he didn't know where he was. Unexpectedly, after Huang Jihao survived the calamity, he had stepped into the deity realm alone. Indeed, those who could survive the calamity were all destined children. Hanju also noticed that Su Qi had become a chaotic fiend celestial, which meant that he had succeeded. He could really use this method to transform his disciples into chaotic fiend celestials. That was impressive. However, Hanju did not plan to turn all his disciples into chaotic fiend celestials. He needed too much energy, and there were also unstable elements. Perhaps the disciples would become arrogant and have a rebellious mind. Hanju continued reading. He frowned upon seeing that Qiu Shilai and Empress Hutu were cursed. A sage was pretending to be him, This situation had happened in the previous calamity. Hanju was not surprised, but he was still unhappy. Sages also used such methods? It was true Hanju was two-faced. It was fun if he did it, but he would feel disdain when others did the same. As he read, the recent immortal world began to become exciting. The excitement had nothing to do with him or the hidden sect. Soon, Hanju entered his cultivation state. Outside the 33rd heaven, Great Ultimate Hall. Ancestor Shitian stared at the sages expressionlessly. Limui, Sage Jinan, Sect Master Tianju, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Qiu Shilai, and Emperor Shao were all here. Sage Jinan said, "Ancestor, your Dharma eyes can definitely see through variables. Is he a chaotic fiend celestial?" The other sages stared at Ancestor Shitian with anticipation. If Hanju was really a chaotic fiend celestial, the Dark Forbidden Lord might very well be him. The reason why they didn't suspect Hanju before was that they felt that Hanju was weak. Now that even the three pure sacred ancestor had lost, the sages had to reevaluate Hanju's cultivation. Ancestor Shitian said calmly, "There are no chaotic fiend celestials in this heavenly Tao. You can rest assured. As for the variable, since it's a variable, I can't expose it." The sages frowned. Emperor Shao couldn't help but ask, "Ancestor, aren't you biased towards the variable? Could he be your disciple?" Ancestor Shitian glanced at him. "This variable doesn't harm the immortal world. There isn't even much karma at all. In fact, you are the ones plotting against him. If I support you, I will be targeting him instead." These words made the sages very embarrassed. The sensitive Limui couldn't help but glare at South Extreme Heavenly Venerate. Among the four sages of the Tao sect, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was the one who advocated plotting against Hanju the most. "Ancestor, recently the Dark Forbidden Lord has cursed a sage. We suspect that the Dark Forbidden Lord is from the hidden sect. If this continues, the Heavenly Tao will sooner or later be in chaos," Sect Master Tianju suddenly said, breaking the silence. Limui couldn't care less about his reputation and said, "That's right. Sage Fated Secrets has already gone mad. If there's another one, the situation will be very difficult to control. In the future, the mad sage might destroy the heavenly Tao. You definitely don't want to see that situation, right?" Ancestor Shitian said with an indifferent expression. "What does that have to do with me?" The atmosphere instantly turned solemn. The sages became nervous, afraid that they would offend him. They all knew that Ancestor Shitian was an existence that surpassed the heavenly Tao and was also their guardian deity. Because of his existence, they could fight openly and secretly without worries and use the heavens as a chessboard. Ancestor Shitian sighed. "The heavenly Tao will continue to circulate no matter who it leaves. It's the same even for the Tao ancestor. We can't affect the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is very special and might surpass the great Tao in the future. If you are united, you will definitely have a great opportunity in the future. Stop targeting the variable. I've calculated that he's not important to the heavenly Tao." The sages had different expressions, and it was unknown what they were thinking. They all realized that Ancestor Shitian did not want to interfere in the heavenly Tao. However, the matter of the Dark Forbidden Lord was a thorn in their hearts. No one would feel good if they didn't pull it out. 600 years later, inside the 100-peak Immortal River, Hanju had just finished preaching to the hidden sect. This lecture lasted for 100 years. He specially mentioned the heavenly devil's existence and explained the golden rain phenomenon. However, the disciples were still in a state of Tao comprehension and had yet to discuss the heavenly devils. Hanju came to the Fusang tree and observed it. After so many years, the Fusang tree was still the treasure he valued the most. To be precise, it was his disciple. "Sect Master, when can I transform?" the Fusang tree asked, its voice becoming more and more pleasant. It was unknown if it had been led astray by Tu Linger and Tao Comprehension Sword, but it was becoming more and more like a woman. There was no such thing as a male or female tree. Hanju said, "Why do you want to transform?" The Fusang tree said aggrievedly, "Because I want to move. Don't worry. You will transform sooner or later. At that time, you will be grateful for the time you can't move now. Why? Because you can't move, you can only focus on cultivating. Once you can move, all sorts of mental demons will attack. You can ask the chaotic heavenly dog. I'm tired of hearing these stories, but let's wait a little longer. You can't go out if you don't reach the pseudo-sage realm. The other disciples can't move too. Fine. The Fusang tree felt wronged. Hanju shook his head and laughed. He turned around and left. It wasn't that he didn't let the Fusang tree transform, but that he really couldn't. The Fusang tree was a heavenly Tao divine tree with extraordinary meaning. The heavenly Tao wouldn't let it transform easily. Hanju had tried to help it transform, but he could feel the resistance of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao's existence was indescribable, and even pseudo-sage couldn't capture it. However, when it touched the rules of the heavenly Tao, the reaction was very strong. After returning to the Taoist temple, Hanju didn't cultivate immediately but checked his emails. Recently, the changes in the immortal world had been a little big. Hanju became interested and liked to pay attention to the emails when he had nothing to do. This feeling, it was like surfing the web. After more than 20,000 years, the immortal world finally stirred again. It didn't have to be so boring. Hanju saw 2 emails. Your good friend Jiang Dugu suffered a backlash from a mysterious existence. His cultivation has fallen to the zenith heaven realm. Your good friend Jiang Dugu has become a pseudo-sage. There were dozens of emails between the two. What had happened to Jiang Dugu recently? Why was he repeatedly jumping between the zenith heaven and pseudo-sage realm? What was the mysterious existence? Hanju wanted to know, but he didn't want to consume his lifespan for Jiang Dugu. Forget it, he would leave it for the future to answer his questions. He would just think about it. In any case, Jiang Dugu couldn't threaten him. 7 years later, the leader of the nether race, Han Yu, came to visit him. Han Yu had come to report the development of the nether race. Currently, more than 1,000 nether race members had stepped into the deity realm, and the number was still increasing. Actually, Hanju knew this, but he didn't ask Hanyu about it. Hanyu had clearly meant something else. Hanju understood his thoughts and said, "The nether race has developed well. I will especially preach the Tao for them alone and teach them mystical powers." Hanyu was pleasantly surprised. The worst thing about the nether race was their lack of mystical powers. They didn't lack anything in the 100-peak Immortal River. Hanju never avoided them when preaching. It was just that they didn't have a proper master. Their mystical powers were much inferior to the ones the personal disciples possessed. They also wanted to rise in the 100-year competition. Hanju allowed such competition. Seclusion was not cowardice. They also had to work hard to become stronger and pursue strength that allowed them to roam unhindered. Hanju's seclusion was meant to help him stay out of seclusion in the future. After Hanyu left, he continued cultivating. He was getting closer and closer to attaining the Tao. It was impossible to estimate the exact time. Perhaps one day he would succeed in attaining the Tao. He only needed a suitable opportunity. He only needed to comprehend the great Tao of extreme origin diligently. Time passed. 70 years later, all the disciples woke up from their Tao comprehension state and started to discuss the heavenly devil that Hanju had mentioned. They were only curious and not afraid. That day, when the heavenly devil cast a spell, it did not break through the array formation. This meant that the array formation of the 100-peak Immortal River was powerful enough. On this day, the 100-peak Immortal River welcomed an immortal with white hair. He wore a Taoist robe and had a sword at his waist. He stood on an immortal crane and had an immortal aura. This immortal was Huang Jihao. Looking at the 100-peak Immortal River ahead, Huang Jihao's expression was unnatural. The immortal crane collided with an invisible barrier and stopped. He said, "I'm Huang Jihao. I wonder if Li Daokong and Li Xianxia are here." The 100-peak Immortal River was silent. No one replied. Huang Jihao frowned. At this moment, Li Xianxia's voice floated out. "Eh? Why are you still alive? Huang Jihao immediately felt depressed. He said in a low voice, Master, it seems that you've really forgotten about me. Can I continue to follow you? Why? I'm being hunted down by the heavenly race. Why are they chasing you? I killed their people. Why? What do you mean? Huang Jihao almost exploded in anger. He had come with joy, but in the end he was treated like this. He was also a proud person. How could he tolerate this? Xianxia said, It's not that easy to join the hidden sect. I don't have the right to decide either. I'll help you ask. Thank you, Master. Huang Jihao replied as he sighed in his heart. He was really curious about the hidden sect. He knew that the hidden sect's master was Hanju. However, during the entire immeasurable calamity, he had never heard of him. Now that the hidden sect was famous, he suspected that it had already changed owners. Otherwise, how could a proud person like Li Daokong join the hidden sect? Thinking of Hanju, Huang Jihao sighed. He didn't expect that so many influential figures had appeared in the Scarlet Cloud world back then. It was considered one of the top Providence worlds in the mortal world. Just as Huang Jihao was thinking, his vision blurred and he appeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia sized him up and clicked his tongue in wonder. Too mystic divine origin. Not bad. But your potential is a little poor compared to the long-arm ape. Long-arm ape? Long-arm ape? Huang Jihao frowned. He had heard of this name before, but he didn't have a deep impression of it. Could it be that there was a long-arm ape hidden in the hidden sect? Xianxia said, Don't cause trouble after entering the hidden sect. Cultivate well in peace. You should be able to sense the immortal qi here. It's denser than anywhere else in the immortal world. This is definitely the best place to cultivate. Huang Jihao sensed carefully and his expression changed drastically. Such dense immortal qi and connate qi. This was even more domineering than the heavenly race's holy land and the sage Dao field. If he cultivated here, Huang Jihao's heart beat faster. He was glad that he had come here. He asked curiously, Master, the master of the hidden sect is... Xianxia glared at him and said in a low voice, Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Hanju always wore the sun and moon yin-yang protection. Most of the in-name disciples had never seen his true appearance. Xianxia guessed that Hanju wanted to hide his identity and naturally couldn't tell Huang Jihao. After Huang Jihao was warned, he became even more curious. Who replaced Hanju? Huang Jihao's addition to the hidden sect did not cause a stir. Not to mention the new disciples, even the old disciples had forgotten about him. Who could remember the small grudge from more than 30,000 years ago? The reason why Hanju remembered Huang Jihao was because he was especially active in the emails. Time passed. After Hanju focused on attaining the Tao, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed. Hanju walked out of the Taoist temple and wandered around the 100-peak Immortal River. His understanding of the great Tao of extreme origin was already very deep. His cultivation level could no longer increase, but he was still a step away from attaining the Tao. Which step was it? Hanju couldn't figure it out. He felt that he had to relax. The divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection shone on Hanju. The disciples who met him along the way knelt down and bowed. He didn't talk to them and continued forward. Looking at his back, the in-name disciples revealed looks of reverence and yearning. Because of Hanju, they had such a place to cultivate in peace. Even sages couldn't threaten them. After walking around the 100-peak Immortal River, Hanju seemed to have comprehended something. This feeling was indescribable. What was a sage? Was it just that their dermic powers were strong? That was not the case. Apart from reaching the limit of his cultivation, he also needed a state of mind. Hanju had too few experiences in his life. It was so few that he was even inferior to ordinary mortals. Perhaps I should go out. Hanju thought silently, and his eyes gradually became firm. If I walk out of the Tao field and travel in the immortal world now, will I be in danger? Hanju asked cautiously. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He returned to the Taoist temple and started to create a heavenly puppet. He had to leave a clone in the Taoist temple before he could leave without any worries. Several days later, Hanju left quietly without alerting anyone. He suppressed his cultivation until it was unnoticeable and used his dermic powers to hide his supreme treasures. He transformed into an ordinary white-robed man with his unparalleled true handsome appearance. It had been more than 30,000 years. This was Hanju's first time traveling the immortal world. Although he knew that there was no danger, he was still a little nervous. However, as time passed, he quickly calmed down. He did not fly, but walked through the world, using his feet to walk past dangerous mountains and precipices. He saw endless, magnificent green lakes, heard wind roars like dragon roars, and also bathed in rainwater caused by immortal chi. As he learned more and more, his understanding of the great Tao of extreme origin also deepened. The great Tao of extreme origin was all-encompassing. All existences could become the great Tao. About 80 years passed. Night fell. Hanju stopped by the lake and started to meditate and cultivate. He recalled his feelings over the years. He wasn't involved in karma with other living beings. He had always walked alone. The moon was like water and the surface of the lake was shimmering. The surrounding forest swayed slightly in the wind. The wind sounded like music as it caused Hanju's black hair to flutter. Swoosh! A sound came from the bushes behind him. A red fox appeared. It looked as big as a human pet cat. It blinked its big eyes at Hanju. After hesitating for a while, it carefully came to his side and knelt down like a human, pressing its forehead against the grass. Hanju's eyes remained closed as if he didn't notice its arrival. Called out, but he ignored it. The crimson fox was a little anxious, but it still chose to kneel. The moon set and night alternated. 10 days later, Hanju opened his eyes and glanced at the crimson fox beside him. "Why did you worship me?" The crimson fox said, "I want to cultivate with you. I'm only a mortal. I don't have much cultivation. I'm born with different pupils. I can spy on souls. Your soul blocked my prying." Hanju shook his head and slowly stood up. He wasn't interested in the crimson fox. It couldn't even reach the standard of the system's connate providence bearer. His potential was average. Hanju left, and the crimson fox followed. The man and the fox continued wandering the world. Hanju didn't expel the crimson fox. He also wanted to see how determined this little fellow was. In the years to come, they experienced all sorts of natural disasters and passed by all sorts of magnificent sights. Occasionally, they would encounter life forms that had transformed. Hanju didn't take the initiative to provoke other living beings, so he didn't encounter any robbery. He didn't look like someone with a supreme treasure. 200 years later, Hanju came to a human city. From afar, sand filled the sky and almost drowned this huge city. He turned around and glanced at the crimson fox behind him. "Let's end it here." With that, he continued forward and vanished into the sand. The crimson fox was silent. It did not follow because it would die if it went, but it did not leave. Instead, it crawled on the sand dune and looked at the huge city in the distance. Hanju came to the city gate. Soldiers were guarding it. He needed to pay spirit stones to enter the city. He casually used his method and took out the spirit stones to successfully enter the city. After entering the city, Hanju's face attracted many people's attention. Hanju didn't deliberately hide his appearance because there was no need. He wasn't afraid of trouble. With a breath, the entire city would be reduced to dust. The city was not as desolate as it looked from the outside. It even looked like spring and was full of life. From time to time, trees could be seen on both sides of the street. It had the good scenery of brilliant rivers. Hanju came to an inn and sat down in a corner on the second floor. After ordering food and drinks from the waiter, he turned to look at the streets outside the window. Looking at the people walking around, he was deeply moved. Not long ago, he was also one of these people. You seem confused. A laugh sounded, and an old Taoist walked over. Hanju glanced at him. Eh? Grand Unity Golden Immortal. The old Taoist sat in front of Hanju and smiled. Encounter is a type of affinity. You can ask me if you have any questions. Sometimes, others can see things more clearly and answer them for you. Hanju stared at the old Taoist and smiled faintly. Who are you? Tell me, what do you want? The old Taoist smiled and said, It would naturally be better if you are willing to treat me to a meal. I travel the world and care about the myriad beings. I have answered the questions of many people, including the human king. The human race was extremely adaptive. Less than 30,000 years after the calamity ended, the human race had inherited the prosperous rules of the previous human race. They had even established the human king. Seeing the prosperity of this city, Hanju thought that he had transmigrated. This was not the ancient era when the heavenly Tao restarted. Hanju smiled and asked, Then, can you see through my thoughts? The old Taoist shook his head. How can we easily see through the heart of a person? Even immortals and gods are afraid of the human heart. Previously bored, Hanju became interested. He smiled and said, Then, are you an immortal? I am but a wandering cultivator. Then, what do you know about existences higher than immortals? They're naturally sages and heavenly beings. Hanju began to chat with the old Taoist. Soon, the food and drinks were served. The old Taoist began to wolf down his food as if he had not eaten in several lifetimes. A Grand Unity Golden Immortal was actually so hungry. It was obvious that he was pretending. This fellow probably wanted Hanju to look down on him and then slap his face later. What was this? Pretending to be weak? Hanju found it funny but didn't expose him. He couldn't be taught by a Grand Unity Golden Immortal if he wanted to attain the Tao. He would just treat it as an interesting incident. 2 hours later, the old Taoist stood up and smiled. Little friend, you have an unparalleled appearance. I don't know how many hearts you will capture. Perhaps your confusion is the word love. If you have no regrets and don't let others down, you will eventually be open-minded. Looking at him disappear into the staircase, Hanju shook his head and laughed. Fraud. Hanju smiled and seemed to have thought of something. He looked out of the window and continued thinking. Perhaps what he lacked was true experience. Perhaps I can stay here and be immortal for a lifetime. Hanju thought silently. With an idea, he stood up and walked out of the inn. He first bought a courtyard in the city and added furniture and servants. From then on, he lived in this city. His name was still Hanju. There were countless Hanju in the world. His name had yet to shake the immortal world. He wasn't afraid of attracting trouble. Spring passed and autumn came. Hanju stayed in the city for 10 years. This city was called the Eastern Guard. It was one of the cities at the edge of the human race. Occasionally, it would be attacked by ancient race and ferocious beasts, so the array formation was relatively high level. Hanju also completely integrated into the East City and became familiar with the neighbors. On this day, the entire city was covered in snow. Hanju sat in the courtyard and admired the snow, comprehending the true meaning of heaven and earth. The old servant sweeping the snow beside him shook his head and sighed in his heart. Master is lost in thought again. I don't know what he's reminiscing. Hanju's servants were all very good. In their eyes, Hanju's greatest problem was that he would often fall into a daze. Sometimes, it was unimaginable that he could stand in the courtyard for a day and a night without moving. At this moment, a maid rushed in and said anxiously, Master, someone is lying in front of the door. He seems to be dead. The rules of Eastern Guard City were strict. Killing someone meant paying with one's life. If they were mistaken to be the ones who killed them, it would be troublesome. Hanju immediately walked towards the door. He was living as a mortal, so he didn't leave immediately. Arriving at the entrance of the residence, he saw a dirty woman lying in the snow. Already many people were gathered around her. Hanju walked over and quickly breathed a sigh of relief. He then waved his right hand at the woman, dragging her soul back. The woman slowly opened her eyes. Although her face was dirty, her eyes were very clear and bright. Seeing that she had woken up, the surrounding people heaved a sigh of relief. Hanju would give food to the people every year. In their eyes, he was a good person. They naturally didn't want such a problem to happen to him. "Miss, go home soon. The snow is too heavy. Be careful not to get lost." Hanju smiled and walked into the courtyard. The breath he gave was enough for the other party to live for another 50 years, no different from ordinary mortals. In the evening, Hanju came to the table and prepared to eat. The servant girl standing at the side said, "Master, that woman is still outside the door. She said that you saved her, so she's willing to do anything for you." Hanju said calmly, "Let her in and find a job for her." The servant girl left. 5 years later, Eastern Guard City welcomed a beast tide that was hard to come by in 100 years. The entire city was on guard. Hanju stood in the courtyard and looked at the smoke in all directions, lost in thought. A woman in green suddenly came over. She was not considered beautiful, but she was strange and likable. "Master, are you worried that the city will collapse?" The woman in green asked with a smile, not worried at all. She was the female beggar from 5 years ago, Qingwaner. She was only 17 at that time. After entering the Han family, this girl completely didn't treat herself as a maid and always liked to pester Hanju. However, she was indeed capable. She could do all the physical work in the courtyard and was stronger than men. Hanju smiled. "Perhaps." Qingwaner curled her lips. "The answer is either yes or no. You always like to be so ambiguous. I can't guess what you're thinking." Hanju smiled and ignored her. After a few months, the city still survived tenaciously. However, the soldiers suffered heavy losses and the human king had no choice but to send cultivators to help. The arrival of the cultivators stirred up a cultivation wind in the city. However, the humans were not connate humans. Their bloodlines were inherited from the previous human race of the immeasurable calamity. Their potential was good and bad. Hanju pretended not to have cultivation potential and continued living an ordinary life. Another 10 years passed. Hanju got married. He married Qingwaner. Other than her being interested in him, the servants, neighbors, and good friends had also spoken for her. In the eyes of mortals, he should also start a family and leave behind children. A year later, Qingwaner got pregnant and gave birth to a child. His name was Han Tuo. This was deliberately controlled by Hanju. Otherwise, he would never leave his bloodline behind. He suppressed Han Tuo's cultivation potential, making him look no different from an ordinary person unless he encountered a pseudo-sage who could remove the bloodline seal. Hanju planned to treat him well for a lifetime and take back his body after he reincarnated. After marrying and having children, Hanju's comprehension of the Tao deepened. The 3,000 great Tao were everywhere. Human affairs, earthly affairs, and heavenly affairs all had their own rules. Later, because Han Tuo had yearned to become an immortal who could fly in the sky since he was young, he cried and begged Qingwaner to find an immortal master for him. Qingwaner then looked for Hanju. Helpless, Hanju could only use his connections. In the end, Han Tuo was determined to have no cultivation potential. He was deeply affected. In a few days, he was lively again and acted mysteriously every day. Hanju discovered that this kid seemed to be practicing martial arts. To be precise, he was tempering his body. Qingwaner had taught him. Hanju didn't care or asked. On a small mountain in the city, the mother and son were in the forest. The well-dressed Qingwaner looked at the young Han Tuo and instructed, "Tuor, regarding this method, you can't spread it out or let your father know, lest he gets frightened." Han Tuo waved his fists and nodded. He was only 9 years old, but his actions were already very sharp. Qingwaner's eyes revealed a pained expression as she thought, "If my son had cultivation potential with such will, he might be able to become an immortal in the future." Sigh. This year, Han Tuo was already 13 years old. In the hall, Hanju, Han Tuo, and Qingwaner were eating and celebrating Han Tuo's birthday. Han Tuo was very happy. It was unknown if it was because of his birthday or something else, but his face was flushed with excitement. Qingwaner put food into Han Ju's bowl. He held his wine cup and asked about Han Tuo's recent homework. The current human race already had an education structure. They could study and obtain fame. Han Tuo replied truthfully. Han Ju could clearly see that his mind was not on this. Father, when is your birthday? Han Tuo suddenly changed the topic. Han Ju said, I don't remember anymore. Why can't you remember? Where are your parents? They're my grandpa and grandma. I was born without parents. Ha! Han Tuo was stunned. He suddenly realized that he had never cared about his father since he was young. He only wanted to cultivate. Qingwaner chuckled. Look at how hard your father had lived growing up. You have to be filial to him when you grow up. Han Tuo nodded and said proudly, I will become a cultivator in the future and live forever. I will let you live forever together. Tuor is really ambitious. Qingwaner rubbed Han Tuo's head with a benevolent expression. Han Ju drank his wine and smiled at the mother and son. Needless to say, after cultivating bitterly for 30,000 years, it was quite good to experience such a mortal life. It had a different feeling. However, the lives of mortals were filled with uncertainty. They were not like cultivators who could control their lives. 3 years later, Han Tuo reached the age of 16. Eastern Guard City welcomed danger again. An unprecedented beast tide attacked. The neighboring cities had already fallen. Rumors spread, causing everyone to panic. The city lord began to forcefully recruit soldiers. Male children older than 15 years old had to join the army, and Han Tuo also went. Snow fell again and covered the sky. The entire city was covered in white. Han Ju came to the inn. This was the first inn he had come to in Eastern Guard City. He usually liked to come here. It was still the same old spot. It was by the window on the second floor, allowing him to see people coming and going in the street. Compared to before, the streets of the city were much less crowded, most of them in a hurry. Young friend, long time no see. Your hair has also turned white. Time truly does not spare anyone. A laugh sounded, and the old Taoist who Han Ju met when he first came to the Eastern Guard City walked over. He still sat in front of him. After so many years, Han Ju deliberately let a few strands of white hair appear on his head. Although he was still handsome, he was no longer young. Han Ju smiled. Senior, you're still as white-haired as ever. The old Taoist smiled. Same old rules. Han Ju nodded slightly. The old Taoist poured himself a cup of wine and smiled. Young friend, you shouldn't be an ordinary person. Your bearing isn't like that of a mortal. Even though the city is about to be destroyed, you're still as calm as ever. Could it be that you're here to transcend mortality? Han Ju asked, What about you? I'm also a transcendent mortal. I travel the world and cultivate my state of mind. What realm are you at? Deity transcendence. You should be undergoing immortal transcendence, right? We are fated. In the future, you can come to my heavenly gate and pursue the great Tao. The old Taoist pinched his beard and smiled proudly. Han Ju thanked him indifferently. The two of them started chatting. As they chatted, the roars of ferocious beasts came from outside the city. It was deafening. The people on the street below fled in fear. Han Ju and the old Taoist were still drinking and chatting about their experiences traveling the world. Xianxia has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Han Ju did not care about this notification. After a long time, Xianxia stood up to leave. He said, Life is filled with shackles. If you want to break free from them, you have to have no desires. His words made Han Ju emotional. No desires. This was the realm that ordinary immortals wanted to reach. They wanted to stay away from karma. Han Ju was only enlightened but not moved. His Tao was not without desires. On the contrary, he had desires, he had wants. He wanted to live forever, he desired immortality. In order to pursue what he wanted, he would have a stronger motivation to cultivate. This was also the life of many mortals. This was not bad. I've been avoiding the world for so long. Isn't it to be the strongest? After reaching the strongest, I can do whatever I want. Hanju's gaze landed on the panicked people downstairs again. He had a deeper understanding of his Tao, and it was gradually becoming firmer. After being in the mortal world for so many years, he had seen everything mortals should experience. Life, death, love, hatred, and parting with life. Every mortal pursued the control of their life. Hanju was already a pseudo-sage and was still pursuing this Tao heart. When he became a sage, he would do as he pleased. Hanju's eyes became firm. This is my sage Tao I desire, I want. Hanju entered a meditation state and began to comprehend the great Tao of extreme origin. He wasn't afraid of being disturbed. Not to mention the surrounding mortals, even if the ferocious beasts outside the city attacked, they wouldn't be able to hurt him. The calamity of defending the city lasted longer than before. The battle was cruel and endless. 2 years later, Hanju stood in the courtyard, bathing in the snow. His Tao fruit began to transform. It was transforming towards the sage Tao fruit. Perhaps because his Tao heart was firm, Hanju's dermic powers that had not increased for a long time began to increase again. The breakthrough was coming. Hanju started to hesitate if he should go back. He had a feeling that he would break through in at most 100 years. However, when he thought of Qingwaner and Han Tuo, Hanju's heart softened. He decided to accompany them until the end. Hanju had changed his mind about Han Tuo already. Previously, he had wanted to suppress Han Tuo's bloodline because he was afraid that he would cause trouble for him and create a large amount of karma. Now Hanju had thought it through. Excessive worry was a shackle and an obstacle. Hanju showed a carefree smile. Empress Hutu sent you a dream. Do you accept? A line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. He asked silently, is it dangerous to accept? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Hanju immediately decided to accept it. Desires and wants didn't mean recklessness. It was always good to be cautious, especially when the other party might threaten his life. In the dream by the yellow spring, Hanju cupped his hands and bowed. Empress Hutu said, the heavenly devils are coming. Killing them awards merit. If the hidden sect wants to become a providence sect, don't miss it. Hanju smiled and said, thank you for your reminder, Empress. Is the netherworld preparing to besiege the heavenly devils? Yes, we can capture the heavenly devils to be ghost servants. Although these heavenly devils are violent, they are not scheming. In a sense, they are not terrifying. Where did the heavenly devils come from? The actions of the devil race's sages can be considered to be acting in coordination with the heavenly Tao. Through the heavenly devil calamity, a large number of people with great providence will appear. After that, it will probably be the battle for the sage position. Empress Hutu revealed a worried expression as she continued, no one in the netherworld is qualified to fight for the sage position. I hope that you can obtain it. If you are afraid of trouble, you can at least let the hidden sect obtain it. Regardless of whether the Tao sect obtains it or the other sages obtain it, it will break the balance that has lasted for a long time. Hanju raised his eyebrows. He held the great Tao purple chi and the primordial purple chi in his hands. They were enough to nurture 2 sages. If he fought for another one, apart from him, wouldn't the hidden sect have 3 more sages? I'm not fighting, but you guys came knocking on my door? Thank you, Empress. I will consider it seriously. Hanju nodded and remembered this matter. Since Empress Hutu was willing to support the hidden sect, he did not have to be too wary. Who in the immortal world would be his match when he became a sage? Empress Hutu and Hanju chatted for a while more. It was nothing much and could be considered polite. After the dream ended, Hanju opened his eyes and discovered that Qingwaner had unknowingly appeared beside him. She was already used to Hanju being lost in thought. She leaned on his shoulder and sighed softly. Husband, do you think Tuor can survive? Hanju smiled secretly as he thought, with the cultivation technique you taught him, don't you know? Qingwaner was not an ordinary person and had a special bloodline, but it wasn't passed down to Han Tuo. How could her bloodline compare to Han Ju's? See you. Although her background was not simple, Qingwaner indeed didn't have a cultivation level. Han Ju had deduced that she had been cursed when she was young. The other party's cultivation level was only at the Grand Unity True Immortal realm. Furthermore, the one who had been cursed was not her, but her parents. If not for meeting him, she would have died in the snow. Han Ju said, "It's fine. If he's dead, we'll make another one." Qingwaner glared and rebuked him. "What are you saying? I'm just teasing you. Don't worry. He's a lucky fellow. I'll protect him. Sigh, what a pity. He doesn't have cultivation potential. It's all my fault." Qingwaner fell into self-blame. Han Ju didn't ask why it was all her fault. He knew what happened to her just by calculating with his fingers. He didn't even use the derivation function. Han Ju looked up at the snow outside the city. A little fellow was approaching the Eastern Guard City. The danger of the Eastern Guard City was coming. Boom! A huge stone descended from the sky and smashed onto the city wall. The city wall shook violently and rubble flew everywhere. More than 10 soldiers were injured and 4 of them turned into meat patties. Not far away, Han Tuo's face turned pale and his body trembled. He had inherited Han Ju's appearance and was extremely outstanding among the surrounding soldiers. However, when facing life and death, he was also extremely flustered. Although he had always been tempering his body, he rarely had the chance to fight. He turned around and saw a huge figure approaching amidst the flying snow. The blurry figure looked as if it came from the netherworld. It was terrifying and brought despair. An Earth immortal realm ferocious beast. Everyone be careful. Its fire can burn souls. An immortal master on a distant tower shouted in horror. His words terrified the soldiers on the city wall. The cultivators in the sky also fled in fear of being targeted. Below the city wall, there was a continuous stream of ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were not big. It had been nearly 30,000 years since the heavenly Tao had been restarted. The first batch of connate lifeforms and ferocious beasts had already given birth to descendants. The potential of the second generation of living beings was inferior to the first generation. Their bloodline and talent conflicted after generation, causing more and more ordinary living beings to appear. Of course, most living beings were still very strong. Because the humans were weak, powerful people disdained to find trouble with them, or they knew that the humans had a background. Those who found trouble with the humans were basically all ferocious beasts and connate races at the bottom rung of the immortal world. Even so, the human race could no longer expand. It was common to see such a situation. Han Tuo looked at the battle ahead. He gripped the iron spear in his hand tightly and pushed the beasts that kept charging up the city wall down. As the battle continued, Han Tuo gradually became numb. This battle lasted for an unknown period of time. Every time Han Tuo felt that he was about to die, the attacks of the ferocious beasts would coincidentally miss. Han Tuo felt that he was in a daze. The long battle made him extremely tormented. Perhaps he wanted to die deep down. After the battle ended, the city lord announced that the soldiers at the front line could go home and rest. Han Tuo returned home covered in injuries. He only nodded in a daze when the servants greeted him. Unknowingly, he arrived in the courtyard and discovered that his father was still staring at the sky like a stone statue. Han Ju felt his gaze and looked down at him with a smile. Han Tuo was stunned for a moment before his heart warmed. Why did he want to fight? He wanted to protect this family. Han Tuo knelt down in front of him and cupped his fists. "Father, I've returned alive." Looking at his excited expression, Han Ju smiled and reached out to touch his head. "It's been hard on you," Han Ju said softly. Han Tuo couldn't stand the injustice and immediately wailed. He was still a child, after all. Han Ju pulled him into his arms and accompanied him in silence. After a long while, Han Tuo looked up and asked, "Father, you don't seem to be afraid of the danger Eastern Guard City is facing." Ever since he was young, he had never seen his father panic. He was clearly an ordinary person without any cultivation potential. Why was he so calm? He even felt that his father was more mature than the immortal masters he had seen. Hanju replied, "What's the use of being afraid? Can that help the human race eliminate the ferocious beasts?" Han Tuo could only think that he was carefree. "Don't you want to cultivate? Why do you want to join the army?" Hanju suddenly asked. Stunned, Han Tuo said, "I wanted to cultivate, but the Eastern Guard city was attacked, so I had no choice but to join the army." Hanju asked, "Since you want to cultivate, why fight for this city? Cultivation is the path to longevity. You will encounter many such situations. You can't save everyone. How can you guarantee that you will live until the end?" Han Tuo was stunned again. He had indeed not thought of this question. "But isn't it natural for humans to help other humans?" Han Tuo asked in surprise. "Why should we?" You might think that you are born of the human race, so you want to save them. In the future, if something happens to the region where the Eastern Guard city is guarding, won't you save a region? In the future, if something happens to the immortal world, won't you save the immortal world? Furthermore, if something happens to the heavenly Tao, won't you fight for the heavenly Tao? Hanju asked question after question, causing Han Tuo to become speechless. It sounded reasonable. Han Tuo followed Hanju's line of thought and couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Too tiring. Although Han Tuo was kind, he was not that noble. Hanju said earnestly, "If you really have the heart to cultivate the Tao, leave as soon as possible. The calamity of Eastern Guard City won't end. You're insignificant now. It's better for you to go out and train. You can return to protect the city when you are stronger." With that, Hanju closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the world. The so-called comprehending the world was actually prying into the myriad worlds of the mortal world. Han Tuo stood where he was for a long time before finally leaving. 5 years later, Hanju was drinking in the courtyard when he suddenly saw figures flying over. One of them was Xianxia. They hung high above the sea of clouds. Other than Hanju, no one discovered them. An old immortal beside Xianxia said, "This city has the bloodline of the Green Phoenix race. Although it's weak, we can rope them in. Furthermore, they've been through war all year round and are suffering. If the heavenly ancestor lends a hand, they will definitely be grateful." Xianxia frowned. "The potential of the people in this city is too poor. I won't appear. Any one of you can go and preach. The others will follow me to the next city." Hanju heard their conversation and smiled. It seemed that the heavenly race was indeed in chaos. Xianxia had even begun to search for his own force in the human race. "Unfortunately, you saw wrongly. There was the strongest talent in the world hidden here." Hanju wasn't overly caring of Han Tuo, but hearing how disdainful Xianxia was, he suddenly wanted to promote him. No matter what, Han Tuo was still his son. If his name shook the immortal world in the future, Hanju would also be proud. Hanju looked at Han Tuo. This kid was cultivating in the small mountains in the city. He had not gone to the battlefield in the past 5 years. It was mainly because, in the past few years, there had not been much danger in the Eastern Guard City. The few times the beast tide had been at the lowest scale. The body tempering technique taught by Qingwaner was not bad. At least among the people of the same age in the Eastern Guard City, including cultivators, they were not Han Tuo's match. Hanju waved his hand, and a ball of dermic powers flew into Han Tuo's body. This ball of dermic powers would loosen the bloodline seal in Han Tuo's body by about a 10,000th. It was enough for him to soar. The reason why he did not release it completely was that the bloodline of the primordial fiend celestial was too powerful. He was afraid that Han Tuo would directly lose himself and even alarm the sages. That day, Han Tuo suddenly felt relaxed and full of strength. His cultivation progressed even more smoothly. In this year, a body cultivator prodigy appeared in Eastern Guard City. His name was Han Tuo. He was less than 20 years old and could lift a 1,000,000-pound boulder. He alerted all the immortals in the city. 10 years later, Han Tuo relied on his own strength to sweep through all the ferocious beast nests near the city. His reputation spread throughout the nearby human cities. That night, Han Ju, Qingwan and Han Tuo were eating when Han Tuo suddenly put down his bowl and chopsticks. He took a deep breath and looked up at Han Ju. "Father, I plan to listen to you and leave the Eastern Guard City to pursue the immortal Tao." The hand that Qingwan held the bowl trembled slightly. She forced a smile and said, "Tuor, have you thought it through? After leaving home, you can only rely on yourself." She knew best what cultivation meant. If Han Tuo returned after leaving, she and Han Ju would probably be buried by then. Han Tuo took a deep breath and nodded seriously. He looked at Han Ju. Even though he was already a famous prodigy of the human race, his respect for Han Ju didn't decrease at all. He had always felt that his father was not simple and had seen the world. Han Ju asked, "This might be our last meal. Eat and drink well. I only have 2 pieces of advice for you when you seek the Tao. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. Don't provoke others, but don't let others provoke you." Han Tuo's heart was moved and his eyes turned red. He also knew that if he left now, things would definitely change. However, his Tao heart could not be suppressed. Han Ju snorted. "Don't act like a child. Remember, tears are the most useless thing. If you cry outside, others will only think that you're easy to bully." Han Tu could only hold back his tears. That night, the lights in the Han family's residence were kept on. The next morning, Han Ju and Qingwan stood in front of the door and watched Han Tuo depart. Han Tuo turned around every 3 steps before finally disappearing around the corner. Han Ju was still a little emotional. He had watched Han Tuo grow up. Now that his son had grown up and was pursuing his own life, he had never felt such emotions. Back then, Yang Tiandong and the chaotic heavenly dog's departure had not given him such feelings. Indeed, his own bloodline felt different. Qingwan still cried in the end and leaned into his arms. Time passed. Year after year, Qingwan began to age. Han Ju also grew old with her. They were like a normal mortal couple. 50 years later, the old Qingwan lay on the bed and looked weakly at Han Ju. She raised her trembling right hand and said softly, Husband." Han Ju asked, "What other wishes do you have?" "I have no regrets in this life. It's just that before I die, I don't know about Tuor's situation. Don't worry, he will attain the Tao. If we have a next life in the cycle of reincarnation, he will probably come to visit us." "Of course." Qingwan slowly closed her eyes. A benevolent and expectant smile appeared on her face as she left the world. Han Ju's expression was calm. He felt no sorrow or relief. Everything happened naturally. The next day, Han Ju dismissed the servants and quietly left Eastern Guard City. After leaving, he came to a forest. He took out Qingwan's corpse and buried it in the soil, setting up a tombstone. The white-haired Han Ju stood in front of the tombstone. On the tombstone was the words, "Grave of my wife, Qingwan." If Han Tuo returned and saw the tombstone, he would probably be able to resolve his worries. At this moment, a crimson fox appeared behind Han Ju and looked at him obediently. Although 100 years had passed, to the crimson fox, it had only slept. Han Ju didn't seem to notice its arrival and stood in front of the tomb alone to reminisce about his life. It had to be said that although life was short, there was always joy in suffering. It was not meaningless. However, to Han Ju, the true meaning was eternal life. His feelings for Qingwan were only for the sake of comprehending the Tao. They were not deep. Even if Qingwan died, this lifetime was still blissful. This karma ended here. In the cycle of reincarnation, I hope you can still, Han Ju muttered to himself. He fell silent before he finished speaking. Forget it. Han Ju waved his right hand and turned to look at the crimson fox. He smiled and said, "You still recognize me?" The crimson fox replied, "Yes." Han Ju's white hair fell down like fluttering cotton. His skin quickly recovered, and he turned into an unparalleled appearance again. His black hair was like snow and his white robe fluttered in the wind. The sun and moon yin-yang protection appeared behind him and shone with divine light, like an immortal standing in the mortal world. The Crimson Fox was stunned. Hanju looked at Qingwen'er's tombstone and bowed, just like the wedding ceremony in the hall decades ago. Let's go. Hanju turned around and left. He ascended to the sky step by step. It was as if there was an invisible ladder under his feet. The Crimson Fox flew into the sky and followed closely behind. 100-Peak Immortal River. Hanju and the Crimson Fox quietly moved to the Taoist temple. Through the heavenly puppet, he knew that the hidden sect had not changed much in the past 100 years. Everything was as before, and no disciple had come to find him. Hanju said, "Cultivate in front of the Taoist temple in the future. Don't walk around." The Crimson Fox was still stunned. The immortal chi here felt its cultivation level increase by just breathing. Immortal realm. It was definitely in an immortal realm. It hurriedly nodded and thanked him. Hanju returned to the Taoist temple and sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. He exhaled. These 100 years actually felt longer than 10,000 years. But it was not boring. Hanju opened the emails and saw an email that showed that his 100 years of life experience were real. Your son Han Tuo has comprehended a Sword Dao mystical power and stepped into the Sword Dao river. Hanju's eyes became firm as he muttered, "Sage Dao, I'm finally coming. Sages, are you prepared to welcome me?" His sage heart had been formed after 100 years of tempering. Today I will attain the Dao. This is my desire. This is my want. Before returning to the 100-Peak Immortal River, Hanju had already reached the point where he could attain the Dao. This feeling was very strange. He was only a step away from the door. Hanju felt as if the door to the sage realm was right in front of him. He began to break through in seclusion. How could he break through? It was naturally to comprehend the great Dao of extreme origin. His Dao heart had transformed into the sage heart, and his soul had transformed into the sacred soul. 50 years later, the 100-Peak Immortal River was enveloped by a vast aura, startling many disciples out of their cave abodes. This aura. It's the aura of a sage. I've heard a sage preach the Tao before. I still can't forget this pressure. A sage is attacking? No. Is sect master breaking through? Sect master is indeed a sage. The disciples discussed, and the news quickly spread throughout the hidden sect. The disciples were relieved as long as this pressure was not from an enemy. As for Hanju breaking through, most of the disciples felt that it was normal. His breakthrough speed was always very fast. The personal disciples were stimulated and cultivated even harder. At the same time, Hanju's consciousness entered a vast universe. It was the world of stars in the depths of his soul. Countless stars began to be born. The stars that already existed emitted a dazzling light, causing the entire world of stars to become resplendent. Above all the stars, countless nebulous primordial chi surged over and condensed together. As time passed, a palace condensed. 49 fiend celestial stone statues condensed around the palace. They were sinister and terrifying. Their postures were different. The courtyard in the palace was separated, and each had its own strengths. Sacred Palace. This was also Hanju's Dao fruit. After the nebulous primordial chi surged into the sacred palace, it transformed into higher-level dermic power, far exceeding before. Hanju's illusion appeared above the sacred palace. It was the manifestation of his soul. The holy power that overflowed from the sacred palace surged into the illusion of his soul and helped him transform. His soul body emitted 7-colored light that illuminated the entire world of stars. Hanju seemed to have understood something as his voice echoed in the world of stars. This world is called primordial chaos. All the living beings in the world of stars heard Hanju's voice. They were in an uproar and didn't understand who was speaking. Inside a palace, the white-robed Buddha who was cultivating opened his eyes. His expression was strange as his eyes revealed shock. Primordial chaos. Chaos? What kind of existence is he? The white-robed Buddha had always been very curious about Han Ju's background. He felt that Han Ju's cultivation speed was really unreasonable. It was very likely that he was the reincarnation of a mighty figure. Now, Han Ju was not afraid of great karma and created the primordial chaos, which surprised him even more. Ignoring the white-robed Buddha's shock, Han Ju focused on breaking through. At the same time, in the 33rd heaven, all the sages in the various Tao fields opened their eyes, including Ancestor Shitian. Ancestor Shitian calculated with his fingers and frowned. He actually could not deduce it. Who's attaining the Tao? Ancestor Shitian muttered to himself. He hesitated for a moment before standing up. On the other side, the 4 sages of the Tao sect gathered together. Someone is attaining the Tao. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said in a low voice with an extremely ugly expression. Under their eyes, someone had actually reached the height of Tao attainment. Most importantly, they couldn't guess where the other party was. Li Mui's eyes flickered. Could it be the master of the hidden sect? Sage Jinan said, even if it's not him, it's related to the hidden sect. We sages can't enter the immortal world. Our disciples can't enter the 100-peak immortal river and can only watch as he attains the Tao. Next, we have to consider changing our attitude towards the hidden sect. Sect Master Tian Ju sighed. The 4 sages fell silent. Apart from the 4 sages of the Tao sect, the other sages were also shocked. Qiu Shilai even sent a dream to Han Ju. Han Ju ignored him. After a while, Qiu Shilai started to spam. Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Qiu Shilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Detected that you are breaking through to attain the Tao. It has extraordinary significance. The system has activated the autonomous protection mechanism. You are temporarily immune to all dreams. Han Ju was about to become furious when he saw the system's words. He heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he could still think that Qiu Shilai was doing this because of his personality. Now, he felt that Qiu Shilai was a lunatic. He would definitely seek revenge when he succeeded in attaining the Tao. Han Ju calmed down and continued to attain the Tao. He would become a sage when his sacred palace successfully condensed and his soul transformed into a sacred soul. Another 100 years passed. Han Ju successfully attained the Tao. His dermic powers had completely transformed into sage powers. It was endless. The sacred soul was born. Han Ju was so happy that he wanted to scream, but he held back. He checked his attributes panel. Name: Han Ju. Lifespan: 35,810/120 990 quintillion 9 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999,999,999. Race: primordial fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor. Cultivation: early stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm, perfect sage. Technique: primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering. Great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, great Tao of extreme origin. Primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal. His lifespan was almost doubled, 120 sextillion years. However, Han Ju was still a little puzzled. He couldn't live forever even now? On second thought, this was already equivalent to eternal life. Such a lifespan was extremely long. Furthermore, he had been breaking through. Every time he broke through, his lifespan would be refreshed. Perhaps this was the primordial Fiend Celestial's definition of undying and imperishable. Han Ju stopped thinking and continued to consolidate his cultivation. At the same time, in the entire hidden sect, all cultivators who stepped into the great Tao of extreme origin had their providence and cultivation increased. This feeling was extremely obvious, making them shocked. The personal disciples understood that it was because Han Ju was breaking through. The unnamed disciples thought that Hanju was using a mystical power. In a valley in the immortal world, Han Tuo was meditating in the array formation when he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at his hands in shock. What's going on? Why did my cultivation speed suddenly increase? Han Tuo muttered to himself, his eyes revealing surprise. He still remembered this feeling. It was the same thing when he was young. His potential suddenly exploded. Could it be that he had broken through his limits again? Han Tuo was very excited. Just you wait. I'll kill all of you when I successfully break through. Han Tuo snorted and continued cultivating. 50 years later, Han Ju's cultivation completely stabilized. He had truly become a sage. Detected that you have used your strength to attain the Tao and become a perfect sage. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and suppress the heavens to become the strongest sage. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a great Tao fragment. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a supreme treasure, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a sage-level Tao field guard. Han Ju chose the second option after seeing it. Sage-level Tao field guard. So strong. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment, a supreme treasure, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a sage-level Tao field guard. Congratulations on obtaining the Heavenly Pure Tao Control Robe. Heavenly Pure Tao Control Robe. Defensive Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure. It can defend against karma mystical powers and can defend against the strongest attack of ordinary sages. Heavenly Tao Defensive Supreme Treasure. Great. Wonderful. Han Ju directly took out this supreme treasure and started to make it recognize him as its owner. He had already accumulated 6 great Tao fragments. The new Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone was definitely for the Book of Misfortune. After succeeding, Han Ju took off the Heavenly Pure Tao Control Robe and changed into it. As for the Heavenly Constellation Great Tao Robe, he naturally had to leave it to Xianxia. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry to upgrade the Book of Misfortune. Instead, he started to duplicate the Sage Guard. The guard could only be chosen from the simulation trial and could not be Han Ju himself. He chose Ancestor Shitian. This existence surpasses an ordinary sage. Han Ju couldn't help but complain. Weren't non-ordinary sages still sages? It seemed that the sage here was referring to a heavenly Tao sage. Han Ju asked silently, in the heavenly Tao, which sage is the strongest who is protected by a sage? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A face appeared in Han Ju's mind. It was Li Muyi. Li Muyi wasn't a heavenly Tao sage, but he was considered an ordinary sage. This was a little strange. However, Han Ju would definitely target him. However, Li Muyi's data was not in the simulation trial. It seemed that he had to go to the 33rd heaven. Before that, he had to become as strong as possible. He had to improve his Sword Tao mystical powers first. Several months later, Han Ju's Sword Tao mystical powers all reached the Sage realm. He began to cultivate the Grand Unity aspect. This time it took 50 years. Han Ju had cultivated 25 years of Fiend Celestial Dharma idols and accumulated a total of 74. The newly cultivated Fiend Celestial Dharma idols were respectively the Heavenly Might Fiend Celestial, Heavenly Boat Fiend Celestial, Mixed Zen Fiend Celestial, Despair Fiend Celestial, Devour Fiend Celestial, Nine Heart Fiend Celestial, Helfian Celestial, Firmament Fiend Celestial, Galaxy Fiend Celestial, Horned Fiend Celestial, Holy Fiend Celestial, Rage Fiend Celestial, Dream Tao Fiend Celestial, Profound Dream Fiend Celestial, Domination Fiend Celestial, Myriad Forms Fiend Celestial, Nether Fiend Celestial, Void Fiend Celestial, Giant Fiend Celestial, Myriad Worlds Fiend Celestial, Soul Flame Fiend Celestial, Heavenly Tao Fiend Celestial, and Reincarnation Fiend Celestial. Han Ju was very regretful about the Heavenly Tao Fiend Celestial and the Reincarnation Fiend Celestial. Were they among the 3,000 Fiend Celestials? The Heavenly Tao was not formed by Pangu? Isn't Reincarnation formed by Empress Hutu? Could they be chaotic Fiend Celestials that were born later? If that was the case, wouldn't the heavenly Tao also be able to nurture living beings that could become fiend celestials? Hanju felt danger just thinking about it. However, he had already become a sage and could protect himself. He began the simulation trial. Fuxician was suppressed and successfully killed an hour later. It was mainly the providence of the heavenly Tao. Hanju's fiend celestial Dharma idol could consume the providence of the heavenly Tao on Fuxician, but it required time. Hanju could insta-kill Fuxician without the heavenly Tao's providence. Deciding to go all out, he challenged him again. The 74 fiend celestial Dharma idols were all used. The power of the 74 great Tao attacked. He was finally insta-killed. Awesome! Hanju began to challenge Ancestor Shitian. He was insta-killed. However, this time it was not a single breath, but a palm. In front of Ancestor Shitian, his dermic powers were directly obliterated. The difference was just too great. Hanju didn't believe in it and challenged Ancestor Shitian crazily. Several days later, he gave up. The best result was that he lasted for 10 breaths of time if all he did was basically hide. Sages were undying and indestructible. That was only relative to the living beings. If they encountered existences of a higher level, it would still be a fatal blow. Hanju sighed and thought silently. If I go to the 33rd heaven to find Li Muyi, will I die? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. If you don't offend Ancestor Shitian, the sages can't do anything to you. Hanju fell into deep thought. There was still a risk. What if Ancestor Shitian wanted to target him? Hanju asked, does Ancestor Shitian have any intention of killing me now? 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 100 billion years. As expected of you. Continue. Hanju gritted his teeth and chose. Not for the time being. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up and moved to the 33rd heaven. The sun and moon yin-yang protection emitted a divine light that shone on his body. The heavenly pure Tao control robe fluttered. Hanju looked around in the chaos, feeling extremely nervous. Ancestor Shitian, don't suddenly think of messing with me. At this moment, figures appeared in front of him. Li Muyi, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sage Jinan, Sect Master Tianju, Emperor Shao, Qiu Shilai, Fuxician, and Empress Hutu. Apart from Sage Fated Secrets, all the sages who should have come had already arrived. Hanju immediately simulated the trial and copied them down. Li Muyi was the first to speak. Young friend, I didn't expect you to become a sage. Did you rely on my Tao Sect's primordial purple qi? It was his arrangement for Xian Qingjun to steal the primordial purple qi. However, he did not expect that he would lose control of it later, so he was not sure now. Hanju said, why would I need the primordial purple qi to attain the Tao? These words made the sages silent. Empress Hutu sized him up with her beautiful eyes. She had succeeded in the gamble. She knew that Hanju's potential was very strong, but she didn't expect him to become a sage. This speed of attaining the Tao was too fast, so fast that it was unreal. Hanju added, I have no intention of competing with the sages for providence. I hope that you won't scheme against me anymore. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, he disappeared. The sages looked at each other. Hanju jumped back into the Taoist temple. He couldn't walk in the immortal world. He could feel a powerful repulsive force that could tear him apart at any time. Power of the heavenly Tao. After becoming a sage, Hanju finally knew how terrifying the heavenly Tao was. No wonder the sages had to follow the heavenly Tao's rules and did not dare to rashly disobey. Hanju began to choose to duplicate the Tao field guard. Without any surprise, he chose Li Muyi. Took time to duplicate. Hanju could wait. He took out the Book of Misfortune and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone and started to upgrade it. After 10 years, the Book of Misfortune finally upgraded successfully. Book of Misfortune successfully upgraded to a Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure. Hanju smiled. He was a sage and wielded a Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure. He felt that he could kill a sage. An unprecedented sense of power made him even want to look down on sages. Awesome. Hanju decided not to curse for the time being. Sage Fated Secrets had already gone mad and was better off dead. He was no threat for the time being. As for the other sages, he would wait and see their reaction. Hanju stood up and prepared to preach the Tao for the hidden sect. At this moment, Sage Jinin's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Hanju was stunned. This fellow. He's asking to get killed. Hanju didn't curse immediately. It would easily expose his identity. He would go out and preach the Tao first and curse after some time. I'm preparing to preach the Tao. The disciples of the hidden sect are to come and listen. Hanju's voice resounded throughout the 100-peak Immortal River. All the disciples became excited. The day had finally come for the Tao preaching. Outside the 33rd heaven, in a dark palace, a mirror floated in front of Sage Jinin. There was a figure in the mirror that could not be seen clearly. This new sage is indeed suspicious. He's the variable that the Tao ancestor has determined. He will definitely stop our great cause. We have to think of all ways to lure him out of the heavenly Tao. It's best to draw him to the deity realm of the ruins of End. A slightly hoarse voice came from the mirror. Lure him out of the heavenly Tao? It feels very difficult. Sage Jinin frowned. His expression changed. He also wanted to get rid of Hanju, but his instincts told him that the other party was very difficult to deal with. He might even be harder to deal with than Li Muyi. The figure in the mirror said, "We have to do it even if it's difficult. Otherwise, don't even think about transcending the heavenly Tao. You will always be a puppet of the heavenly Tao." Sage Jinin's expression turned ugly. He could only grit his teeth and agree. After preaching for 100 years, Hanju quietly stood up and left. The effect of a sage's lecture was on another level. A large number of disciples broke through while listening to the Tao. Hanju sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Qiu Shilai. This fellow had tried to affect him when he was attaining the Tao. He had to teach him a lesson. Hanju cursed as he checked his emails regularly. Your good friend Xianxia has stepped into the river of destiny. Your grand disciple Fang Liang's soul passed through the primordial era and was stopped by the ancient master of calamity. He was severely injured. Your good friend Huang Zuintian was attacked by Jie School cultivators X7829. Your son Han Tuo has received guidance from your good friend Zhang Guxing. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Daokong has comprehended a mystical power in the Tao lecture. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Zhou Fan obtained your good friend Seven Tao Sage's dream. His comprehension has increased greatly. Your good friend Jing Tiangong has stepped into the pseudo-sage realm. Hanju watched with relish. Fang Liang had been jumping around in the primordial era and was finally punished. It was fine as long as he was not dead. Who was this ancient master of calamity? Hanju decided to calculate after the curse ended. He sighed when he saw Zhang Guxing's name. He recalled the past. He did not expect him and his son to have the same fate. Hanju wasn't worried that something would happen to Han Tuo. If something really happened, he could also predict that no matter how far away it was, he could still save him. As long as it didn't harm his soul, Hanju wouldn't act even if he died. True experts could only rely on themselves. Hanju didn't want Han Tuo to think of him when he encountered trouble. He still liked him very much. He hoped that he could grow up well. It was also a good thing if he could become a great figure of the hidden sect in the future. Hanju also noticed that Zhou Fan had obtained the dream of the Seven Tao Sage. He had to be wary about this. Seven Tao Sage was in existence on the same level as Ancestor Shitian. He couldn't be underestimated. 5 days later, Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune. He first deduced who the ancient master of calamity was. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 4 billion years. This was already Li Muyi's value. Hanju frowned and silently chose to continue. A figure appeared in his mind, and lines of words appeared in front of him. Jin Shen, perfected pseudosage, ancient master of calamity. He controls the providence of the heavenly Tao and is responsible for activating the immeasurable calamity. His cultivation has already surpassed that of a pseudosage. Because his position as a heavenly Tao sage is perfected, he has never been able to become a sage. He is hidden in the dark forbidden zone all year round and prying into the immortal world. Jinshin? Why hadn't he heard of him before? It was actually the existence in charge of activating the calamity. Amazing. Then Hanju began to deduce the 7 Tao sage. Why did the 7 Tao sage guide Zhoufan? 14 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So high. Hanju's eyelids twitched. He could only choose to continue. 7 Tao sage is preparing for his tribulation. He is not only guiding Zhoufan, but he also has no designs on you for the time being. Preparing for his tribulation? What tribulation would such an existence face? Hanju was curious. But since the 7 Tao sage didn't want to harm him, he didn't care. After resting for a few days, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune again and started cursing Sage Jinan. Sage Jinan had a 5-star hatred towards him. He wouldn't rest until the other party was dead. Hanju couldn't be bothered to calculate the reason. In any case, this fellow didn't know the Tao destruction mystical power. He would kill him before this fellow took action. 5 days later, Hanju's lifespan began to decrease. Far away in the Tao field, Sage Jinan frowned. He had doubted Hanju regarding the Dark Forbidden Lord, but he had never harmed him. Why would Hanju want to harm him? From the current situation, Hanju was clearly afraid of karma and trouble. The Dark Forbidden Lord should be one of the other sages. This time, the Dark Forbidden Lord came menacingly. The curse power far exceeded before. Sage Jinan had been cursed before, but it didn't affect him much. He wasn't even sure if it was the Dark Forbidden Lord. He had only deduced a book. There are rumors in the immortal world that the true Dark Forbidden Lord uses a book. If I can't deduce this book and didn't deduce it when I was cursed, this means that the other party is not the Dark Forbidden Lord. It seems that no matter who the Dark Forbidden Lord is, some sages are indeed plotting. Sage Jinan's eyes flickered with killing intent. He believed that he had never offended anyone. To actually attract the curse of a sage, it could be said to be an undeserved calamity. Furious, he circulated his energy to resist the curse. The curse power of the Dark Forbidden Lord was truly terrifying and was still increasing. After a while, Sage Jinan couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly stood up and disappeared from the hall. He found Li Mui. Senior, someone cursed me. Sage Jinan appeared in front of Li Mui and said anxiously. He then meditated and continued to circulate his energy to resist. Li Mui frowned and immediately called South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Sect Master Tianju over. The two sages frowned when they arrived and witnessed Sage Jinan's situation. Li Mui stood up and used his dermic powers to help Sage Jinan. He said in a low voice, "Currently, we can be certain that the Dark Forbidden Lord is not among us. We have to put down our doubts." South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Sect Master Tianju had ugly expressions. Who was it? If not for Li Mui calling them over, they might have doubted each other in the future. Such intentions were punishable. Too sinister. "Oh no, come quickly." Li Mui's expression changed drastically as he shouted. Sage Jinan's face darkened and his body trembled. Wisps of black aura visible to the naked eye wrapped around him. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Sect Master Tianju hurriedly reacted. The three sages helped Sage Jinan resist the curse. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju's expression was extremely ugly. His lifespan had already decreased by 40 trillion years. It was about to reach the level of Sage Fated Secrets. The key was that his cultivation level had increased, the Book of Misfortune had increased, and he had consumed so much lifespan. Could it be that Sage Jinan was stronger than Sage Fated Secrets? No. Other sages had to be helping him. I don't believe it. I'll curse you until you're crippled even if the heavenly Tao helps. Hanju's eyes turned ruthless. He was already a sage, yet Sage Jinan still dared to hate him. 5-star hatred points was definitely dangerous. As long as Sage Jinan was given a chance, Hanju would be dead. 45 trillion years. 50 trillion years. 60 trillion years. Because of your curse, the sage heart of your enemy, Sage Jinan, cracked. Fortunately, your enemy Li Muyi helped. Because of your curse, the sage heart of your enemy, Sage Jinan, cracked. Fortunately, your enemy sect Master Tianju helped. Because of your curse, the sage heart of your enemy, Sage Jinan, cracked. Fortunately, your enemy South Extreme Heavenly Venerate helped. Hanju still didn't stop after seeing these 3 emails. Continue cursing.